Good evening, everyone. Welcome, everybody, to another Stage of Reason here at Bridge the Divide. How are all my heathens doing out there? It's so good to see you all on this Sunday evening. Easy like Sunday evening. It's why we do it here on Sunday. And, of course, on Wednesday, 2 times a week here on Bridge the Divide, we do the Stage of Reason, where we talk to all sorts of people, but predominantly believers, about what they believe and why, and answer questions about how we justify things in our non-believing worldview. And of course, we cover a variety of topics here: philosophy, theology, science, religion, you name it. But if you are a new person, I appreciate you being here. And if you're a believer, we want to talk to you. So use the link that is pinned in the side chat, and we can bring you up on stage. We can have those conversations because they're important conversations. How is everyone doing tonight? Good to see you. Good to see you. Let's see who we have in the live chat today. We've got Andrew O. I see him up there. Says, I'm early, aren't I? This feels early. That was at 8:07 a.m. Yes, you were certainly early, Andrew. And of course, Spam goes here. Good to see you. Let me see. Cindy Johnson, evening to you. Thank you so much for being here. Clive Wells with the obligatory alternative energy. Thank you, Clive. Juggernaut Jared Reed is in the house and has been a member of the Godless Army for 4 months. Thank you so much, Juggernaut Jared Reed. I love seeing those membership milestone chats. Everybody who's a channel member gets a free one of those every month. There's a free one to send a message and just let me know how long they've been a channel member. Those are awesome. So definitely use those because I dig seeing them. So thank you so much for that support, Jared Reed. I appreciate that. You rock. Agnostic One is hanging out saying, wow, you people. Yeah, what do you mean, you people? But good to see you, Agnostic. Wrote it no last name. Says, once again, taking bets on muted, unmuted. And Andrew O was right. I was unmuted. So let's see. Why does Bridge the Divide music sound like we're about to go to Cliff Warfare? Fuck yeah, it does. Fuck yes. Considering what's going on right now, government-wise, what's going on in this country, how yours truly has been labeled a domestic terrorist. And if the states don't comply with the START program, even though it's not a law or like that, but the states don't comply, they're threatening federal funding. So it's just insanity. So yeah, we're about to go into Cliff Warfare. Let's see. Jared Reed says, who will be, here's a question. Will the first person on the stage be as conceited as Robert was Friday? Oh, we're definitely going to chat about it. And I have no doubt that I'm going to hear some things, because both from Andrew, probably from Leo Phileas as well. I'm looking forward to feedback on how I did, how I can improve, what I fucked up, all that other kind of stuff. So I'm looking forward to it. Ralph Humphreys, good to see you. Atheist in the house, good to see you, Ralph. And Caligontic as well. Thank you so much for being here. Point Relative with some more obligatory alternative energy. Thank you so much, Point. As well as Yagi-chan is in the house. It's hello from Tokyo. Good to see you. Domo arigato, or domo arigato, domo arigato, arigato, domo arigato. That was probably really bad, so I apologize. It's over. Nobody listens to techno. Oh, I love dubstep. BV, good to see you. Good afternoon. Turtle Moves as well with some more obligatory alternative energy. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. D to the Dubs, good to see you. Jinju as well says there are some highly insufferable believers out and about. Westboro Baptist Church members come to mind. Oh, yes, they were. Ignacio, you're a terrorist now? According to the Trump administration, yes. Anyone who essentially, the words that came out of Stephen Miller's mouth and were kind of like backed up by DHS, the head of DHS, Mark Wayne Mullen, who is actually from Oklahoma. The words out of their mouths were anybody on the left who essentially stands against what the government is doing or protests or like that are going to be considered domestic terrorists. They're going to be handled like domestic terrorists. It's their threat as to how the government is going to respond against protests for what we anticipate to be some real, screwed up shenanigans that are going to go down during the midterms. They're expecting it. They're going to pull some crap. They know we're going to see it, and they're anticipating, massive protests and demonstrations. And they pretty much threaten they're going to treat us like domestic terrorists. That's pretty much it. Anybody who disagrees with the government. So, Canadian Ollie Man's here. Elbows up, Canada. Good to see you, Ollie Man. Atheism hits hard. Apparently it does. Juggernaut Jared Reed says, there was something I remembered from Friday that's been bothering me. If Robert doesn't believe in debates, why did he agree to one? Oh, excellent point. Is dubstep still a thing? Does Mohinder ever find love? Sir Equinox 42 has been has just joined the Godless Army. Thank you so much, Sir Equinox. You rock. I appreciate that support. And Cindy John says, Robert was so flipping annoying, he never justified explaining his position. He didn't understand your position. Agreed. Definitely agreed. And yes, all hail the great atheismo. Definitely. Jessica, Transmetal Alchemist for 5 Australians says, good morning, everyone. Enjoy the live stream. I can't stick around today. Too much work to do. Catch you all next time. Jessica, we will catch you on the flip. It's all good. Get done what you need to get done. Definitely IRL takes priority. But thank you so much, Jessica, for being there with your questions on Friday. I really appreciated seeing you in the chat and all your interactions and helping to kind of like, put the period on my sentence, showing that the guy had no clue what he was talking about. So I appreciate that, Jessica. I appreciate you. So definitely go take care of your stuff. We will catch you on the next one. And have a great rest of your day down there. Let's see. Kent Speaks appears in a puff of joy, just like the god disappears in a puff of logic. But good to see you, Kent. So thank you so much for being here. And let me see who else we got here. Armageddon's Fire. Good day, everyone. Good day to you, Armageddon's Fire. Thanks so much for being here. Joker's Wild as well. Yo, yo. Ryan Murphy, good to see you. Says he didn't debate. He whined and preached. Yes, he did. He really, really did. So it was not a great look, especially, he was the guy who challenged me. Oh, Gretchen's here. Says, hi, JL. That was fun. I need to sleep before stream tonight, but thanks for last night. Absolutely. It was really, really cool. I popped over to Async, to Gretchen's channel, Async, and they did a review. And it was Nobody on Fire, a number of other individuals I just met for the first time, but they brought it up and they did a full review of the entire thing, the Q&A, my closing statement, the intro, everything, cross-examination, all of it. And that was a lot of fun. I wasn't able to get to it towards the end because that's when I got in. That's when I finally was able to get to my computer. But the commentary was great, and I got to provide a little bit of insight as what was going on behind the scenes. But I hope you all enjoyed that. If you haven't checked out Gretchen's channel, Async Network, go check that out. It's A-Sync. You'll find it. And of course, they have some really great stuff over there. So be sure to check that out. Also, Skeptic Haven. If you haven't watched the debate yourself, you can find it over at Skeptic Haven's channel. And check that out. It's about 2 hours long. But you can listen to it in the background, and I'm sure that they would appreciate the interaction. And of course, be sure you've checked out the GoFundMe for I Killed Earl, one of our favorite supporters out here, who has been absolutely amazing, and all the hard work that she does for all of us, for so many of our streams. And I want to make sure that this. Hang on a sec. Gonna make sure I copy that right and make sure that she gets all the support she can. So if you're able to support, definitely go support her. If you're able to share that around, then definitely get that out to as many people as you can so we can help I Killed Earl hit that goal. The GoFundMe has been listed in the side chat. All the information needed is there via the campaign. So let's definitely try and then do our best to help out someone who has helped out the community so extensively. I do have somebody in the Discord. Bo Jingles, good to see you. We're live on YouTube right now. So if you're a believer and would like to talk about what you believe and why, the link to join the panel is in the side chat. And let's see. Metalcore Kick, good to see you. Metalcore Kick, she's run into some health difficulties and some difficulties with her housing situation. So just kind of like one of those perfect storms where things just kind of add up way too quick. And she needs a little help getting past it. And as much as she's given into our community, especially the YouTube community that she's a part of, I want to make sure that as many people as possible see that link so that they can help her get to that goal and hopefully get her over that hill. Let's see. And good to see you, Metalcore Quick. I appreciate that. And Caligon says, wait, he did what? He challenged you for real? He had nothing, right? City Justice, if Robert prepped for 3 weeks, needs to learn how to prep better. He certainly does. So it's the little bit of background on that before the debate. And I explained this a bit over on Gretchen's stream, but I know not everybody was there. I reached out to him. Well, initially I was tired one night. I just got done writing a script and I decided to just kind of peruse the live streams. Occasionally when I'm kind of in a mood, I'll go to the live streams that are currently going on YouTube. I'll just scroll through them and I'll find like the religious ones. and I'll just kind of hound him in the live chat for like, where's your evidence? Back this up. What's your argument for that? Yada, yada, yada. Until eventually they time me out or I get bored. And I came across his, and he was debating a guy, over how if agnosticism is rational. That was the debate they were having, which is silly debate. But nonetheless, I was listening, and he was making a lot of philosophical mistakes. So I figured, I was like, you know what, this would be a good conversation to have here on Stage of Reason. So I invited him over. I was like, dude, I left him a comment on one of his channel on one of his videos. I'm like, hey, dude, you should come over to my channel to Bridge the Divide and join me. Come up on stage for Stage of Reason. We'll have a chat, because I think there's some philosophical issues in this. What you were saying to the agnostic guy. And he replied that he does not have conversations on other people's channels. He only engages in formal debate. That's all he wanted to do, and asked me if I wanted to debate him on something. And I was like, okay, so I guess we can't have a conversation, but that's fine. So Skeptic Haven was looking for new content. They wanted new blood over there, just to kind of fill out the content, and I recommended that. And so we got in touch with him, and he agreed. We set it all up, and apparently he spent 3 weeks prepping against me. I spent about 2 hours listening to his stuff and knew exactly who he was, but I spent a good amount of time on what I was going to say in my intro, and it wasn't going to say in my intro and my outro, and my questions, make sure my questions were solid. But beyond that, I was like, it was pretty abysmal. Let's say it was funny. If you want to laugh, definitely go check it out. So what's going on with you, Andrew?
I am just finishing up on this week's tenderizing episode, and it's not a mountain this time. I hit the water. Unfortunately, the water hits back. So
yes, it does.
I am, I'm a little gooey. Yeah. Perhaps you could refresh my memory as to who we did that video review on. The philosopher one, that PhD guy, the Enrager, or the guy who said me boiling.
Oh, the guy, the dude that really pissed me off.
Yeah,
that was Dr. Derek.
Yes, Dr. Derek.
Yeah.
Okay. I got one thing I gotta say. We're even. We're even. Okay. I am currently almost precisely 25 minutes into your debate.
Okay.
And there are not enough blood pressure meds on this planet. I will endure with some mix between loyalty and masochism, and I won't be able to draw a clear line where that will occur. But wow, the thought that this guy had any prep whatsoever. I'm thinking we may want to give a little bit of time before we get into the meat of things. But I just wanted to put that up front because you'll see it coming. It was bad. Just as a preview for everyone who hasn't seen it yet, his intro was trash. Doesn't even approach. It's worse. It's infinitely worse than that.
Yeah, it was bad.
Worse than bad. Not just awful, not just horrible. It was horror-awful. No.
Juggernaut Jared Reed says it was a bloodbath, Andrew.
No. Somehow, I don't know if you were in forced civility mode, JL. I wouldn't have been. That would have been a bloodbath.
I made it a City John says I was yelling at my computer so much. I made it a strict point to do a couple of things and consistently do a couple of things. The first one was never take his rage bait, as I knew he was going to try and rage bait me with various crap, which he did, which he wound up trying to do. I'm not going to spoil it for you, but I'm pretty sure I never took the rage bait. I did my best never to do it. And two, not not give in to the impulse to explain in every single instance why he's wrong, but allow him to hang himself in front of the audience and trust the audience to know that he's hanging himself. And that worked out beautifully, and it should be what we all do when we're doing formal debates like that, is put our trust in the audience to recognize that the audience don't need every single time that he makes a mistake relitigated, because the debate's not for him. The debate is for the audience. And so trust the audience to be listening, that they are going to be, if they need to take notes, they're going to take notes, but they can follow along with what you're saying. And I did that, and it worked out beautifully. Instead of trying to overtalk him and explain where he's wrong every single time, I thought that worked out really, really well. So as far as performance-wise, I think it was one of my best debates ever. Like how I conducted myself, how I approached each topic, how I handled his questions, how I didn't let it descend into just freaking chaos. So I didn't give into his rage baiting bullshit. So I was pleased with that. Now, as far as the content of it, I think it was pretty good, but I'm always looking for critique on that to see how well I did, or how well people think I did. Musashi, good to see you, says dude seemed to spaz out towards the end. He really, really did. And Point Relative says Robert's closing was definitely pre-written and showed how delusional he was. He really thought he would get you raging. Yeah, I think he figured out about halfway through his cross-examination that he was not going to like trigger me in any way. He was not going to get me to take any bait. And I think it was about then he kind of checked out and he didn't really want to be in the debate anymore. Also, and I thought about this after the fact, I don't think he wanted. I think he didn't want to be there because he did not have all of the support that he usually would get from people who were on his side. All the little talking points he brought up and all the ways he tried to rhetorically trap me and shit like that. Typically, there'd be if this was MDD, there'd be a whole bunch of ortho bros and douche nozzles being like, yeah, get him, the stupid woke lefty, blah, 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 and all that other nonsense. That wasn't prevalent. That audience wasn't there. So he was getting no support. And if he was reading the live chat, which he should not have been doing while he was debating, it was completely throwing him off his game. And that's why, the personal insults, the personal attacks just came out. Or the assertions of my mental states and shit like that. Just wild, zany crap. Let me see. And make sure I didn't miss anybody. Sir Equinox, good to see you. Yes. Oh, yep. Perhaps we can get PhD Tony to debate Robert. Oh, that would so be a crack of Tony. He would not put up with his bullshit for 1 second. I can tell you right now. And Cord Lizard Mage, good to see you. Yeah. I think it went pretty well for what it was. I think it could have definitely been worse. It could have been orders of magnitude worse. Going forward in the future, I'm pretty sure he wants to debate me again, and he wants to debate me on something like the existence of God, or the existence of his God. I think he does. I think he wants to debate me on that. The problem is that given the shit that came out towards the end, I don't know if I want to. But then again, he's so easy to beat that it may be a good thing or a positive thing that I can make a difference. If I can make a difference for just one person, if I have the ability to do that by engaging with him, then I feels like I have the responsibility to do that. If I can counter his nonsense and do it effectively, especially for the audience, it almost feels like, I have the responsibility to do that. And if I don't, I'm kind of like, I'm eschewing that. And I'm just kind of torn about that. So Mocking Day.
Yeah, that was a full Hunger Games reference.
I thought it was Mocking Jay.
I know. That would be my day of mocking.
Oh, okay. Mocking Day. Oh, okay. I gotcha.
Yes.
Cindy Johnson says his laughing and just falling back on it's only your opinion was so disingenuous. Oh yeah, just from the start, it was just I can tell you straight up. Even though I explained it numerous times, and he wasn't listening to my intro at all. He was paying attention to nothing. The wild thing is I was listening to his, and I took notes. the point, but I didn't get a chance to really go back to any of them because, just the way he behaves. But I took notes during his intro. He obviously took no notes during mine. He thought he was just going to come in, spew a bunch of crap, and think that he was going to win, which just goes to show not only does he know nothing about the subject, but he doesn't know how to debate. Like, he doesn't know how to conduct himself when on the dais, and that's on him. So whether or not I will debate him again in the future, if he challenges me, then maybe. I haven't decided yet. It got kind of gross there at the end. I don't know if I want to platform that, but then again, I could just beat. I could take his lunch money and then take his wife out to dinner and then stick him in the hotel corner seat and just let him stew. Weirdo Rock Hyrax, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. I appreciate you hanging out. He wanted to steamroll me. He certainly did. He wanted to steamroll me. And I see
we got some entries into the Discord. We just lost a Muslim in there.
And Funky Monkey is here. Good to see you, Funky. I don't know if you're a believer, but if you are, we'd love to talk to you on the stage. The link is in the side chat.
To you before, I think you're a very nice guy. I don't remember the topic then, but I was recording something. It was like regarding. Yeah, it was like capitalism.
Okay, I'm gonna have to let you talk to him, Andrew, because I don't know what he's talking about, but I'll have to let you chat to him. Pitt the Pithecanthropus hunter. Atheism is suitable for the era of Homo erectus. It is not suitable for Homo sapiens. That's an interesting statement. I'm kind of curious, like how you back that up. That's a weird statement. I'm just gonna say that straight out. That's a weird statement. Like Homo erectus, Homo sapiens. I'm not sure because it's about beliefs in that respect. I think that there's evidence of Homo erectus being or engaging in ritualistic behavior, and there's evidence of spiritualism in that culture, potential spiritualism in that culture. I mean, we're making a jump because we're comparing it to what we know now, and to like Neanderthalensis and other members of our genus. But it's weird. That's a weird statement. Atheism is suitable for the era of Homo erectus. It is not suitable for Homo sapiens. It's odd. So I'd love to hear you come up on stage, and defend that. So it's like maybe you can explain what you mean by it. Kasplaticus, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. And of course, Serioku. Serioku. I think I pronounced that right. I mean, isn't that just veiled atheism is for stupid people? Let's see. Plotted chatter Pithecanthropus Hunter is getting called out by D to the Dubs. Nice. Brenta, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Appreciate you hanging out. And Point Relative for 10 freedom dollars says, I don't understand the phrase grounded in the true sense of it. The ground turns into a sphere, floating, isolated in a vacuum. Is that an argument that moral anti-realism accurately follows reality? So grounding in a let me look at this so I make sure that you get the appropriate. You got to go to the philosophical dictionary. So in philosophy, grounding is a foundational relationship of metaphysical dependence. So it's how we describe or how we attempt to describe how one fact or entity obtains in virtue of another. Okay? It is a non-causal explanatory connection that determines how the world is structured from fundamental truths to more derivative ones. So like you could ground some moral realists will ground morality in like the universe, like in nature in and of itself, or some they'll ground it in the mind of a god, or they'll ground it in the minds of humans, like where do these things come from? So when we're talking about metaphysical grounding in that respect, it's about what is underlying this thing from which this thing arises, as far as its nature goes or its ontology. So, but it definitely gets, it's the philosophical thing, how we ground these things. Middle Core Kick says, are you anywhere near the flooding down there? No, I am nowhere near the flooding currently. Nowhere near it at the moment. Picanthropus Hunter says, modern humans question many things and try to prove many things. Atheism is an ancient culture. They want to eliminate the ability of human abstract thinking. That makes no sense whatsoever. That statement that you just wrote makes zero sense. Like none. Like at all. I don't even know what you're trying to say with that. So, and thank you so much for the super chat, Point Relative. I do appreciate that. Thank you for that support. City John says jail keeps cool much better than I. There were a couple of times he pushed me. I found it funny that there were times when I was laughing. I kind of had to mute myself so I wasn't laughing out loud while he was talking. When I would start laughing and Leo Phileas messaged me and was, I think he said it in the live chat, and he messaged me saying, how we were laughing at the same time, which I found to be hilarious. So let's see. Let me scroll back down. JL is the only person on YouTube who reads all nicknames right. I do my best. I try to get it back. My sense of pronunciation is pretty good. So, but thank you for that. Appreciate that. Sedona, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Lindsay Bowe, thanks so much for being here as well. Evolution is a theory. FTFY. Yes, it is a theory. Yes, a collection of literally an explanatory, basically an explanation for the process of basically a description of why we observe what we observe, which is how species change over time phenotypically. And so the theory explains that, and that theory is literally a collection of facts. So the theory itself is just describing what is happening in reality. It's a comprehensive, fully inclusive, multi-discipline backed explanation for the phenomena that we observe, that species change over time. Let's see. And Nogardaru, good to see you. Says, I found a JL. Yes, you did. I am here. Thanks so much for being here. Pithecanthropus Hunter says, all modern humans want to know what happens when a human dies, what the process is. Only atheists don't question it. For anything they don't know yet, they assume it doesn't exist. No, that's not what we do. Some individuals might do that, but obviously they're making a mistake in reasoning there. They shouldn't be starting with that assumption anyway. What they should be doing is waiting for evidence that backs up a position, and then working from there, from the bottom up instead of the top down. So don't lump all of us atheists in there with atheists who happen to be reasoning badly, or even theists. All theists, they reason badly. So don't try to take it. Yeah, not everybody who is an atheist is philosophically adept to have these extensive conversations, and that's okay. They don't have to be. There are atheists who predicate their lack of belief for emotional reasons. Okay, but don't lump us all together. Okay, and say that that's a logical defeater, because it's just it's a straw man. Let's see. Geo Sam, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. And I see who else we got here. PC Tony's in the house. Good to see you, Tony. Thanks so much for hanging out, bud. Appreciate that. Clive Wells says hi. And make sure I got everybody. Yep, good. Evolution. Evil. Oh, and look at that. Skeptic Philosophy's in the house. It says, no one can create a criterion that filters out Zeus and fairies. It does not also filter out your version of God. Agreed. Depending on how we name these things. This goes strong into like linguistics and how we're describing these things and what people are willing to put in the basket for their God concept. And, the term is linguistically vacuous. So what are we to give credit to Agnostic One and to Andrew O like this? What, when people are referring to a God, they're speaking about this thing. What the hell are they even referring to? So, and AC Sims is here. Good to see you, Austin. How you doing?
What's up, you guys? I'm actually about to make myself some lunch, so I may not stick around very long. I did want to jump up and be a freaking pedant.
I hate to tell you this, bud, but your audio is coming in really watery. Leo,
Is that better?
That's much, much better.
Yeah, I just wanted to jump up and be a pedant for a little bit. So I think it's important when this evolution is a theory thing comes up, we need to not just clarify what the words mean, we need to clarify the manipulation that's happening. What's happening is a creationist, an evolution denier, when they say evolution is a theory, they think they're downgrading evolution. They think they're downgrading evolution from like a fact or a law to something lower than those things, that a theory is less certain, less settled than a fact or a law, right? So it's important to not just explain that evolution is a theory and a fact. It's important to explain that saying evolution is a theory isn't demoting it in a scientific epistemology. That's actually, you should respond when somebody says evolution's just a theory. You should say, thank goodness. If it weren't a theory, it would only be a fact. So
I often feel like listening to the conversations that they're confusing theory for hypothesis because they're using the colloquial term for it, like, "Oh, I have a theory," and
yeah, precisely.
In scientific terminology, and then you get to hear them bitch about, well, why does science have all these proprietary definitions and blah blah blah. I was like, I don't know. Human beings are like not exactly like super creative when it comes to coming up with new terms, so we just redefine the ones we use in different contexts. Who gives a shit? Just learn them. Just learn the words.
But yeah, I thought that was a helpful observation or insight that they're not just defining things wrong, they're trying to demote science. And you need to not just address that the definitions are wrong, but also the rhetorical trick that they're doing is wrong.
Right. And I see Church of POS is here. Good to see you. Thanks so much for hanging out. Let me see. Entity that emphasizes love, kindness, and forgiveness, yet that same entity still punishes for the sins of Adam and Eve. Yeah, it just kind of goes back to like my formulation of the logical problem of evil, and how that breaks down, which I think is the number one reason why I came up, why I developed kind of like my take on the LOE was pretty much inspired by what I read from Alvin Plantinga, and why I think Plantinga is a complete and total quack. And the minute Robert brought him up in the debate, I tried to shut it down as best I could, like, because he is a complete quack. So I found that to be entertaining. But I will do this for those who haven't seen the debate. I will be putting it up on my channel. I've already got it pulled. I just need to put my intro, my outro on it. So I am going to be posting it up so you can watch it here on the channel and at your leisure. I'm just going to repeat it, just restream it, and it should be a lot of fun. So I hope you guys dig it, because it was fun for me. I enjoyed it. Yeah, it was a good. I think it was more of a learning experience for me as far as like how to conduct myself and maintain myself throughout a debate instead of like just debating. Because debating wise, it was easy. You kind of get a feeling like you get to a certain point in the debate where you're like, at what point am I supposed to start feeling bad about doing this? I mean, where you just keep beating them down. Oh, whereas Waldo's here. Good to see you, Waldo. Thanks so much. He says a scientific theory isn't just well supported. It has explained everything we know to be true on the subject. It seeks to explain to be the only explanation we have that's capable of doing so. You're right, and the purpose of science, of the methodology, is to try and poke holes in it to find a better explanation, which is what science is constantly doing. Good to see you, Mr. Biscuit. If you are a believer, we'd love to talk with you. You can use the link in the side chat to join us on the stage and bring evidence if you happen to believe in a God. Steve6464 is here. Good to see you, Steve. And Nogadaru says, is this the same debate we watched on Async last night? Yes, it is. Yes, because it was originally on Skeptic Haven, and Gretchen graciously pulled it and let us had a panel review it, and we all got a good laugh out of it because it was a lot of fun. Well, I want Pithecanthropus. I want Pithecanthropus Hunter to come up here on stage just to back it up, their conclusion. All primitive humans, including Homo erectus, were atheists? No. I don't think so. Belief? Oh, no, that is not how belief works. What are you talking about? What is this nonsense? That's like super dumb. Maybe you should come up on stage. You know? Beliefs can only be done by creatures with more advanced thinking abilities. Wow. Oh, Lindsay Bowe. I did not see MC Toon stream. I do apologize. I was out and about with Angela, and I didn't get a chance to get back until late. And then when I got back, I jumped on stream with Gretchen. So I did not see MC Toon's stream. So I apologize.
I saw it. I saw it, and it was amazing.
So apparently he confronted. I know I'm familiar with Mikey from the what happened.
So Mikey's been like on his channel promoting what he calls flat Earth activism. And that just means him going out to places in Canada with a sign that says space is a cartoon in his little Flurfmobile and standing around and waiting for people to come up and ask him what the fuck he's talking about. And then he does his whole flat Earth spiel about how the Bible says the Earth is flat and blah, blah, blah. And so he's been advertising that he was going to do this. He was going to go out and do some flat Earth activism. And, all the Globers being as attentive as they are to the Flurfs because they're such a fascinating species. He got word that Mikey was going to be at this club doing his flat Earth activism, and he made a plan, and he went out there and he met Mikey on the street and did some globe Earth activism to counter Mikey's flat Earth activism. And Mikey did not like it. Mikey was not happy after Toon was debunking him to his face in front of a crowd on his own channel while he's live streaming it.
Damn.
It was amazing. It was incredible. Honestly, I wish I could take the moment and inject it directly into my femoral artery. But until they find a way to do that, I'll just have to settle for watching it on YouTube. But no, it was great.
Just mainline, just pure bliss. I feel so good. I may have to check that out. That sounds hilarious. Wow. It's very familiar. It's familiar because I did the same thing, not with a flat earther. I did the same crap with Chili De Castro when I went out and I went down to Tahlequah, which is about an hour and a half away from where I am. I went down to Tahlequah to confront him in public and pretty much do I was doing activism because I was counter demonstrating his demonstration by showing how it was absolutely silly. So, and the things that he was talking about were just nuts. So, and to prove that he doesn't know half the shit, he doesn't know half of what he's talking about. So, and Chili got in my face about that. It almost turned into a fight. Almost. Luckily, security was there was on hand to break that crap up before something really, really untoward went down.
Yeah, Mikey had his flat Earth map on the hood of his car, and he was talking to some, club going kids about it. And Toon comes up and he starts debunking what he's saying and pointing out how the Mikey's flat Earth map doesn't have Antarctica on it. And Mikey pulls the map off of the hood and walks away with it, sulking. It was so funny.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, and then he was crashing out and throwing a tantrum in his car on the way home, and he refused to read all of his super chats because they were all from Globers. So it was pretty funny.
Godspeed. Good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. And as well as, I think, giving Chili credit for being half right is being really generous. Oh, yeah. Like, if that dude had an original thought, his fucking head would cave in. I swear. There's like nothing going on upstairs. The lack of self-awareness. I'm shocked he hasn't walked off a cliff at this point. You know, Pithecanthropus hunter. And by the way, for anybody who's kind of curious, Pithecanthropus is a term used for Homo erectus. Specifically, it refers to the Holocene. Oh, sorry, the holotype of Java man. And so, but yeah, he's talking about Homo erectus hunters. That's what Pithecanthropus is. But if atheists ask, are there aliens? Are there other galaxies? The answer is always no. What? The character of atheist is always the same, thinking based on what is in front of their eyes. Ancient. What? What are you smoking? Like, what is this nonsense?
I don't think he's smoking anything. I think he's abusing the oldest drug, religion.
Yeah,
so what it does to your brain.
That dude is broken. Seriously broken. Thank you, Jinju, for linking Gretchen's channel, for linking ASIC, the async channel. Appreciate that. That dude's busted. And Probing Time 666 is in the chat. Does everybody remember when Probing Time came into the chat, said it's probing time, and everybody probed? It was fucking awesome. Says hello, says hello, JL, and everybody. I saw all that from Yerba Mate Talks channel last night. It was hilarious. I'm gonna have to check this out. We're gonna have to see this. This sounds like fun. Godspeed. I smoke rocks. And Skater, good to see you. Good to see you, Skater. Thanks so much for being here. Appreciate you hanging out. And Where's Waldo says, I don't think I've ever met an atheist who believes there's no life out there. Many of us acknowledge we'll probably never see it. Typically, and this just flies in the face of what Pith says, or whatever his name is. I hold that the mathematics of the universe virtually guarantee we're not alone. But those same mathematics also virtually guarantee that we'll never encounter them. The two things that I see that would be required for two intelligent species to meet each other, to actually encounter each other, is a way to either overcome, or to find a way to make physics work for us, or to overcome our biology. So we need to break the biological barriers, or we need to find a new way for physics to work for us to facilitate that level of travel. Because like maybe, like Star Trek Warp Speed or Event Horizon, shit like whatever, but it's either going to be physics or it's going to be physics and biology, the two major hurdles. Getting there, getting the laws of physics pretty much keep us from getting there, fast enough. And our biology tells us, we can't live that long to travel that far. So we either need to overcome biology, or we need to find and make physics work for us too, so we can cross those gaps. The question is, should we do that? Because it's, heady business going out, because I always find it funny that most likely, if you think about the places we've visited in the solar system, that we've landed so much crap on Mars that I have no doubt we have cross-contaminated that planet. That there are extremophile organisms that were here on Earth that have made their way to Mars because of us. So, and who knows what will happen, but I suspect that we have done that inadvertently, and who knows how evolution will handle that, which I think will be funny. Welcome everybody in the Discord. Link to join the stage to talk about the God that you believe in, so we can hear your evidence and your arguments, is in the side chat. So please feel free to join us.
Quick warning on that. So Chicken Buckets has been up with us before, and Catholic Traditionalist, well, that was an epic crash out.
Yeah, I remember that. But let me get the link for the YouTube again real quick, because I lost it, so I can make sure it's available in the side chat there. Bingo. There we go. Fan-friggin-tastic. But I want to get a conversation on, and we'll give him a shot. Just hope he doesn't crash out and run away like last time. Vesta Freya, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Rodent last name says Mars is the only planet that has been confirmed to be populated entirely by robots. Currently. Nothing moronic. Yeah, yes. Pithecanthropus Hunter, please feel free to come up on stage. I'll tell you this, Pith. if you keep spamming nonsense, the mods are going to handle you. Because we're not interested in you spamming crap. We want to have a conversation. So you can click the link and come up on stage and we can chat, or you can stop spamming and just listen. But I can tell you straight up right now, if you keep spamming, the mods will handle you. I trust them to do so. That's their job. That's what they do here, is they make sure the chat stays open for conversations and people have to be inundated with your nonsense garbage that you refuse to defend. So come up, bring your evidence, bring your arguments, come up on stage and do that, or just, or just listen. Okay? No one's interested in the spam. Let me see. But yep, if you are a believer and you happen to be in the side chat, we'd love to have a conversation with you. The link is set down in the live chat. It's pinned, so you can use that. The StreamYard link to come up on stage. We would love to have a chat with you. So, bring whatever evidence or argumentation you have, or if you have questions for us, we'd be happy to answer those. But yeah, you're the individuals we want to have conversations with. So use the link to come up on stage. Pinned in the YouTube side chat. Agnostic One says, does anyone know how long a tardigrade's balls hang? Like, what's the likelihood that Earth balls have dragged on its surface? I don't know if they have balls. I'm actually, Agnostic One has ignited my curiosity. I have to know. So, because I didn't know this off the top of my head, but I guarantee you, I'll know it now. I will know it now, Agnostic One. Tardigrades reproduce both sexually and asexually. In sexual reproduction, males and females copulate, with the male depositing sperm directly into the female's body cavity or cuticle. Asexually, females reproduce via parthenogenesis, where they produce offspring without male fertilization. Intricate mating rituals. Because tardigrades are covered by a rigid outer protective layer called a cuticle, females must molt this skin as they grow. During copulation, a male may place sperm directly into the female's reproductive opening, cloaca, or he may puncture her cuticle to deposit sperm that way. So, so in some species, the male deposits sperm under the female's cuticle while she is shedding it. She then lays eggs into this abandoned, hollowed-out skin called an exuvium, where the sperm waiting inside fertilizes them. So I don't think that they have. I don't think that they have balls. I'm not going to go that far. Well, Catholic traditionalist thinks he can get any atheist to admit God exists, which is hilarious to me because he's never gotten me to admit it. So I'd love to have him come up on stage and try to get me to admit a God exists, because that's just nuts.
Well, do you recall the nature of the last crash out?
Yeah, when he started crashing out, and I had to mute him because I had to respond to something because he was just gish galloping.
Yeah, but do you remember the nature of what the question was?
Remind me, because I probably put it out of my head since the debate.
So just to prep for it again, he'll ask one stupid vague question, and it will automatically lead to him to simply declaring that equals God somehow. And then he'll go on a screaming rant and not shut up and just go on and on and on as if that actually proved anything.
Huh.
Yeah.
Pretty typical for a theist.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, here, listen to this garbage one-line question of a thing as if that equals God somehow, without qualifying that in any way.
Okay, so because inquiring minds want to know. Because inquiring minds want to know, Agnostic One, this answer is for you. Male tardigrades do not have paired testicles like humans. Instead, they possess a single male gonad called the testis. Located above their intestine, this singular gland produces sperm and is connected to a pair of ducts that encircle the rectum and open near the anus. So they don't have balls in that respect. So your question has been answered. We now have knowledge. Okay, we now know, we collectively, myself, the stage, and the live chat, now know more about tardigrade sex than we ever did before.
And now, with the other
Hell
aspect of
yeah.
the fact that was revealed, in that they reproduce asexually, tardigrades can actually go fuck themselves.
They can.
Bet y'all didn't know it was going to get all sexy up here on Bridge the Divide tonight.
Oh, trust me, the moment the conversation goes towards evolution, that's the natural conclusion every time.
Yeah, and I can't wait for us to get into CTVT, because that's the super sexy talk.
Ooh.
Let's see. Yes, and Lightspeed Tractor. Yep, we're just diving in. We dive into all kinds of topics here. But yeah, I didn't know this information. I didn't, so I had to go and look it up. Because Agnostic One brings, that's what we do here. We answer the questions that nobody thinks to ask. Or we find the answers that nobody knew they needed. And probably could have lived their life not knowing. But I can tell you this. Forrest Valkai would find that answer fascinating. Because he loves all things biology. And so now I know how tardigrades reproduce. So I'm sated, you know. I'm sated for the moment till I get a believer up here that I can talk to.
If you start feeling unsated, we can talk about snake penises. That should do the trick.
Why does it always have to be snakes?
There were rats. Rats? Yeah, big ones.
Rodents of unusual size? I don't think they exist.
I don't believe they exist. Raw. But what about the RAUSs? Rodents of unusual size? I don't think they exist. Raw. All right. We do have someone in the back. I do not know what is going on in that camera. This is weird. I'm hesitant to bring this person up on stage. I don't know what's going on with that camera being on. Leon, are you able to hear me? Put in the private chat if you can hear me. I have no idea. I'm hesitant to bring that individual up. That's me. Let's see what we got. Clive Wells, if the slow kid is late for class, is it still okay to call him tardy? I love it. All right.
I don't feel tardy.
Yes, rest in peace, Sam Neill. Yeah, it was a damn shame. And make sure I didn't miss anybody in the chat. I think we're good to go. Where's Waldo says, I didn't hear anything about tardigrades fucking themselves. Parthenogenesis isn't sex, is it? Asexual reproduction, you know, what they do. And Probing Time says, and I knew I needed me some tardigrade porn in my life. Now you know how they do it. Touching the cloacas. That's what they do.
Wow. Had to develop the zoophilia.
This is what they do. Cloacal kiss. Let me see. And Calazia is in the house. Good to see you, Calazia, who does remind everybody to like the stream. Yes, smash that like button or smash that dislike button if you don't like it, or definitely hit the subscribe. I'm hovering around 15K. I'd love to get above 15K and stay there. And of course, share the stream if you share it to anybody you think might be interested. And of course, comment, because your comments really do help push us in the algorithm. So I do appreciate that. Sam Neill was great in Omen 3. He was great in everything he did. If you have not seen, if you want to see some young Sam Neill, go check him out in 1981's Possession. Brilliant film. Fucking brilliant. Hardcore. That's a bit of a rough movie with some tough visuals, but go definitely check him out in Possession, because that was a brilliant movie. All right. Thank you so much for plugging the store, Khaleesi. I do appreciate that. Let's Rodnell's name says 74 watching, but only 26 likes. Smash that button. Smash it like the Hulk. And Metalcore Kick says, I'm fine with Taco Bell being the only one. Yeah, apparently the lettuce situation is out of control. Okay, this dude is like, okay. I've got somebody in the back, Leon, who, I mean, this is like watching a low-budget, like, horror film. I don't know what's going on in that screen. It's like old school surrealistic YouTuber stuff. And I'm hesitant to bring them up on stage. So I'll tell you what. And they haven't responded in the private chat, so I'm just tired of looking at that. It just looks freaky. It's like that super low light, weird moving around the screen. You never know what's going to pop up on the screen, so not interested in that. I do feel like you should define old school. I'm very much not sure. And Plothole is here. Good to see you, Plothole. Says, I hear the Taco Bell thing is a smear campaign to deflect from the actual company who has failed several health inspections. Oh, it might be. That's possible.
That's not the thing I expect when I hear the words smear campaign and Taco Bell in the same sentence.
Oh, that's not good. That's terrible. That's terrible.
Yes, it is. Many a truck stop has been destroyed.
And I see we still have a couple people in the Discord chat. I'm putting in the link for the Stage of Reason over here on YouTube. Feel free to use it to come up on stage. If you're a believer, we want to talk to you about what you believe and why. Bring your evidence and your argumentation for a God. That's what we want to talk about. But we can talk about anything. So please feel free to use that. The link to join is pinned in the site, pinned in the live chat. So appreciate that. And I told Catholic Traditionalist to use the link, the StreamYard link, or to use the link, the stream link to come over and find it. And he just wants me to. Kalazi says, what the hell is your Discord link, Jail? It's pinned in the description, and it should be the infinite pin. So there should be no expiration on the Bridge the Divide Discord. So it's pinned in the description. And Leophilius is here. Good to see you, Leophilius. Says, Pluddle is correct. The culprit is Taylor Farms, a supplier of Taco Bell's lettuce, amongst many others, and they have failed a number of inspections. Taylor Farms. And Primordial Puggles is here. Good to see you, Primordial Puggles, and Scientific Origins. Thanks so much for being here. You guys rock. Windscar2206. Good to see you. I didn't watch the World Cup today. Soccer doesn't really interest me that much. But I know that PhD Tony is a huge soccer fan. Used to be a hooligan, run around the streets, punch normies in the face, flex his Australian muscle all over, swing kangaroos by the tail.
Yep. Currently live on YouTube, talking to believers about what they believe and why. Link to join the stage is in the side chat.
Let's see. Ignacio 1 says, evolution would apply to abiogenesis, just not biological evolution. It would be chemical evolution, on the evolution of the carbon atom becoming the basis for life, for a basis for self-replication. This is third grade bio. Not difficult. Well, it's complex. It definitely is complex, but the concept is pretty easy. Just to kind of go wrap your head around. It's just it's chemical. Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty cool that there's a selective filtration process that occurs at the molecular level as well as at the individual organism level. And what's being selected for in the molecular process is things like activation energy, reaction times, and that's just super cool to me.
Biology is sick. It's an awesome, awesome field. Ava Cortez, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Appreciate you hanging out. Man, bunch of people in the side chat. Bunch of people here live. That's awesome. Love having a big group. Hopefully we can get somebody up to have a conversation about what they believe and why. I don't want to waste these people. I don't want to waste these magnificent audience's time. I'm hoping to get somebody up here. You know what? I'm just going to bite the bullet and copy that. No, I can't do that. So I can't send it directly, but let me see here. I can control who comes up. So we'll just go ahead and do that. We'll just do that. Yes, please. If you are a believer, we'd love to have a conversation with you about what you believe and why. That's the whole purpose of this stage, because the stage of reason, we want to have these conversations. These conversations are important. Given the things that are going on in the nation right now, I think it's important that we have these conversations, that we find the logical terminus around them. Thank you so much. Huge W's in the chat for Primordial Puggles, for 100 Australians, is for having the GOAT Austin Sims on. Woohoo. Austin needed to be on all the time. But
I don't know what I did to deserve all this. I'm so
amazing.
humbled.
You're amazing.
Puggles, you're the best. You're great.
Puggles is amazing. Thank you so much for that very generous super chat. You rock. Huge W's in the chat for Puggles.
Massive W's.
Massive W's. Thank you so much for that. And this is true. This is true, Rodent last name. I control the horizontal and the vertical. I am the outer limits. And Andrew's channel. Good to see you, Andrew's channel. Thanks so much for hanging out. I appreciate you being here. You know who I miss seeing? Raven Darkstar. I haven't seen Raven in forever. I hope Raven pops by sometime. So Andrew, how far have you gotten through the debate yet?
25 minutes.
25 minutes.
Yeah, if I want to be precise, hold on.
So you are in my
25 minutes and 7 seconds.
You're in my cross-examination.
Yeah. Wow. Tell you what. Let's see. If you're interested, I took notes, in as much as you were mentioning how you were taking notes during Robert's,
during his intro, yeah,
during his, and he was not taking notes. I took notes, and I took down 7 different notes within the span of 1 minute of his speaking.
Yeah, I had to shorthand it. I was just like boom, 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 and just because he was going so quick. And I was like, no, that's not right. That's not right. So I tried to take him as quick as I could. And I know I didn't cover everything, but yeah, I was, and I didn't even get a chance to refer back to them because I didn't need to. But yeah, I can imagine. In the moment, I had to go quick. So
yeah, all of this stuff would have stuck with me mentally. But do you want to hear the breakdown on that? Let's get some stuff up here. Hold on, just one half a shake.
And Zen Danzig, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. And make sure I didn't miss anybody. There's those big W's for Puggles and Lightspeed Tractor. I don't know what's going on there, but hopefully I sent the link, the StreamYard link. So I'm hoping that what's his name? I'm hoping that we could get Catholic traditionalists up here to have a chat. We could. And Point Relative has gifted 10 memberships to the Godless Army. Thank you so much, Point Relative, for those. Welcome. The Joker's Wild, Windscar, Probing Time, The Plot Hole, Andrew's Channel, Miss Boo, Venus, Ducks Y, Wukong the Monkey King, and Ifris Mask to the Godless Army. Thank you so much. I hope you all enjoy that and enjoy all of the custom emojis and, of course, the channel badge that I've made for you. And if you decide to renew, that channel badge expands. I've modeled it after the expanding mind meme. So the longer you're with me, the more your mind expands. And the badge reflects that. Thank you all so much. So thank you for that support. All right. And Plato says, we're back. Yes, you are, good sir. You are. And McTime, good to see you. I almost wanted to say MC Time from MC Tune, but thank you so much, McTime. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I'm kind of curious what he's got here. Let me see here real quick.
Okay. So
he's got mad notes.
Yeah, like I said, I marked them down to the second, which is why when I count 7 within a minute. So this is off of Robert's intro. So over at 1448, this is a very short time into his introduction. Brings up the torturing innocent for fun, which is something that we discussed, and I was sure was going to come up along the way, which is on the idea of qualifiers for individual action. So, is torturing the innocent actually the bad thing, or is there a thing that makes it bad? Is it the for fun part? So that was the first part that came in there. The next here is his weird.
Hang on, hold that thought. Sorry, hold that thought 1 second, because I want to make sure that we've got. Actually, let me remove that so we have this. Let me make sure we got. Yes, Shanito, thanks so much for joining us. If you're interested, if you're a believer and want to come up on the stage, talk about what you believe and why, the link is pinned in the side chat. So feel free to join us. As a matter of fact, give me just 2 seconds. If we do get someone up on stage, I suddenly got hit because I drank a bunch of coffee today. And Gretchen, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Andrew, take the reins. Hopefully somebody will come in. I will be right back.
Will do.
Andrew, since we have a second, I have a question for you.
Fire away. What you got?
Do you think these prompts, that they're kind of, they shoot themselves in the foot a little bit because they're setting JL up to endlessly defend and explain science to anybody who comes in and just doesn't, understand evolution? Would it be better to ask somebody else to support an alternative better than these explanations? The global heliocentric ancient Earth evolution model?
I guess that depends on the direction of you want a conversation to flow through, because you can come from one direction or the other. So one is basically inviting the challenge to the part that's normally considered established, or perhaps there's the contentious topic we're putting forward, and the other is to have them try to bring theirs. So people often have a harder time talking about their beliefs than they are trying to question you about yours, right? So they may not be as comfortable bringing their side forward as it is for them to try to poke at the thing that they think is attacking them, even though they may not have the confidence to speak about their worldview. So it's a question about who you're trying to reach. So I think there's a wider audience that this reaches because of that.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, based on the nervousness of people to try to defend their side, they may be loose on. They may have an instinctual thing against one of these, and maybe that explanation helps dislodge things, especially if their grasp on their own personal view is a little tenuous.
Okay, well said.
It's a point of view. It's a question about statistical demographics.
Cindy John says, I honestly like listening to Otangelo. Oh, you like listening to Otangelo, huh? I can do that all
I haven't
day.
studied the problem of the heat problem of the flood, but I can give you some pointers to support young Earth creation. Yeah, Otangelo, he's not even dumb. And you know what? A lot of the information he's using is correct.
There are not many songs about Otangelo. Is it 'cause nobody cares?
I'm a mean person.
He blocked me. I was so surprised because he's constantly tooting his horn and so proud that he's the theist that all the atheists block, and then he blocked me. And the reason he blocked me was so funny. I just asked him if observations and evidence were even allowed to contradict his scriptural worldview, and he goes, "You're not worth my time." Block.
Okay, Lightspeed. I don't know what Lightspeed Tractor is going on about in the side chat. I don't know what the conversation is. Someone may have to fill me in, but we are looking for believers to come up on stage and talk about what they believe and why. We want to hear from you. I sent a link. I sent the StreamYard link directly to Catholic Traditionalist. I want to hear what he's got to say. Or and I'm going to go with what Andrew said here. Dollars to donuts. He's going to wind up, if he does come up on stage, he's going to wind up crashing out, and I'm going to have to mute him so I get a word in edgewise.
Again, the last time he did this, he had this really broken and useless question that was supposed to lead to him having a conclusion that whatever that is leads to accepting his God, that God is real, without explaining how it entails a God or anything meaningful. So, if he gets on the stage, I'm gonna get some definitions before word comes out.
Well, I mean, if we go hard on him, he's definitely he's definitely going to say that we're persecuting him.
You say that as though it were a bad thing.
It's so very, very true.
See,
I want to know what his best piece of evidence is that's not persecuting him.
Or
The
explain what the hell he means by anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, not likely. So, I guess our fishing expedition through Discord hasn't quite panned out on that one. So I'll bring my. There we are. Nope. There we are. Much better. Listens back up.
I'm putting feelers out.
I'll give you a second to.
Marx was Muslim? What the topics you could find on Discord, I swear. Let me see here. Give me 2 seconds.
Godspeed.
See if there's anything I could put, any channels I could oh yeah. Oh wait, no, the Learn About God, I'm banned from posting in the Learn About God chat.
They don't want us to learn about God. Wow.
Yeah. I made them mad.
So this is the argument from non-divine hiddenness, as their followers are hiding them. Wow.
And I think I'm also banned. Yeah, I'm banned from posting in 24/7 Flat Earth too.
Funny note, that channel's often gone offline, so it should only be usually Flat Earth, or occasionally Flat Earth.
Occasionally, yeah.
Yeah.
All right. I think, I put feelers out, so hopefully we can bring somebody. We'll find a believer to come up on stage. And Oatmeal, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. And I think I saw Cord Lizard Mage says best understanding of sightseeing is he is complaining that you're not talking about the topic, so they think this is a grift stream. Meanwhile, you're waiting for a believer to discuss. He's complaining that I'm not talking about the topics. Well, I mean, I got to have somebody to talk to. Is the kicker. And Duck's Why. Thank you, Duck, for the $10 super chat. Says joining Puggles. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Very generous. Thank you for that support. Cindy Johnson asked, when is your computer supposed to get to you? First week. It's supposed to be the first week of August. Fingers crossed, with no delays and no issues with the RAM. So fingers crossed. It should be here. It's on track. So hopefully, I guarantee you, y'all know that when I get it set up, y'all will know. So thank you for that, Ducks. I appreciate that super chat. All right. Till we get someone up on stage. Okay, so I'm curious about something. 1448. This is you started with his intro.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Which was after mine.
Because I'll cruise through yours. It's like, yours was like the sauce setup, so I didn't have any real commentary because of the nature of where you introduced the Euthyphro dilemma.
Right.
It was fairly solid there, so I didn't have a lot to go on. But it was the moment he opened his mouth, I'm just like, oh God.
Yeah.
So we're about to see a whole valuable minute get documented in gory detail. So our first point over there was torturing the innocent for fun, which is a Frank Turek kind of classic,
Yeah.
where the idea of for fun means that apparently any act is potentially only bad if it's for a given reason per se. So that's not even saying that a given act is inherently objectively wrong. And now we have to come up with moral calculus. And that's where this is going to tragically fail. So I just label it as a qualifier fail. I can go into gory detail for the people who want to go through that conversation, but we can
Take it
move
easy, McTime. Thanks so much for being here, bud.
on. MC time. Always
MC
MC.
time.
Yeah. Say hello to Hammer for me. Yep. Next was a few seconds later talking about how apparently some scientific person is trying to get rid of 1/3 of the population as somehow being inherently bad per se. Meanwhile, Thanos was right. So, good argument there. But we're about to get through second by second here. So this is where things start going wrong. We have to realize from experience that there is real evil in the world. So failure to identify identifiable aspects or how they are external. So how do we realize that there's evil? And he's talking about experience, which is about to go horribly wrong with him. So moral anti-realism. So we made it about 8 seconds later. Moral anti-realism is false based off our own experience. So how objective is someone's personal experience?
Right. Just a straight just contradiction right there. We have to
It
realize
is-
from our subjective experience that there is real evil in the world, but how are you getting to it? Like how are you crossing that bridge? It's just because the only reference point is completely subjective. So yeah, that's a direct contradiction.
It gets worse 4 seconds later. We all intuitively know some things are objectively wrong. So assert, and intuition. It's the argument from Fifis. Because
Right, and
that's objective.
He contradicted this position when he said that when he referenced his how he subjectively interprets the Bible and how he interprets Christianity, because he completely rejects the Old Testament in favor of his version, and he also adopts annihilationism. So because he doesn't believe in hell in the classic Christian conceptualization of hell. So he's an annihilationist, and he is I would say he's an anti-Old Testament, but he just ignores the Old Testament except for the Ten Commandments. Is pretty much it. But just all the old stuff, he just ignores that and only focuses on New Testament shit.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
I stopped writing when I heard that line from him. So next is, we know that it's not just a feeling, not just our culture. As above, intuition is a feeling and is also informed by inculcation through one's culture. Where do you think you got all those ideas from? You've been bathing in a soup of bad ideas. They're seeping in, okay?
Oh, it's terrible.
Now, this one. This is a bad fail here. Grounded in our human experience. Wait. Morality is grounded in us? I thought it was objective. So, not grounded in his God, huh? What do you mean grounded in our experience?
Uh-oh. Got to address this real quick. Somebody in the live chat. 1 second.
Uh-oh.
Joe says, if you believe there is a case where torturing babies for fun is good, you are deranged. If you agree that it's wrong in all circumstances, then you are admitting that objective moral values exist. Incorrect. Number one, if you believe there's a case where torturing babies for fun is good, you are deranged. Well, that would make Christians deranged, because per their lights and their God being the ultimate thing, then yes, it is possible for the God to declare it to be good, because the God is good by nature. And so whatever it declares is automatically good. So it could declare that torturing of babies for personal pleasure is a good thing, because it leads to an outcome that the God desires. So therefore it is good. The moral calculus of God is what is essentially whatever it dictates. So no. So you're basically saying that Christians are deranged per that worldview if they hold that. And no, individuals in en masse agreeing, like socially or collectively agreeing on a particular moral statement, given it within the paradigm of society, us, like if 100% of human beings agreed that X was immoral or X or Y was moral, does not logically entail moral realism. It just means that we're all subjectively in agreement. It's intersubjective is what it is. So there are moral statements that are held as true intersubjectively, but then you look as to why are they held to be true? Because they are true in a vacuum or because they are true in relation to something. Predominantly our stances, which are informed by a variety of factors and the goals we have in mind. So even if the entire population of the earth agreed on a particular moral stance, that doesn't make it mind stance independent. It just means that we're all in agreement. Just like one culture can totally agree, like all of America could agree on one moral pronouncement, and another country out there can disagree and hold a different one, and then we come into conflict. If we just convince everybody on the planet that we all agree on this, that's not moral realism. That's just a very large group agreeing.
Commonality does not equal objectivity.
Yeah. And Joe, no, since it's always wrong, but we're not saying that. We're not saying that it's true in a vacuum. We're saying that per our social systems and the goals we want to attain, it is true that that X would be immoral because it contradicts our ability to attain that goal, and it violates our subjective moral stances. Okay, you can say from an evolutionary perspective, from a societal perspective, whatever, but no, that doesn't mean that there must be a moral giver, because when you say it's like it's always wrong, we can say that within a society it's always wrong, but that does not equate, that is not equivalent to saying that the statement is wrong, that the X is wrong, is true in a vacuum. You're conflating two things here. It's a false equivalence. You're drawing a false equivalence between moral relativism, moral anti-realism and moral realism. So you're saying something that is the statement you're making would be true under moral anti-realism, but it is not true under moral realism because that's not what moral realism is. So try again, Joe.
Yeah. Now, Joe, for reference, Psalm 137:9. Happy is the one who seizes your infants and dashes them against the rocks. So your little book over there tells you to be happy as others bash your kids' heads against the rocks.
Joe, get it through your head. When you say it's always wrong, that's just human beings in agreement on a particular proposition. It does not mean that the statement is true in a vacuum. Because it's humans that are in agreement, it means our stances are all aligned. It doesn't mean that it's true in a vacuum. Like it's like a true statement of the universe, like it's a cosmic truth, like, the earth orbits the sun. These are not equivalent. I've already explained this to you twice already. So no, I just had this debate, and on this you are wrong, Joe. You are entirely wrong.
Yeah, nobody is saying it is objectively wrong. We're just saying we disagree with it. Most people seem to, and even if everyone does, it doesn't make it objective. It just means maybe we all agree. But you know what? Jeffrey Dahmer may be out there. The guy who reads your book and reads Psalm 137:9 and says, happy is the one who seizes your infants and dashes them against the rocks. Apparently, being happy sounds like fun. So it looks mandated. So we don't care. We're not claiming universality. Kick rocks.
And Jay Verse, good to see you. I don't know if we're going to get any any Josh Brolin, Aubrey Plaza, action in the MCU, given Thanos and Death are now established characters. But good to see you, Jay Verse, and good to see you, Mr. Andrat. Appreciate you being here. Larry the Tapeworm, good to see you as well. And says, I would only be wrong if there was a case where it was okay or even morally good. But per Christianity, the God can declare it to be good because it can use it it can literally use it to facilitate an outcome that it wants. And the God, by definition, is good. Whatever it does, it declares to be good. It declares it's good because it's simply God. So therefore, the God can do that. Okay, the God's moral calculus can shift. It's based upon its valuations. For example, the slaughter of the Amalekites what the Israelites did to the Amalekites, that's a genocide, an attempted genocide. That's what that is. We would say attempted genocide is bad, but because the God says you shouldn't be doing this amongst people, but only when it declares it. Because when the God declares it, it's a good thing. So the moral calculus shifts depending upon what the God is valuing. When in 2 Samuel, when God went to punish David and had Absalom publicly violate his wives, that was a punishment. And we know it was a violation. We know it was great because those wives, were not executed for adultery. So we know it was non-consensual. And that was an act that for which there are Deuteronomical laws, the penalty for which are death. But that didn't occur because the moral calculus shifted. So try again, Joe. It doesn't matter if God enforces it. He's the arbiter, he's the judge. It's still subjective to the God. The God is not referencing anything independent of itself for context or content. Okay, it's coming from its stances, depending upon its valuations. In that particular circumstance, God valued the punishment and the maintaining of the punishment and maintaining of geopolitical positioning over the bodily autonomy and the psychological health of the women who were violated. And the laws they set forward that would supply punishments for what Absalom did to those girls or did to those women, those didn't apply in these circumstances because the valuations changed. So there you go. It is subjective. Because it's still his. You're just invoking the fake third horn of the Euthyphro dilemma. Is God's nature good simply because it's his, or is it good because it aligns with an external standard of goodness that tells us what goodness ought be? It's not there. If you're just like referring to the God, well, then you're just labeling it good with nothing to reference. Okay, it's pointless. It doesn't mean it's tautologically vacuous. So no, they literally are references. 2 Samuel shows this as an internal critique. It shows that God's moral calculus shifts depending upon what it wants to accomplish. So sorry, Joe, you are out of your element on this.
Same can. Yep.
It's totally subjective. It's mind stance dependent. Thank you, Cosplodicus. If God's nature informs his morals, that's what's informing his stances. And his moral calculus can change depending upon what he wants to accomplish. Done. And there you go. Larry the Tapeworm brings up, you're ignoring the ways in which God went against his own commandments in the Bible because the moral calculus shifts. Because God values one thing at one time, and then in another circumstance, he values something completely values the opposite. And so suddenly what ought not be done becomes what ought be done in order to facilitate whatever God wants done. So there you go. Sorry, Joe. Try again. Or come up on stage. So I don't have to have this conversation. So I don't have to have this conversation with a live chat. And it's not goalpost shifting. You're not grasping the problem here. Okay? These things are dependent upon the God because you define the God as ultimate and it doesn't reference anything external of itself. Therefore, any valuations it makes are going to be subjected to it, and those are going to inform what it declares. It's entirely subjective to it. So there you have it. All right.
So we're working our way through the long minute over here. So where we were was grounded in our human experience. This is morality, according to Robert. Tying morality to humans. So how can God be moral if morality is grounded in us?
Right.
It also can't be objective because it doesn't exist at all without us. Still doesn't explain what it is. Moving almost a minute before the next problem. And Robert's saying that there's no moral crusades when it's just your opinion, Mike makes right. So there's a crusade when my opinion motivates me to assemble an army and might makes dead, which just shows which idea is won out at a point in time. hence actual crusades. This one was nice when he tried to flip this on you. Burden of proof is on. This is weird because his phrasing, he's not being able to formulate a coherent sentence very shortly after this. As soon as you hit the cross-examination. The burden of proof is on Jail Warren's knife to convince me 100%. So he's talking in absolutes that your view is true. Now, if his brain is sealed off, that's a waste of time. But his, your job is to convince the crowd that your point stands, and Robert's job is to do the same. But apparently he thinks it's your job to convince him 100%. Meanwhile, he's not budging. We know that much. This is the one that killed me. To interpret, it allows him to interpret reality objectively. This one hurt. Interpret and objective. Yeah, no.
Yeah. No comment.
I'm done. Yeah. That was his opening. The moment
Okay.
we were actually interacting,
I got
that's where the rage built.
I got to handle this. Joe, get this through your head. This chat is not for you to spam in, okay? You have not come up on stage. I mean, if you're the Joe that I think you are, you have come up on stage, but no one is like censoring you. All you're doing at this point is spamming nonsense. Okay, I've already explained ad nauseum how you're wrong on this. You're operating, and people have already identified, Kaspaticus, Tony, others have identified, you are not operating with the correct definition of what objective is in this context. You are being invited up on stage to provide your argument and your evidence, to bring it up on stage. We are right here. I'm not going anywhere. We're only an hour and a half into the stream. We got time, son. Come on up. All right? We're right here. You are welcome to click the link and come up on stage. But if you're just going to sit in the chat and not defend your position and spam nonsense and say, you guys suck or whatever, the mods are just going to time you out. We are not interested in your nonsense. And that is demonstrably false. Okay? Demonstrably false. You are all we see right now, me, Andrew, Austin, the people in the live chat, is you coming up with excuses why you don't have to defend your claims. That's all we're doing. That's all you're doing. That's all we see. You coming up with excuses why you can't come up here and defend your shit. You just want to be a keyboard warrior and just aggravate people until the mods eventually time you out for spamming, and then you can walk away thinking that you won. It's pathetic and it's obvious. So, come up on stage, put your money where your mouth is, and have the conversation. Present your evidence, present your argumentation. I want to hear it. I'm right here, Joe. Nobody's muted you yet. But I will tell you this. If you come up on stage and you make some weird comment, I'm going to ask you to clarify it. So you need to be able to engage in an adult conversation. All right? If you can come up here and just run your mouth, you will get muted so that we can get clarification for the audience and so that we can make sure that we're on the same page as you. Do not try to cast your poor behavior on stage as though we can't engage with you. You just need to be able to have an adult conversation. If you say something ridiculous, we're going to want you to clarify it. If you make a statement that requires an argument in order to justify accepting that statement is true, you need to provide that argument. Okay? So come up on stage. Yeah, exactly. Cindy Johnson is throwing it down. Join the stage. See what happens. You're right here.
Damn it, PhD Tony. I was going to do it. Side chats for closers.
Side chats for closers. Beat me by 1 second.
I clicked, like, why isn't this working? Why isn't...
And Jimmy Tux TV, long time no see. Good to see you. Thanks so much for hanging out. Pigeons Apologist Chess. Yes, it certainly is. T to the dubs. Go Joe. G.I. Joe. I love those little and those redubs of the old G.I. Joe PSAs. Those are my favorites. I do love going back and watching them.
Where in this Joe's case, GI is gastrointestinal because his bullshit's hard to swallow.
And Joe Rocker would like us to know, I just want to disavow this Joe. He doesn't speak for all of us. He does not.
Oh, we're validating the category of Joe now.
Category of Joe.
Wow.
Yep.
Wow.
He is an outlier. So, and we do have somebody in the back who's come up before. Duck, welcome.
What up, guys? How's it going?
Going good. What brings you up on stage today?
Let me get all plugged in here. All right. So I wanted to challenge you atheists on something today, if you'll entertain me.
Sure. What do you got?
Yeah. So there's an argument that goes something like this: like the concept of creation is itself so ineffable. So the concept of creation is difficult to convey. It's difficult to describe with language, and it's tough to understand what it is. And so because there's this ineffable problem, it becomes the case that explanations like a Christian God or a theistic creator or polytheistic cosmologies or something like this, these become stronger arguments. There's more weight to them because they do explain this is sort of this important philosophical idea of creation.
Well, to use what Agnostic One has pointed out, because it's pretty obvious, going by the theistic worldview, or like let's just take the Christian one for example. We could do Christian, we could do Islamic, whatever. It did it by magic, because that's essentially what it is. The describing the creation process within these theistic frameworks is pretty much just the God willed everything into existence. That, for lack of a better, for like a simplistic term, that's magic. The God did it by magic, by God magic. That's all it is.
Yeah.
But
the Bible, but that gives credence to the Bible. That gives credence into the Bible though, because the Bible has to give these concrete terms like 7 days. It has to give these concrete things like an order of things. These are things that are real.
We run into two bigger problems here. First is the fact you beg the question about whether there was an actual creation in the first place. The second thing is it doesn't lend anything to the idea of creation itself, because by saying it's ineffable, what you're saying is that you can't explain how a thing happened, yet you're declaring that it did. So basically you're denying yourself the justification for the actual event. You won't be able to jump to any conclusion because of that. By saying it's indescribable, you can't attribute it to anything. You can't say what did a thing, even if you think a thing happened. Ineffable means you can't trace it to a source.
Yeah.
Also, claiming it's ineffable is kind of like a concession. Like when I say like explain how the God did it, and you can say, oh, it's ineffable. It just means that you like this is just literally just an argument from emotion. Okay. We can logically break it down because we have priors regarding this of agents creating things. And then we have a mechanistic relationship between the thing doing the creating and the thing that is created, the mechanistic relationship between those two, which is the process by which it did it. Going by the Bible or going by any religion, it's always just the God just did it, whether it's spoken into existence or willed it into existence or it just actualized it or whatever. But I mean, then you can break it down even further. Like the God created human beings, created like human beings. How did the God do it? Through some Jewish golem spell, created humans out of dirt and then breathed life into the dirt and then it was human. Okay, well, dirt is like I think last I checked, like 80% silica. So where's all the silica in human beings? Nowhere. And we expect this. Why? Because ancient humans had an idea. Like ancient humans knew that when we died, we decompose back into the ground. And so the idea that originally we came from the ground is a pretty strong, it was a pretty good leap that ancient humans with no understanding of biology or chemistry could possibly make. From the earth we came to the earth we return, and ashes, dust to dust, so on and so forth. This is just ancient thinking from people who didn't understand what chemistry is. If they knew that the primary thing that you find in dirt is silica, where's all the silica in us? Nowhere. It doesn't exist because we don't come from the earth. So, all we have to do is look at things like that. So, what would we expect to see? A god that created humans out of earth, that created the human out of dirt, and then its breath magically turned all the silica into carbon or hydrogen or nitrogen or whatever? Or did ancient humans have no conceptualization of? We're talking like 6,000 years ago. Did ancient humans have no conceptualization of biology or chemistry, and we're just making this shit up based upon their simple observations of reality?
It's a good it is a good question. I don't think it's that far though. And the reason being is that if we're talking about creation now and you were to take just like a seminar that covers an overview of many different branches of physics, you would say, well, creation is not that, it's not that, it's not that, it's not that. These are the topics in physics that are not about creation. And so I do think that our ancestors.
I'm losing your audio. I'm losing your audio.
Is it back?
You keep going up and down.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry about that. Yeah. So then if it's the case, like let's just say if it is the case that we ultimately get to the point where we say, well, our ancestors have the same basically abstract thinking mechanisms, just because we say it's not that with like CERN and particle accelerators.
Why does it sound like Mike Tyson?
Pure math experiment?
No, I'm sorry. The way your audio is coming in is making you sound like Mike Tyson. Because your audio keeps going and keeps going like in and out. You're on your phone, aren't you?
Yeah.
Is there a way you can be on your computer?
Yeah, I can spin it up real quick if you guys want.
Yeah, I think that will help with the audio issue, because right now at the moment you're going in and out. It makes you sound like Mike Tyson. So I just want to make sure that the live chat can hear you like we can hear you. Awesome. And I Killed Earl, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Appreciate it. Vesuvian Doppelganger as well. Good to see you. Thanks so much for hanging out. Mr. Andres says, God did it, has no explanatory properties, therefore not worthwhile. Yeah, the mechanistic relationship is not there. It's just like, it's magic. It's God magic. And don't forget, everybody, the GoFundMe for Earl is still live to help her reach that goal. And just so I can make sure it's there in case anybody missed it, because we have a whole bunch of people in the chat now. If you're able to share this or even contribute, there is the link in the side chat. So be sure to check that out. So definitely share it. If you're unable to, then definitely share it around as best you can. We'll see if we can't get Earl to that goal and help her kind of overcome the hurdle, because here in America, we oftentimes have to go to GoFundMe to cover health issues, which is just, bonkers, but that seems to be the way it is. Hopefully one day we can change that. And hopefully one day we can be like Israel and we can have universal health care. Maybe one day. Just why is he talking like Sylvester the Cat? He sounded like Mike Tyson to me. With that duck name in chat, I don't recognize the Gnocticon. Admittedly, I'm doing other things and not paying full attention here. Sorry. So it sounded like Mike Tyson to me.
And no probing time. That's not duck.
That's true. Okay, so Tony brings up, according to the book, God spoke creation into existence, so it literally can't be ineffable. It must be able to be explained in words. Agreed. Although I'm kind of curious if there's no medium for like sound to travel, like how did it speak it into existence? Oh, that's right. Ancient human beings had no idea how sound propagated in a medium.
It's sort of like Elmer Fudd, when he's chasing and then like runs right off a cliff, and he's standing, if that's the word, on open air, not having fallen yet. Looks down, still doesn't fall, and it says, "I haven't learned about gravity," and just walks back.
Yeah, Neo. Yes, the United States does fund Israel, which we shouldn't be doing, including this war with Iran. Yes, because we shouldn't be in it, and they're destroying U.S. bases because we deserve it. We asked for it. We started it. We poked the hornet's nest, and now we're getting the bulk of it. So, yeah, we deserve the U.S. is deserving everything it gets. You will find no sympathy from me for this government and what's going on. The only people I will have sympathy for are the people who are, because they took the oath, are putting themselves in harm's way because that's the oath they took. Okay, but I can criticize that guy. It's like I have no sympathy whatsoever for the U.S. and what's going to happen to us economically for what's going on. Okay, our men and women who have dedicated their lives to defending this nation are not pawns to be used in an in a megalomaniacal assholes, economic war. Okay, because his ego is so fragile that he can't deal with anything that doesn't go his way. Okay, he is using them like pawns. They are sacrifices to his wallet, and that is unacceptable to me. Okay, we should have pulled out. We never should have been there to begin with. It never should have happened. And now he's just going to go ahead and cast them into the fire in order to prove a point, so that his ego doesn't get one-upped. Fuck this president. Okay. Is the obituary that I want to read the most. It is the world's most anticipated obituary at this point. Fuck this president. Duck, welcome back.
Hey, what's going on?
Wow. He's got
Do I sound better?
You sound much better.
Cool. Yeah. So I think we left off on silica and some straight.
Yeah, the point that I was making was like we can examine these things. PhD Tony also brought up a strong point here, is that in the book, like in the Bible itself, like taking that one for example, God literally spoke everything into existence. So that right there is not ineffable because it's an explanation. It's like God spoke it into existence. I want to know how. Like, I want to go deeper, but that's the definition of like that's not ineffable. That's explained. That's words there. It's expressed there.
So
I just want to know, like,
So I would grant your first criticism. You said that I'm almost with ineffability. I'm almost granting something, or it sounds like I'm giving concessions right away when I'm talking about creation as a concept being ineffable. But I also think you're narrowing it. And this is what I was saying before I cut out is I do think it's a strong point to say that, yeah, we can go through physics textbooks and advanced seminars and say creation isn't all of these things, right? Creation isn't, it's not modern cosmology even in some sense. There's a lot of ways that we're not talking about creation. So I do think that earlier humans and the writers of the Bible did probably have something substantive to go on, even if the Bible itself is a simple book. That just means the Bible authors were not talking about maybe what could be granted as an important idea for people, for humans to consider.
Well,
yeah, I mean,
there's a couple of. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, Andrew.
There's a couple of things here. So there's a question about what's even implied by creation. If we're taking, for instance, the Bible. Now, depending on your translation, of course, you can look at it as where in the original Hebrew, it was in the beginning, everything was formless, like the waters and everything was formless. So that was a very directly not ex nihilo concept of creation. So it's not saying there was nothing. The beginning of the Bible in Hebrew gives credence to there's already something there and God's just shaping it. So that also depends as to whether or not you're referring to when other people claim that God does do things this way. So we're going to have an argument there as to who's saying what. The book in its original form does not.
creation ex nihilo sounds a little bit too much like sort of the Jim Bob, Andrew Wilson style debate, creation out of nothing. I mean, that's still very ineffable, because it's not that like nothing is itself totally ineffable. It's just a lack of something, or it's a lack that is relative to a thing. Like so like I think like ex nihilo itself is like, when we're talking about a specific form of creation, to me that seems like wiggling out of the idea that still imagining putting two and two together, where you have nothing, you have a lack or something, emptiness, and then you have something. You know, even having formlessness of something that's formless, or it has a quality of formlessness, whatever it is, you know, those are still ideas that back through and go into like, well, what is creation? Okay, creation is just something that theistic beings do.
Huh?
You can go.
Deities
Theistic
do creation.
beings.
That's like a fine definition for me. Yeah,
Theistic.
deities do creation.
Who are you talking about?
Whatever deity you want. If you want to.
No, when you said a
prescribe
theistic creation, well, you're talking about theists, not the god.
Yeah, well, theists would believe that what the theistic God does is create something, right? And I would say their version of God is worse than just saying, well, a theistic God creates something, you know?
Well, it's not saying
So-
anything. The whole point is we're not saying anything with any of these words. There's no
Yeah, like,
actual
so-
substance.
But at this
That's
point right
not
now,
person.
I don't know why we would entertain it, because it's demonstrably false. It's like, even if a god did create anything, the way it's described in any religious text is not the way it happened. Now, if we look at it and be like, who wrote these things? When did they write them? What did they know? What did the authors know who wrote them? What did they have access to? And if you're talking about thousands of years ago, they obviously did not have access to the things that we have access to today. And they didn't have access to the things that the Romans had access to. We're talking about ancient people who had very, very limited information when it came to understanding how the world worked, especially like chemistry, physics, biology, things of this nature. They were operating predominantly off of their feelings and their direct observations of what was going on around them, and inferring conclusions from that, which were wildly inaccurate because they didn't understand exactly what they were seeing. This makes sense that these stories would look this way, because it's exactly the kind of things we would expect from an ancient people, who didn't know that there was another entire half of the planet that existed. Why is it that the Bible is the definitive book that describes all reality, yet it fails to mention the existence of a freaking Western hemisphere? Why is that?
Yeah, well, the Bible is deeply scientifically inaccurate, but the Bible also, but the Bible also shouldn't be judged on an empirical standard, because empiricism didn't exist, right?
No, it did.
So that's how I would start it off.
It did, because that's how human beings understood things to be true about reality. The method is still empirical, even though they didn't use that term back then. That's still what that methodology is, to understand what is true about reality through testing it and trying to develop predictions and develop models that allow you to anticipate things based upon the patterns that you see.
Can I just respond? Can I respond to a chat real quick? I just want to say to Cord Lizard too, real quick, who said, "Duck, what if there was never a creation?" I would just say, it's a great example that if you can't, like, one example of why you can't. That's a dumb question to ask. No offense, but it's hard to ask the question, because if there, like, creation could have been something that, if you can't perceive creation, that's an example of creation existing and it being difficult to describe, it being ineffable, right?
That equals the qualities of not existing. So the point is that, yes, there are people that believe these things, but the objective should be that to dissuade them from believing irrational shit, especially if the only justification for believing it is that it makes them feel special. That is not a reason to believe anything. I don't give a damn what the utility is, because those irrational beliefs will inevitably lead to irrational behaviors, especially when it comes to defending those beliefs, because the way the brain works, and not sure if I've explained this to you in the past. The reason people get defensive
Yeah.
and they get angry the way they do when we often have these conversations, because people is that the brain interprets attacks against foundational beliefs the same way it interprets physical attacks. So your brain, when I attack a like a young Earth creationist foundational belief that the Earth is 6,000 years old, and I supply evidence and all this other stuff, they automatically go defensive because their brain is interpreting those things the exact same way it would interpret if I was standing in front of them and took a swing at their head. Their brain doesn't, it attributes both the same. It's a direct attack, and so that's why they get defensive. But we have to be able to do the work. We have to be able to constantly push back on these things with evidence to show that there's no reason to believe this nonsense. There's no rational justification to give it any kind of credence whatsoever. This is ancient thinking from people who, like I said before, didn't understand where the sun went at night, who didn't understand that there was an entire other half of the planet that existed, which is a weird thing to leave out, considering if the god did it, the more information, the better, so people can make informed choices and make informed conclusions about reality. Guess what? There's an entire other half of the planet that exists. This little section that you exist in between the mountains and the ocean occupies about that much of the entire globe. So,
but it's still a field trip. It's still a field trip, JL. Like, being completely honest, I still think it's something that people, like, it's worth considering. I'm not saying that we should have, like, Nobel laureates talking about some pseudo version of creationism or something like this, and that's what they get, they get, like, a literary prize for it. I'm not saying it's that far, but I'm saying that the belief seems just as sound and valid as other beliefs, because it does seem like it can be truth apt to say that, well, the concept of creation it's ineffable, right? And that has semantic meaning. It means that, you're not going to find one common definition across people.
Duck, you're fundamentally linguistically completely off track here. Your use of ineffable is broken. The concept of creation, in order to say you have a concept, it has to be effable, because the fact that you're calling it a concept, you've embodied it. You've given it essence. Every word you're using is broken. Every usage of it is wrong.
No, but a unicorn.
Here's the no. We've already broken it. The second you declare you've got a concept, you have already conceptualized it. You have literally said, "Here, I've created the confines that inside which exists this thing that's called creation." Otherwise, you don't have a concept, so you're entirely backwards linguistically. This is broken. The next thing is, let's say this. See this here? What does this look like? What does this give you an impression of right now?
It looks like scissors, yeah.
Yeah. Imagine that this was to appear, and light did all sorts of sci-fi stuff, right?
Yeah.
It looks like it appeared
agree,
from
yeah.
nowhere. It looked like it appeared from nowhere, right? How did it take shape over here? I would say, I don't know how to describe the exact thing, because light did some red and not red and the gray and now I got this. But what I can say is, at time index X, no scissors. At time index Y, scissors. Therefore, I can say scissors happened. How did it happen? That's ineffable. But the fact of the happening is not. You're using this as a useless dodge. Yes, I may not be explained why this poofed out of nowhere, but I could say, yes, this happened. Saying,
but you still don't.
No, I'm not finished my analogy here, because see, you're trying to say creation happened. Now, the how I don't give a shit about. You have to go from the what is pre-creation to post. You see, that's what's never justified.
Hey, beam me up, Bob. Good to see you.
Happening.
And just to say, the reason I put this up on the screen, Duck, okay? Because let's just go with Christianity, and let's go with but according to Christianity, you see the map of the planet, right? this projection, correct?
Yep, I see it.
Okay, you see that red circle?
I don't see it. Where's there supposed to be a red circle? The equator? Oh, that one? Yeah,
Yeah.
I see it.
Let's scroll
Yeah.
this out. You see that red circle?
Yeah, isn't that
According
by-
to Christianity, that red circle there contains all the people who are right. Everyone else existing on this thing, they're all wrong. I mean, we could just throw it away on that, dude. It's like the God exists, and by the way, created everything. This entire planet is full of human beings. Oh, but by the way, only they are right. Like I'm gonna deliver the truth to that. I'm gonna deliver the truth just to that circle, and let it happen. No, dude, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean that is and I think that's like that's a worthwhile theory that if we're asking about truth apt behaviors or systems of thought or approaches, the idea that there's this narrow, like basically a 200-year period of time where people could have been correct. I mean, that sounds pretty ridiculous. You know, whatever it is from Isaiah till, what was it? John or whatever it is, the last one. I don't know the order of the Gospels.
Revelation.
I would say
The Protestant Bible.
before we start invoking creation and calling the universe a creation,
Yeah.
before we have to get into all the physics and understanding the laws of thermodynamics and all this nuance, we can simply let's go to the core. Let's drill down to the core of it. Can we determine that the God actually is a thing that exists to do anything? Because that's what it hinges on. Creation in of itself of any kind, whether it be completely naturalistic in nature and indistinguishable from non-agential, results of natural processes, or it be an agent that's literally like willing things into existence. It doesn't matter. If the thing doesn't exist, then we have no legs to stand on. We can't just say, "Oh, this seems viable. Therefore, this hypothesis is entirely probabilistic." It's not.
Yeah.
Okay, just because it
Can
feels.
you tell me what this is and what it's for?
That is a
JL?
tape dispenser. It is used
Okay.
for putting tape on boxes.
Yeah, and it's a name brand. It's Scotch tape. It's from a tape store. It's from a dollar store. There's no such thing as a tape store. But the reason I bring this up is like let's just imagine for a second that the empirical nature of a scientific worldview or naturalistic, it's a naturalistic worldview, but it depends on empirical natures of things. But
Wait,
it
I don't know
cannot
what you.
pinpoint
I don't know what you
phenomenon.
mean by empirical natures of things. Empiricism is
Right.
about what we have access to in the natural world,
right.
the things that we can demonstrate, the things that we can show. The nature of a thing is something that's imposed upon it, or something that describes what it's capable of. Okay, so I don't want to throw around terms like in a certain way. I mean, we're just looking at this. The way humans engage with the things that exist, and the way we determine things about them, we do that through empirical processes. We test them, we verify them, we repeat them, we make predictions with them. All of this is based on things that we have access to with reality itself. Anything outside of that, we can't just assume that it's there, and then just say like it's a category if you try to apply empiricism to the God. That fails on two fronts. One, it doesn't have to be that way, because if the God does not allow any way that it interacts with the world to be determined by any empirical degree, that's on the God. That's not on us. That's the God actively choosing to behave in a certain way, which makes it impossible for us to verify that it's actually there by the effects of whatever it's doing. It forces us to think irrationally.
Right.
Okay. Plus,
Right. You and I
it
agree
fails
about
because
that.
we have to beg the question of its existence. Why would we have to do that? It makes no sense.
So it doesn't. I don't think that we disagree all that much, but it's not begging the question. The reason it's not begging the question is because if I can't quite pinpoint something, I can't quite pinpoint where something is, but we can. I do think we can loosely use abduction or induction to talk about creation. Like,
Not anymore. In ancient times, yes, but not with what we know now.
no, but even a question like, well, we see what we observe a system that implies there was a system like like we observe gravitational waves. So there should have been in a version of cosmology, there should have been related to this a system that's like a gravitational wave at the beginning of the universe, right? And so, yeah, I think that's
we're begging
right.
we're begging the question again. You're now implying another beginning again. You keep trying to invent a beginning, and you're not showing me the happening. You see, you're coming up when you go to abduction. You're trying to come up with an explanation.
Yeah.
A better explanation for a thing. We haven't established there is a happening.
Okay, but can I try this? Can I try this real quick though?
Get
And
there.
so we're just on different sides of the fence, and the reason
No.
this is, we are, and the reason is because you want to. Everyone up here would want to use gravitational waves today to talk about the earlier conditions of
I'm
the
not.
universe.
I have not invoked it once. Now try addressing what I did say then.
And not to mention, gravitational waves are a result of like our effect of gravity being a thing. Gravity exists because objects with mass interact with space-time. So
Yeah.
before there was any matter that had mass, there were no gravitational waves. So
Yeah.
once objects were able to coalesce and have their that mass and that mass was there to interact with space-time, you can essentially say that's what. So gravitational waves are an effect that we could say that we measuring this back. Okay, we can go hardcore like Clive Wells. Gravitational waves are characterized by the non-vanishing of the Weyl tensor. So, but we understand that these are measurable things that are called. It's an effect of gravity. So, but gravity, in order for there to be gravitational effects, there has to be objects with mass. So,
But it's a gravitational wave, right? So it's a ripple. It's a ripple in what we would say is like the space-time manifold or something like this. That's at least observable in orthogonal space, right? You don't need some fancy form of existence. We don't need like an infinite, God diffracting universe to see a gravity wave. Do you?
energy can do it. Energy can do it. I was wrong on that. Energy can do it as well.
What? Why are we on this tangent?
Energy can cause changes in the curvature of space-time. Anything can carry momentum and energy. Massless photons, colliding light pulses, pure gravitational waves themselves, those will curve space-time and produce a sustain and or interact with the gravitational waves. Okay, cool, awesome. So even photons can do it. So it doesn't require objects with mass. So just to clarify on that one. But as long as they're energy, but energy can either be created or destroyed. So I want to get to kind of a logical terminus on this. Why bring up creationism? There's no validity to it whatsoever.
Yeah, I would say it's because there's lots of terms in philosophy that don't have a happy resolution in naturalism, but I don't think should be deleted from textbooks. And I think maybe those are great places to talk about theism or deism, any form of religion. And another example is mind. Mind is
Hold on. We can't take another topic shift on this one. I cannot. I will. One of us will not be walking away from that.
How's it going, Ugly German Shrews? Long time no see. Good to see you.
We're down to, was there a happening in need of an explanation? And you have not shown there was a happening. I don't need to explain a thing you have not established occurred.
Can I ask the question in a slightly different way, Andrew?
If it
What
gets
is your evidence? What is your evidence that a creation occurred?
That was.
I don't have a position that needs to answer that question.
Well,
I see. Why we need to?
Why not?
Why?
You were saying so. So you are asserting
You tell me when creation happened. You tell me when the
I-
first and the last.
I
creation
don't
event
argue.
on the universe.
I don't argue that there was a first event.
But what is it like? Okay, what is it like in the universe when a creation happens?
I
Who said
don't.
that?
I don't claim that a creation did happen.
That's what it's like for
Why
me.
is it on me to explain your position?
That's not my position.
You're
What
talking
is your
about creation
Not
or
my
not.
position.
You have been talking about creation this entire time. Did creation occur or did it not?
You would need to be able to, have a philosophy about creation or a way to distinguish creation in order for that to happen.
I'm pretty sure Tony just asked you.
That's actually not true.
Why? Because creation isn't fundamental. Creation isn't an object.
But as Andrew has been trying to explain, creation is an event, right? You're arguing that an
Event is
now either this event occurred or it didn't. Either we can tell whether or not this event occurred, or we can't, right? So, are you saying that it may have occurred? We just can't tell if it occurred?
No, I'm saying that because creation is itself ineffable, a philosophy is very useful to have.
What do you mean? What do you mean by ineffable? Andrew has already explained that, and I have already quoted a biblical verse that does put into words what happened. So when you use the word ineffable, what do you mean by it?
I mean ineffable as in it's difficult to convey in language, and it's difficult to convey. It's difficult to use language, which has a semantic meaning around, and it's difficult to describe.
Okay, so
Or impossible. Difficult or impossible.
I don't find that to be the case. See, there's two things. When I describe this thing poofing in a warpy field thing, the how is ineffable. The fact of not scissors is very effable. That's the happening. The happening was not scissors, then scissors. The how of that's ineffable. When you say creation, you're saying no, yes. The how may be ineffable.
I get it.
The fact of that is creation. Creation is saying that there was not and then is. What are you pointing at and saying?
Because that could be like a cause.
And then became.
That could I would challenge you, Andrew, and say that.
No, that's not challenging me. Put your stuff on the table. Stop bouncing this to us. You're saying there was a creation of what?
Yeah,
what
exactly.
Was not and then was.
Well, why does the initial why does a pre-happening thing? Why would a pre-happening thing need to just be empty or have a lack? Right. That's called a cause.
I didn't ask that. I asked you what was not and then was.
That's okay. That's a better way to say it. I think it's a more energetic, but I don't know how to.
What are you talking about? When I say scissors, not scissors, I'm talking about scissors. When you say creation, what's the thing that wasn't and was afterwards?
The thing that wasn't and was afterwards. I think creation generally implies something new.
What are you talking about? Coming into somehow gaining existence.
Well, it's got a
fucking thing.
You're still comparing me to like an Andrew Wilson. It's not about
No, I'm not. I'm asking you what you're saying is coming into existence. Creation.
He's not.
Yes.
This isn't a gotcha. This isn't a gotcha, Doc. We just want to understand what you're saying and what your claim is. Okay? Don't interpret this as an attack. We want to understand what it is you're claiming occurred. There's no personal attack on you. We're not trying to saddle you with somebody else's philosophical baggage. We just want to understand what this conversation is about, because when asked questions, you seem to be retreating, and it seems to be that the last half hour has been about nothing, because you're not prepared to substantiate what it is that you're talking about, what it is that you mean by the term creation. And creation was the first thing you came into the chat discussing.
You're acting like this is a wasted conversation, and this is what I told JL earlier. Is I grant you guys a little to a lot of the fact that I may be doing some dodging and stuff by using the term ineffable, but you guys are also trying to pin down creation as, and that goes against the very first premise of creation being ineffable to begin with. Right?
No.
I don't think it's
So
easy to work with, but I
Here's
don't
our-
think it's a wasted
Here's
conversation.
our new sample. I have lighter cap. I have lighter. It doesn't gain identity lighter until oh wait. Oh, it clicked. It now gains identity. So I've got creation of lighter highlighter because of piece A and piece B going together. So creation was with regards to this. When you're talking about creation,
What was it though? What was it though?
is the product?
How do you know? How do you know?
What
Van
is the
Gogh-
product? This is the product in my case. What are you
Okay.
talking about?
Yeah, but how do you know?
What's
how,
the product, Duck? Don't give me bullshit. What's the
But
thing
what does it
being
mean that-
created?
Saying Van Gogh painted Starry Night isn't the same thing as saying Van Gogh created Starry Night.
Yes,
Those are
but
two
Starry
different-
How
Night,
is it
Starry
not?
Night is the object. Starry
It's
Night
not
is the
brain
object.
states. It's not just brain
Object.
states.
Doesn't matter. What is the object that you're
There's
referring
no
to?
series of brain states that add up to a painting, right?
Yes, there is.
That's
Wait.
not that's
No,
not
there's
that's
There's
not at all.
absolute-
That's
that's
not a-
impossible.
No,
There's-
that's-
Duck.
just have
You're
Duck,
just
adding up,
veering
adding
off
and
into
adding and
utter
adding and
irrelevancies,
adding.
Duck. You need to be
Unity
quiet
in the
now.
air.
Be
Duck,
quiet
Unity
now.
in the air. No, it's creation.
You need to be
Duck.
quiet now.
Guys, Duck.
It's nighttime.
I can tell you as an artist myself, not a very good one. I'm certainly not Van Gogh. When I create something, when I draw something, I am conceptualizing it in my head, and I have a conceptualization of what it's going to look like. And then I match what I put on the paper as best I can to what I am conceptualizing. When Van Gogh was painting Starry Night, he had an idea of what he wanted to represent. He had an idea of the landscape, and that was how he put it forward in his unique style. So, or in his particular style. So, no, there are brain states. How he's conceptualizing the night sky, how he's conceptualizing the village at the base, how he's conceptualizing what the sky is going to look like, how he's going to, like, as far as like the motion and the brush strokes he's going to do. All of these are mental states. They're conceptualizations that he then puts onto the painting it onto the canvas with oil. So no, there is a process there. And there is no distinction without a difference in saying that he painted Starry Night and he created Starry Night. Starry Night is the name of the painting. Okay. He's the one who took the paint, conceptualized the image, and then put it onto the canvas in that pattern. He created that
but now-
pattern out of pre-existing
JL?
things.
I'm gonna take
JL,
off.
JL, there's
I
a
don't
more
need to be
there's a
rude.
more immediate problem. There's a more immediate problem. If you're saying that that Van Gogh didn't create Starry Night, then a watchmaker doesn't create a watch. So you're arguing that the existence of something doesn't mean that somebody created it.
Just
So
start
we
more
can
fundamental.
we can take that argument and apply it to the universe. The existence of the universe doesn't mean that anyone created it, because according to you, the existence of any object doesn't mean that anybody created it. You have rendered the term creation, creative, creator. You have rendered these words meaningless in your attempt to dodge the central question.
There's a huge difference. Here's how I'd answer that. So say you hire let's say you hire a mute cartographer, and you send this mute cartographer to go survey these, and this is a really great analogy too. You send the mute cartographer to go survey a mountain range, and while they're on the mountain range, they see on just off to the side of a thin angle view is like some plains with a little bluff or a plateau. So the mute cartographer takes the commission that they earned to go survey the mountains, and they draw the mountains, they put the coordinates, and then they take it back. That doesn't mean that because this cartographer, the mute cartographer, saw this bluff, or silent cartographer, if you will, saw the little bluffs and plains, that they don't exist. It doesn't mean that there's not even whether it's empirical or some other notion of what these planes are. But if you didn't draw them and you can't talk about them, that doesn't mean that there's it's suddenly null and void.
This analogy is utterly ridiculous and completely unrelated to what we're discussing. For starters, he would have to be illiterate as well, and he would have to be incapable of non-verbal communication in order to fit your and why I would hire a cartographer with these properties is beyond me. But it's not relevant. All we're asking for it, and if Andrew were asking me, if I were up here and I were talking about creation in a biblical sense, your claim was that you could give atheists some reason to go down a theist route. And the first thing you brought up was creation, the act of creation being ineffable. Andrew's only question was what was being created. What you are clearly saying is that the universe was being created, that the universe came from some sort of prior state, which is in and of itself meaningless, right? It is meaningless to talk about prior time states if time doesn't exist in the form that we understand. So you seem to be arguing that there must have been a creation. There must have been a point where there was a point in time where there was no universe, and then a point in time where there was a universe. And that simply isn't logical, because if time exists, the universe exists.
Yeah, I don't have an answer. My brain's fried out. I think I'm going to drop. Yeah.
Okay. Please don't think of any of this as personal attacks.
No, I don't. I'm just crashing out. Actually.
Okay. All right. Well, you should go look after yourself. Make sure that your blood sugar is fine and everything.
Yeah.
But
I'll see you guys. Bye.
Talk to you later.
Yep. See ya.
But that was. I'm sorry. It seems harsh, and especially given that he just left because he wasn't feeling well. But that was a complete waste of everyone's time, and he was and he was there saying that it wasn't, but it was. It was just absolutely pointless. We are now older, and nothing has been accomplished except that we now all know the connection between gravitational waves and the whale tensor. So I feel enriched as a result of that. But aside from that, and watching his beard and JL's beard on the same screen as Andrew's brain, everybody's just no richer.
So apparently, according to Kelagonchik, says, I don't know why Duck is still trying to troll people. After his crash out on Myth Vision, he should not be taken seriously by anyone. I'm kind of curious, and good to see you, 100th Monkey. Thanks so much for being here. I'm kind of curious about this. Like, when did he crash? Was it a live stream? Let me check these live streams. No, it was like a month ago. Was it on his podcast?
On Myth Vision? One of Derek's? What kind of live stream was that?
Yeah, I'm kind of curious as to where he crashed out on Myth Vision. Unless, of course, like Myth Vision and Duck found themselves in the same chat.
But we've seen similar interactions, though, especially when he starts using more terms that has no capacity for. It just becomes incoherent. A moment.
Clive Wells says the universe is very effable. So, I'm going to take that as, yeah.
Yeah, Andrew, when you asked why we were off on that tangent, I wanted to say the reason why is because Duck immediately admitted that his whole argument is, I can't even explain my argument. So this is a classic example of where we're just going to get stuck endlessly defending and explaining and never questioning his version. We end up just defending our version endlessly, and it just doesn't work that way.
I'm wondering about a series of different motivations on his part, several of which are, well, psychological in order. There seems to be just a need for attention from what I'm gathering right now.
It might be.
It's down to whatever can maintain an interaction. It's sort of like there's no such thing as bad press.
It could be, but I mean, like he took up a lot of. He was saying that he could kind of make some point towards theism, get some movement towards theism, through a discussion of creation, and just say, look, creation is ineffable, so I'm not going to answer any questions about it. So we can't have a discussion about it. But you should believe that because creation is inevitable, therefore God. That doesn't make any sense. It's sort of blurring over any logical relationship that might cause us to believe something.
Yeah, well, that's why I called it out. Like I was describing with the scissors, describing that it warped into view in a weird way, and light did some weird, funny stuff, and I felt some air pressure. I had some electric vibes and stuff. I can still say there's a happening. There's a no scissor, yes scissor. See, the how is ineffable. The fact, the thing that we call creation, implies a no to a yes. So the how is unimportant when we're trying to establish if there was a happening, and he was never getting there. So that's the key of what I was separating there. The how is actually thoroughly unimportant, because when he mentions abduction is an explanation for a thing, but we haven't established a thing having happened. That's the happening. So
Also, I like the adjective that he used with that, loose abduction and induction. That stuck out to me. So you're trying to apply logical processes, but loosely. So you don't have to be too bound by the formalism. You don't have to be too rigorous in any of the steps that you make. You can leap over them. It's precisely that sort of formulation that allows you to come to unphysical and illogical positions.
Let's see. I'm going to pop back over to the Discord and make sure to see if we got anybody, see if we have any believers that are in the Discord that want to come up on stage and talk. And I put some more
yes, there's a quote that comes to mind, which I don't know if it originates with Aaron Ra, but he certainly is the person who's reinforced it with me. If you can't dazzle them with brilliance, baffle them with bullshit.
Yes.
That's my assessment for the runtime experience we have just gone through.
Here. I'm going to do this. I'll paste this apparently, and the timestamp is 8 minutes 40 seconds. So, he's already got it queued for me. Awesome. Actually, let me back this up a little bit. 1 second.
Did you find a little jewel?
I'm going to drop out now. I just wanted to ask that guy some questions.
All good.
No good deed goes unpunished, Tony.
Andrew, as I was telling Ike Earl in the chat, your ability to focus on and not be shifted is something I feel like I can learn from. So please continue setting the standard. JL is just JL is more than happy to shift. JL and I think, are more than happy to shift to new topics, because we go, we can beat you over there as well. It's no problem. And but you refuse to be sort of you have a question, you want that question answered. I think that's really good. Anyway, I'll talk to you all later.
All right, Tony, take it easy.
All right.
Have a good one.
And Tony Lambrex, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Appreciate you hanging out.
And if you can give a moment's attention to the crowd here along the way, I'm going to rearm myself with some caffeine so that we can enjoy our next phase.
So before we take a look at this, thank you so much to Kalagonchik for sharing this over. As you can see, Duck has jumped on with the Myth Vision podcast. Kind of curious about this one. 100th Monkey says, how do you titillate an ocelot? You oscillate its titillot. Nice. I like it. Wordplay. Fun. Thank you for that. So we're going to take a look at this. But before we do, if we do happen to have any believers, any theists in the chat, then we'd love to have a conversation with you, talk to you about what you believe and why. If you have an argument for a God, if you believe that we should believe in these things, those are the conversations we're looking to have. So use the link, use the StreamYard link that's pinned in the side chat. You can come up on stage and, present your argument, present your evidence. We'd love to hear it. So feel free, come on up. Ooh, I got to make sure that oh, damn it. Let me do this. I got to make sure that the audio is turned on so we can hear that. There we go. I don't think I had the audio on. Let's double check that before while he's getting his coffee.
Christian Duck, what's up? Welcome.
Was everybody able to hear that? Everybody able to? Did that audio come through? Put a 1 in the chat if that audio came through. Just want to make sure that everybody could hear what I heard. Yes, awesome, good. What does God need with the starship? Excuse me. I've used that in my content. Speaking of content, part 3 of the excellent. Speaking of content, part 3 of the look at Lionel Luckhoo will be dropping on Tuesday. So I hope you all enjoy that. You've gone through the first 2. Part 1 and part 2, we're going to get deeper into it with part 3. So I hope you guys enjoy it. It's going to be fun. And then, of course, the finale with part 4. Then we got new content coming up. This just happened to be a long one. So, what does God need with a starship? Aren't you God? I fucking love Kirk. Kirk, the one guy who's up, is like, even McCoy and Spock are like, Oh, they're like totally in awe. Kirk's like, excuse me. Are you back, Andrew?
Yep. Just a second.
Yep.
Grabbing. There we are. Yeah. Caffeine.
All right. I'm curious about this. I want to know. I want to know. Let's check this out.
Hold on.
Hey, how are you guys?
I may have seen this. I know the fellow on the right.
I've never seen a Christian Duck.
Okay, cool. All right, Christian Duck, what's up? Welcome.
So Duck is identifying as a Christian here. Interesting.
Hey, how are you guys? Yeah, welcome. Thank you. How are you guys doing today?
What's up? We're doing good. We're looking for someone who's a Christian.
Sure.
Who can prove the resurrection or Jesus rose from the dead. And I don't mean it in a metaphor. I think if you're the same guy who's come in the past.
You're presupposing naturalism already in the sort of panel.
I'm saying when you look at when you're looking at the New Testament, there are some things that it says, and the body is missing from the tomb. If we grant pretty much the Christian premise that the idea that the Christian doctrine is that Jesus rose physically from the grave, that's what I'm looking for from Christians to try and make that case.
Yeah, really quick, and I didn't mean to cut you off there, buddy.
Buddy,
what is the I mean, maybe it's just intellectual dishonesty. Why is it that concluding that the probability of a particular event based upon what we have access to is automatically, they jump in there with like, you're presupposing naturalism? No, we are working with what we have access to. And we're not making an assumption about the existence of anything that we can't confirm. So we're working within a particular paradigm. It's not an assumption it's the only paradigm to exist, but we're not going to assume that other paradigms exist, like supernaturalism or beyond nature, when we don't have access to them to confirm them. We can only work with what we have. It's not an assumption of naturalism. It's working with what we can confirm, which we would call naturalistic explanations, which would provide justification for accepting a proposition to be true, not on something that we have to assume its existence to even talk about it, which is just silly.
Hold on. We've just done the exact... Okay. We just had this exact problem in the conversation right now with Duck.
Right.
They asked him, how do we know the happening? Not the explanation for. See, naturalism
that the phenomenon occurred.
Explanation.
Yeah.
How can explanation?
Right. How can
we don't have the
that
happening in need of an explanation?
How can we confirm that this event, that this empirical event, a human being died, was biologically dead, and then 3 days later resurrected from biological death? Okay.
Yeah,
How do we know that this event that occurred, that is being asserted, is occurring within nature? Okay, that the body went from an empirically verifiable state, alive, to an empirically verifiable state of biological death, brain dead, to an empirically verifiable state of alive again 3 days later. How can we know that? Epistemically speaking, how can we confirm that? That's working. So, and then you're just assuming naturally. It's like, no.
No, because see, that's about how a thing may have happened, not did a thing happen.
Right.
It's exactly what we just went through.
I'm your buddy, dude. That's awesome, man. I'm your friend too.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, I want
to
clear up some confusion here, and
please do.
Okay, I'm not a naturalist, so just despite the fact that I think a naturalist account.
Wait, real quick. I don't mean to interrupt you, buddy, but why did you say it with so much aggression? Like I wouldn't believe you if you tell me I'm not a naturalist. Like, I wouldn't have skepticism about that, buddy guy.
I was actually.
What the fuck is he doing? Is he just trolling? Is that the whole point? Is this? I mean, is this little? I mean, I've never seen. I haven't seen this behavior out of him before.
We've seen different ranges of rambling nonsense.
But why is he attacking like this?
It distracts where he doesn't have to defend his point. At the same time, it's an attack strategy. You know, the same way as in a lot of debates, you'll see somebody go like, and they'll just put out noises just to throw the other person off track. There is a complete dishonest strategy book for that.
Right.
Where you're talking to someone, all of a sudden and it sounds like they're getting impatient, and it's getting on your nerves in the back of your mind. There's a very real strategy for this, and I've known people who've employed it.
Huh.
So being in good faith, man. I'm not an asshole.
No, but that's for Derek, right? That's not for me, right? If Derek presupposed historical mythicism, naturalism, you don't need to abuse me physically and mentally in order to convince me you're a naturalist. Isn't that's smile more. That's logical, right?
All right, dude. Are you going to be able to discuss this amicably, or are you just going to be an asshole?
So why don't you tell me what else you're going to talk about?
Okay. Maybe next time, man.
Wow.
That's right, Derek. Show JL how to kick him faster.
Yeah, apparently I need to take a lesson from Derek. Shit. What a douchebag.
That's right, Duck. You're bad, and you should feel bad.
All right. Well, we do have someone in the back.
If I'm not mistaken. That was Zoidberg.
We do have someone in the back. Let me make sure that that's the correct one. Nope, that's the wrong one. Mobius, I do see. Oh, wait. Mobius left.
Yep.
Okay. Maybe Mobius will return because Mobius was in the back. Oh, Mobius is connecting as we speak. Let me get the live stream link again, and I'll place this one. And boom. All right. Mobius, let me know in the private chat. Mobius, can you hear me? Are you able to hear me in the private chat there? Just to make sure that my audio is coming through, that the StreamYard is not bugged or anything. I want to make sure that you can hear me all right. I'll even type there myself. Let me know you can hear me.
Nope.
It's Mobin time.
We like to mob it.
I like to mob it. He like to mob it. You like to mob it. Now open your second mouth and say, "Blah." Oh, my mother was a saint. Get out. Let me see if this. Okay, there we go. Yes, Mobius can hear us. Fantastic. Mobius.
Yo, what's up? Oh yeah, okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, your audio's coming through good.
Am I getting feedback?
Nope, you sound great.
You can't hear your voice?
Give me a minute. You'll get some.
So,
Okay.
what brings you on stage today?
Okay, I have to mute some. I'm getting this feedback, but it's
Well, we're not
Wait a
hearing any
second.
feedback from you. Like, you're coming in nice and clear.
Yeah, okay. Just that, like I'm hearing your, but it's fine. It's fine. I've never been on StreamYard. I've never heard of StreamYard, but I'm hearing that.
It's just a back end tool to make this possible. It
Yeah,
gets
I don't know why I'm hearing your double, even when I was watching the stream like regularly.
Oh, hold on. Do you still have the YouTube open? You may have to
No,
mute.
the YouTube is muted, and I'm still hearing a double, like Jail's voice, and then a double.
Do you have a double of mine?
Well, I'm completely
Yeah.
muted on Discord. And
Yeah.
Yeah, Discord. I'm on Discord in the
Yeah.
politics
Yeah.
channel, but it's deafened.
Okay.
How about now?
Yeah. Okay. Now I'm not getting a double of your voice.
Okay, it was Discord is what it was.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, you're good to go. So, what brings you up today?
So as you remember me, of course, I'm assuming JL Warren.
I may have a vague recollection, but I talked to a lot of people. So if it's been a while, you may have
Yeah.
to remind me.
Yeah, it's the days when you're in Agnostic One's channel.
Oh, that was a long time ago.
Yeah.
It's been quite a while.
Until there was maybe you had a falling out with him or something, and then he didn't let you in or something. I'm not
No,
sure.
I got busy on my channel, so I didn't really have the time to spend on Discord like I used to, and
Yeah.
so because I just my channel is around 15,000 subscribers now, and I put out content daily, and plus I have work that I do outside of this, and so I'm just like really busy, and so. Oh, Agnostic One said that I banned Jail for being too nice.
Yeah. Well, he banned a lot of people that were like who he got along with, because you and him got along for a long time. You were there every day. That's how I knew, because I was there every day. It was maybe 2 years ago.
Oh yes, okay. Now I remember you. Yeah, it's just been a while. I just got super busy outside. I didn't have the time to spend on Discord like I used to. My schedule shifted, and my wife's schedule shifted, and so to accommodate her, to make sure I wasn't sitting on Discord being loud and I was getting work done, I had the podcast going at the time, and I was just I was crazy busy, so I just didn't have time to spend on Discord like I used to.
Yeah. Yeah, my profile pic was Stewie Griffin. You know
That's
what I mean?
right. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
So, so what brings you up?
Oh, I thought he would remember, but I'm like a staunch atheist, right? But I thought the thing is, like, on these panels, it's hard to get atheists up here. Theists up here, and especially somebody who's really has a lot of conviction towards their beliefs, blah blah blah. So it's. Did you have one recently, or was there one before?
We haven't had one yet today. We've had several keyboard warriors come through.
Keyboard?
Yeah, just
warriors?
people who want to sit in the live chat and just spam nonsense.
Oh, okay,
and
yeah.
a lot of people coming through the Discord chat, but nobody who's come over just yet. Eventually,
Okay.
the goal here is I'm going to open the door over to TikTok, and so hopefully that will give me access to more people I can have conversations with, that we can have conversations with here on the stream. But I need to get things set up on the back ends, system wise, before I do that. So that's coming. But until then, we kind of hope that we've got good audience retention right here, and so I'm hoping that we'll get some. Occasionally, we've had a few streams where we've had back-to-back callers, that back-to-back people have come on stage. Sometimes it's slow, sometimes it pops. It's kind of hit or miss. So hopefully, we can have somebody up.
Yeah, I'll give a secondary answer for that one, because I can't speak to the veracity of Duck's belief. See, one's inability to form coherent sentences or argue in good faith does not mean that you are actually a true believer. All it means is that we have to pay the price for their presence. Okay? See, this is our stone as Sisyphus. So I can't say that they're not true believers. Yeah. The question is are they able to articulate it in a way that shows that they put any serious thought to it at all? Now, that is a lot harder to determine, and I'd say it was very, it's very rare. If I had to put anything down to it, I'd put the Thorpes probably higher on that list than many of the people we've interacted with here before.
Thorpes? Oh, the father and daughter? Thorpes?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, one of them, of course, is a whole lot harder to talk to, but I don't doubt the belief.
The father?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
I've never talked to him.
definitely.
I talked to the daughter, but not the father.
Definitely Ben. Ben is a challenge. Ben is a challenge to talk to. Grace, not so much. That's why I prefer talking to her. And I definitely don't like to. I definitely try to avoid hosting them at the same time because then it just becomes a negative feedback loop. I'll talk to Grace any day. I'll talk to Ben out of desperation just so we can have some content.
No such thing as bad press.
Yeah, exactly.
When the well runs dry. Yeah.
Go ahead, Mobius.
No, who has more subs, you or Thorpe? Because you have 15K, which is impressive. Because I remember before it was not like before you started doing your show or whatever. It was, I think it was at 9 or something. Like when
slowly but surely. I actually don't even know if do they have a dedicated channel?
They do. I think it's. No, well, I'm not going to plug their channel.
Well, you can say their name. What's the name of it?
Well, just Thorpe something. But they don't have a show. They don't do a regular show, I'm assuming.
Oh, it's Thorpe Tube.
Yeah, Thorpe Tube. That's what it is.
Let me see.
10K.
They're sitting at 10K.
Yeah.
Unhinged RV dancing hours. When the what is this? It's like confronting Andrew Wilson on his most hypocritical take yet. So they're going after Andrew Wilson. I can get behind that. Debating boundaries. Live. I don't know. Okay, so I can see. I don't know what the heck is going on there. That's weird. Ben is so weird. He's such a weird guy.
Let me see the most popular video. It's 21K of when the club fees. No, that's nothing.
So apparently, Grace is still
don't really do content.
Yeah, Grace is still appearing on stuff. I guess they're primarily on X. Well, she is on Discord.
Yeah,
I'd like to get her up on stage again. Oh, really quick. Thank you so much, Best in Show. Best in Show for $20 super chat says, atheist argument against God is outside time. And so God possesses no causal properties and can't create universe. But if Big Bang is emergence of time, how can Big Bang occur if also possesses no causal time? Thanks. But if Big Bang is emergence of time, how can Big Bang occur if also possesses no causal time?
That's a complicated one.
It is. I think Clive Wells would best be able to explain that better than me. Hose of the Demon says, JL, no, you fool. Don't open the door to TikTok. That's how you get intellectual vampires. Well, I'd like to be able to have conversations, here on the stage. That's the whole point of it, whether they're vampires or not. Vampires are better than nothing, And thank you so much again, Best in Show, for that super chat.
Can I break down the super chat, the $20 one, the one that just happened?
This one?
Yeah. Okay. So, I mean, some people say God is outside of time, so God possesses no causal properties and can't create the universe. Because people think create means that you have to have some causal effect. You have to be there, then create. So if he's outside of time, then he has no causal efficacy.
Right. It invokes a temporal state of before, which if God is outside of time, it can't occupy. So Therefore,
Right.
it's contradictory. So that's the simple part that I agree with. But now he's talking about if the Big Bang is described as being the emergence of space-time,
Mhm.
as we understand it, then the space-time didn't exist prior to that. So how do we like measure that time prior to the emergence of space-time, prior to the Big Bang? Which Big Bang cosmology doesn't make statements about itself, but I assume that would be handled by like quantum mechanics.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. Space-time itself is implicitly relational between those two dimensionalities, right? So the mere fact of one contrasting as a measurement of contrast to the other doesn't imply that change itself is not occurring. The question is how is it represented? How is it encapsulated? What does it mean? We don't have those things, so we don't know what that would mean. But that's only if one were to take a model that even tries to explain anything before that. And a lack of answer is not a grounding to start coming up with stuff out of nothing.
Uh-oh, we've invoked it, so here he comes.
Oh.
So to answer this question is quite complicated. There are multiple hypotheses. The claim that the Big Bang is when time started is not by any means certain. There are cosmological models in which time precedes the Big Bang, and the Big Bang represents a change from one physical state. It's simply a threshold. So the universe.
Tony, for clarification, would that be time devoid of its entwinement with space?
No, it's.
I don't
it's the opposite.
think so, but it would be I don't feel qualified to answer that question.
Right, because
because it would be in a singularity, you wouldn't have the space aspect. You'd only have the time aspect.
Right.
So you'd be existing in that point for forever or for some period of time before transitioning. But the other another possible cosmological model is that one spatial dimension rotated through 90 degrees to become a time-like or that there was a complex value of time, and so you were following a path through the complex plane, and so you could measure time as progress along the complex path, but
it's called imaginary time.
Hawking
talked about.
So yeah, it's the Hawking-Hartle hypothesis, right? The boundaryless time, in which the boundaryless universe hypothesis, where sort of you get a rotation into the time, into time as we understand it as a purely real concept, but you come via a path through the complex plane. So it's and there are other hypotheses. There's the Big Bang Big Crunch hypotheses, where you're in an infinite sequence of expansions and contractions. These are not in favor at the moment, but given sort of the changes in the way cosmology changes as we get more information, I'm hesitant to rule it out as impossible. It's just not currently in favor with our understanding of how cosmology works. It's a complex question, but the argument becomes, if God is outside time, he can't do anything, right?
Right.
He can't progress from not having decided to create the universe to having decided to create the universe until there's time. Now, what the cosmological models say is that there is either time extends back infinitely, or there is some other version of time that progresses into the way that we understand time now. And you can define time differently by parameterizing your path through the complex plane and saying that's our time coordinate. So you can progress along that path, but that's very different from time as we understand it now.
The argument that I've heard in terms of that is premise one: a timeless state does not change. premise 2, if God created time, then a timeless state would change into a time, then a timeless state would change into a time state. Conclusion, therefore, God did not create time, per modus tollens. And so it's a timeless state does not change. A timeless state lacks a before and after because it's timeless. If God created time, then a timeless state would change into a time state. Change requires a before and after. Therefore, God did not create time per modus tollens would be the way for that. Yeah. So just throwing it out there. So that's how I understand that, like straight off the bat. Is pretty simple. Do you okay, let me ask you this. I'm kind of curious, Tony. Do you hold to the emergent to the idea of emergentism, that space-time is an emergent property, or do you hold that it's quantized? Or do you have are you just agnostic to either one?
I'm agnostic to either one.
Okay.
There are arguments both ways. I don't consider myself well enough informed to have a meaningful position on this, so I'm going to let the experts sort it out.
From my lay understanding, my lay understanding, my intuition, which is totally unreliable, which is to say that, but like from my lay understanding, emergentism seems to be more likely. And it doesn't get into thing of like spacions and chronons and like stuff like that. It would be like it seems more intuitive, like it as an emergent feature instead of. But that's just me.
Saying that something that is more intuitive is more likely.
Right? Yeah. It's just there's no way to calculate the probability. I'm just saying it's just it seems to jive better, but that's just
better. I mean, but the sort of the. A large part of the scientific advancement of the 20th century was that Einstein stuff vibed better, but the quantum scientists turned out to be right.
Right.
So there's a lot about the quantization that doesn't make sense. That is very difficult for us to understand from our macroscopic perspective and our real world experience. So the fact that something is not intuitive or doesn't really vibe well with us, I don't regard that as any criteria at all. Reality is under no obligation to be simple or to accord with our vibes. So and if I would have a guess, actually, given that energy seems to be quantized, I see no reason why space and time can't be quantized, and that may help explain. I mean, to some extent. You can, because Heisenberg's uncertainty principle applies to mass and to velocity and position, but it also applies to time and energy.
Right.
The product of the uncertainty in time and the uncertainty of energy also has to be above a certain threshold.
So here we are, lost in your quantum world of probabilities and needing certainty. I know you saw it. Yeah, I know you watched Oppenheimer. Hopefully we didn't just lose Tony, did we? His robot.
No, whose audio was that?
No, we lost Tony. He DC'd. I brought up Oppenheimer. He immediately just crashed.
Hold on. Did we just Schrodinger?
I think we did. I think Tony would Schroeder.
Tony is both here and not here.
Tony just got 100 Monkey says Tony just got raptured.
You got Schrodingerlinged.
Tony got too close to the truth. Tony got too close to the truth.
They got him.
And they got him. Nope. It's like that Julianne Moore movie where people just vanish into the sky. But here we are, lost in your world of quantum probability, needing certainty.
Yeah, I find that part of the vibe that you're describing is kind of an instinctual drive towards parsimony at the very least.
Yeah.
And I find that's usually a good methodology to not find yourself locked into other people's false dichotomies. That's the most valuable thing for me is that it has to be this or this. It's like, does it? How many other possibilities are there? I don't know what's what. Why are you telling me there's only two, for instance? So the idea of keeping those doors open for parsimony, It's the same thing of like, is there a beginning? So why do I even have to justify a thing? Why do I have to justify a conversation to that next step when we don't have an established basis or a reason for all of the work you're about to try to do for something?
One thing I wanted to point out, going back to what Best in Show said, because I think this is important. Let me go back to that. So, if Big Bang is effectively, if it's interpreted as the emergence of space time, how can the Big Bang occur if it also possesses no causal time? So, one way to describe this that I've heard is that, and I know that Planet Peterson likes to sit on this, is likes to express it like this: is that asking what happened before the Big Bang is widely considered a category error, comparable to asking what lies further north than the North Pole. So it may even be the case that the question itself is just meaningless in that respect by the way we understand these things and the way that Tony was trying to describe it. Like, it's basically saying, like, can we ask questions about states prior to the Big Bang based upon our understanding of post-Big Bang and how things operate, which are which by our understanding are two fundamentally different states, in which what applies on this side doesn't necessarily apply equivalently on the other side of the wall. Like, if you want to say, like, the line demarcating post Big Bang and pre Big Bang, the statements don't track across that. So it may be the case. It's not necessarily saying this is the case, but it may be the case that such questions are fundamentally meaningless when we're talking about those prior states. That they don't apply in the same way. It'd be equivalent to asking those kinds of questions, is how I've heard it put sometimes.
Yeah, when it comes to like that time, 13 billion years ago, where let's say time t, which is like the existence, whatever, plus like a trillionth of a second, that area is when things go awry. I mean, like the Hartle-Hawking thing, I don't know too much about it, but I'm pretty sure it's like space-time ceases to be three space dimensions in one time. It's like becomes four spatial dimensions. Or it has the thing that the other guy was talking about, where time rotates 90 degrees, or even all dimensions rotate, and it's just like it's a whole different. It's a whole mess once you get closer to that like high energy state.
Yeah, it's kind of like the way I've heard it described is that in the Hartle-Hawking state, the closer you get to the initial singularity, time behaves like a spatial dimension. And if you travel backward towards the absolute beginning, time smoothly merges into space.
Yes, exactly. It's like a black hole.
Right. Meaning the universe is finite, but has no distinct starting point or time before it.
Yes, time. Well, I mean, when you talk about time, it's a linear thing on the line of time where you go backwards and forwards in that line. But that line kind of disappears. So there is no before. You just have four spatial dimensions. And at that point, where is the before? It's just like you're in this state of four spatial dimensions.
Where's the beginning of a sphere? It's kind of like, where's the beginning of a sphere?
Yeah, exactly. Where's the beginning of a sphere? And it's like saying, where's the beginning of a four-dimensional object, and a three-dimensional object in some sense. So, or even in this case, a four-dimensional object. So when you talk about beginning, it just doesn't make sense, right? To even talk about beginnings. And another thing about the Big Bang is that there's no evidence that there is a beginning, especially when you talk about eternal inflation, where Big Bang is just one of many infinite, probably Big Bangs in this kind of inflaton field. So in that sense, time is pushed back to like, maybe infinitely or maybe a finite point or whatever. So there's no like a moment there where Big Bang is the time or the point where time exists. People have this notion that Big Bang equals time starts there. There's no evidence. The only evidence that we have what the Big Bang really is just a really hot, dense state, really dense and really hot. But that's it.
I like Planet Peterson often describes it, I think, in very, very lay terms, to try and get it across people that Big Bangs, like a Big Bang is something that a universe does. And so in order to convey that the Big Bang is not the beginning of the universe, but the beginning of a feature of the universe. And saying these aspects that we refer to now post or like as the inflation is occurring, we're referring to these features here, but these features don't necessarily exist then, but it doesn't mean that the universe itself doesn't exist by how we define what the universe is. So
well, and also you have to be careful where you demarcate universe and outside the universe. Because
Well, I
when
don't
we
say
talk about
outside the universe. I say the universe is the sum total of everything that exists. So if it happens to be that the only thing that exists is whatever is there prior to the Big Bang, that is what the universe is.
Okay, so in the theory of the inflaton field, of inflation with Alan Guth and his theory of that, eternal inflation, then the whole universe would be this bulk inflaton field. They call it the bulk, which could be many dimensions, whatever, in this inflaton field. And then from that emerges little Big Bangs, which would be like kind of like a part verse. I like the word part verse because then you have the whole and then we're just parts. And, people should kind of think universe, this three-dimensional space here that 13.8 billion years time, that this thing, this is not necessarily everything. People think it's everything, but there's no evidence whatsoever. All evidence is leading to this is just a part of a bigger whole in many different, whether you talk about eternal inflation or you talk about the cyclical universe, which is like Big Bang, Big Crunch, Big Bang, Big Crunch, or whatever.
The cyclical models.
Yeah. And also the Manuel's interpretation of quantum mechanics, that's actually the second most multiverse, like a popular theory in terms of the multiverse, other than the eternal inflation, which is the number one.
And apparently, according to Tony, who is returned to the live chat, the rapture seems disappointingly mundane. Apparently, when you get raptured, it looks just like Australia. So that's a shame. We'd hope you'd be able to escape that hellhole. Where survival is a near minute by minute struggle against an entire environment that wants to kill you. Buzzcut, good to see you. See, if space-time is fundamental, why do quantum particles exhibit seemingly impossible behavior such as superposition and/or quantum tunneling? That's a question for somebody better than me.
I can understand. Okay, so could you bring it up again? Okay, fundamental. Why do quantum exhibit seemingly impossible behavior such as super? But the thing is, nobody really said space-time is fundamental. It's a feature of the universe, or our part-verse, in this area, this local area of the universe. But when it comes to quantum particles, first you have to kind of see if space-time is quantized, right? If space-time is quantized, the same thing as gravity is quantized, because space-time is the field of gravity, right? So if you have gravitons, then you could just say that, okay, it's just part of the whole quantum particles thing, and it's not like one is not lying on top of each other. They're just kind of coexisting. But when it comes to superposition, you could still have space-time particles in a superposition. So, just the question seems a bit, it doesn't really align with how physics works. Why would you say, why do quantum particles exhibit this in light of space-time? They're just too, you can't, define these things in terms of space-time or something, right? Space-time could still be, have a feature, and still have these things as superposition, right? Yeah, like think about it. Space-time could be in a superposition if gravitons exist. So, and quantum tunneling through, you could have quantum tunneling within space, like space-time. What is tunneling in space-time? That's like a wormhole, right? Is it not? If it is quantized, actually, I'm not sure if the wormhole needs space-time to be quantized, but just like, to me, the question is not exact.
There's an idea that's always, as far as like what's like space-time has always. There was one thing I heard posited that my mind is always kind of latched onto because I find it really, really, I just find it interesting. Is the idea that space-time is emergent from the effect of quantum particles entangled with themselves. And that from that lattice work of quantum particles is what emerges space-time. That space-time is not quantized, but is simply emergent from quantum particles entangled with themselves.
But when you say entangled with themselves, that's what... you can't really, if you're entangled with yourself, that's a superposition. So like, I don't think there's such a notion as entangled with yourself, because you're entangled with other particles, and that's what breaks a superposition. Like, for example, if you have a superposition of two electrons, right? What breaks that superposition, or let's just say hydrogen atom or something.
I think agnostic one brings up loop quantum gravity.
Yeah. Loop quantum gravity, I think, is where the emergent property comes out of. Space-time could be considered emergent if looked at in terms of quantum gravity as being loops, as opposed to string theory. Because there's string theory gravitons, and then there's other ones, I think. But the two most popular ones are string theory gravitons and loop quantum gravity gravitons. And I think that's where you get the emergent part when you with loop quantum gravity. But it's very similar to the gravitons in string theory. But still, I was going to ask you before, what does emergent mean in your view? You know, when you say emergent, space-time is emergent, right?
That it's an effect. It's an effect of the current state of affairs. So, like, this is what is happening. This is the state of affairs, and then the effect of that coming into, I would say, like, I hate to use the term coming into being, but if we say like that, these things are like the effects of prior causes. And so, whatever the fundamental cause may be, just fluctuations in the quantum field is a possibility. But the result of that is a state of affairs that allows for the emergence of space-time from those interacting particles. Is what I could just say. Like I said, I'm not a physicist nor a cosmologist. I'm extremely lay when it comes to this field. That's why I try to surround myself with people who know it better than I do. But I'm fascinated. I'm hoping that one day we can overcome the technological hurdles that we need to try and establish what is establish the theories that we need in these to push them forward. Like a unified, I guess you say a unified field theory, or to combine these things. I hope that we can get there in my lifetime. That's kind of what I'm hoping for.
That's what Einstein worked on, is a unified field theory. He wanted to combine the fields of the quantum fields, right? Of which there's like 17. And I'm not sure if there was that many at his time, but in the 1950s. But he wanted to just merge those fields with the space-time field, right? The gravitational field, otherwise known as the gravitational field. That together in a unified field. But he never succeeded, obviously. This is like real physics. But he worked on it. And a unified field is what they want to do with string theory. String theory is a quantum field theory. And what they want to do is bring in gravity as graviton, which would just be like a quanta of space-time. So it's a holy grail. Anybody who makes the unified field or quantum gravity, anybody who makes such a theory and it's proven to be true in like the LHC collider or wherever, they won the Nobel Prize in like 3 seconds. Probably have several Nobel Prize. I don't know.
Agnostic one says, in that model, it's basically virtual particles get stuck by being entangled with themselves via a wormhole, and it stabilizes as a bit or maybe a quanta or a glob of space-time. So, and then it's that lattice work of the way they spread out. Is that lattice work that is what we identify as being space-time that objects with mass interact with, and is as far as my understanding. I'm like I said, I'm limited on my understanding of this. I'm trying to get better at it. It's not what I went to school for, but that's why I surround myself with people who know better than I do. But it is fascinating. And to address the title of the stage for any believers who might be hanging out, because we want to talk to you. Like, God is unnecessary. Religion is chains. We don't need a God to explain anything at all. We don't need a God to justify anything. Okay? But if anybody out there, we do have a believer in the chat. We've had a few tonight that do believe in the existence of a God and thinks that we should believe in it, especially. We want to talk to you. So please use the link in the side chat to come up on stage so that we can have that chat. Because we think these conversations are important to have, especially with what's going on in the country today. So come on. Come talk to a domestic terrorist, according to the administration.
Yeah, and just before we continue to delve into complete nerd speak here, I just wanted to address the earlier portion of what was kind of discussed on the idea of whether or not it was a category error. The thing is that talking about pre-Big Bang, for instance, there is no consensus view at all. So we don't know what that state is. Therefore, we don't know if it would be a category error or not. Regardless, all we have are hypotheses. So they can't. Anybody who's willing to declare it a category error is already making a declaration on the fundamental nature of reality itself.
Yeah. And it's such a bummer that the LHC is going to be closed down for the next 5 years.
Is it?
Yeah, the guy who took over, the director of the LHC, is overseeing its upgrade. So the LHC has been shut down. So the entire tenure of the current director, the LHC is going to be being upgraded, not actually doing any experiments. So, but they're going to be doing this massive upgrade to it, so it'll be able to do amazing things in the future. But I feel bad for this director, who's kind of like, he did all this schooling and went through all of this training and eventually got to, like, you could say one of the preeminent positions in physics, the director of the Large Hadron Collider, and he doesn't get to do anything with it except for upgrade it. He's not going to be able to. So I feel kind of bad. But yeah, she's shut down right now to upgrade it, and hopefully in the future we'll be able to answer some of these questions. When is it scheduled? I'm kind of curious about this. When is the LHC scheduled to go back online? Scheduled to resume operations in 2030, following a major multi-year upgrade known as Long Shutdown 3. The extensive overhaul includes replacing portions of the 27-kilometer accelerator to transform the facility into a high luminosity LHC. This upgrade aims to increase the number of particle collisions by a factor of 10 to help scientists study the Higgs boson in unprecedented detail. You can track the progress of the upgrades directly on the CERN homepage. And that was on June 29th. The LHC shut down.
Times 10 collisions? Which means times 10 data.
Yep, to increase the number of particle collisions by a factor of 10.
But, and it could be maybe, or at least one of the reasons, is that so much data now can be parsed because of AI. And, when it comes to these data centers that are, like have GPU type kind of computation, like AI computation, right? So you can feed like tons of data in it per unit time. So they'll be able to handle it and then parse out exactly what's going on there. It could be revolutionary when it comes to finding new particles.
And Leophilia says, I am still team #Muon Collider.
Muon.
The Muon Collider. So.
Oh yeah, Muon Collider. Isn't that the Muon Collider is? They're proton colliders primarily that make muons, but to have muons there as the fundamental things, they're not stable, unless they are in certain I don't know how stable they are. But I think when it comes to data in all sciences, you could actually parse out tons of data at the same time, because this AI type computing is like parallel computing, right? You could just train it and then say, okay, I want this from this data, and then instead of doing it, I'm assuming they do it like manually or I don't know how they take out these collisions, this data from these collisions to say, okay, this is a particle from this. Imagine if you can do that automatically. There could be other particles they didn't even see.
I'm kind of curious. Just judging by the fact that muons decay into other particles in just 2.2 microseconds when they're at rest.
Exactly.
Is a muon collider even possible?
Well, here's the thing.
How much energy would that take?
But muons are kind of interesting in this sense, because muons, since they travel so much close to the speed of light than other particles, then they have the time dilation effect. So it is 2.2 milliseconds from our point of view, but from their point of view, it's actually longer, which is why they can be detected on Earth. Because muons form a large part of what cosmic rays are. Cosmic rays, muons and cosmic rays can actually be seen. And also in particle accelerators, they can last longer than a couple milliseconds or whatever, because of that time dilation effect. But I'm not sure if it's long enough, like how far they time dilate.
I'm imagining that in order to, I'm imagining, just by my lay perspective, in order to quickly produce muons, condense them into a tight beam and accelerate them to near the speed of light, utilizing time dilation to stretch their lifespans, and before they decay and smash them together, would require an enormous amount of energy to do that.
Yeah, but when I talk about muons that are already accelerated, like in cosmic rays, I'm talking about those. But to actually accelerate them, and then there's no point
For us
you
to
already
do
have
it, for us to
photons.
do it in a lab, for us to do
Yeah,
it like
yeah, right.
in order to do that experiment with the, I mean, right now where we're at right now on the planet, with the energy cost, is that just cost prohibitive from where we're at right now?
Well, it depends how fast you have to make it close to the speed of light in order for them to be measured, like to make it like a few seconds or something of lifespan. So, like the thing is, it could even be really small. If you accelerate them to a certain point where their lifespan is only a millisecond, maybe that's long enough to collide them, right? But
Okay.
I'm not sure how that would. I've never actually heard of colliding muons versus protons, but I don't even think it makes a difference because muons are created anyway in collisions. So either way, you're going to get the particles that muons kind of smash into with protons, unless smashing muons get you higher energies or something.
Well, according to the International Muon Collider Collaboration at CERN and Fermilab in Illinois, they are actively advancing designs for these facilities to push past the limits of our current physics capabilities, according to CERN Courier. And then going to fermilab.gov, scientists advance their vision for a muon collider. Physicists are exploring the development of a muon collider, an advanced particle accelerator that could reveal new insights into the nature of the universe. Though great challenges exist in studying fast-decaying muons, technological advancements in accelerators, magnets, and detectors could make building the collider a reality. Recent workshops hosted by Fermilab brought together researchers from around the globe to address some of these challenges. Cool.
Yeah, with muons, I'm pretty sure they're the third generation. Yeah, I think they're the second generation actually. So they're very short-lived, but if you could accelerate them and smash them, maybe there's like a new types of particles, maybe. But yeah, I would think so. If they're trying so hard to do it, there could be just a new types of interactions there.
Clive Wells says muon-induced fusion is an interesting way to get cold fusion. However, it takes more energy to create the muons than you get out of the fusion. So I can see it would be cost prohibitive on that one. So we have a returning theist, or I don't even know if they're a believer. I don't know, but we Homo erectus hunter, Pithecanthropus hunter. Atheism is slavery to thought, where your thinking cannot be outside the box. You can't have ideas. You can't hypothesize. You can only think about what you've seen. That is just beyond stupid. So yeah, Tony is warning you, Hunter. If you can come up on stage to defend your stuff, or you can get booted. It's up to you. We've already had this conversation before.
Yeah, they had another comment I wanted to see if we could bring up, which is saying when they talked about that apparently modern humans develop the ability to abstract things that do not exist. And it's something that atheists don't have, which is basically an admission that theists are abstracting about a thing that doesn't exist. So that'd be a nifty self-checkmate there. And that's a lot of big talk for a person who's not on the stage.
Yeah. And hey, Aaron Reese, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Always
But
good
what
to see Aaron
concepts?
Reese.
Atheists have many physics concepts.
I know. They're just talking out, pick an orifice.
Yeah.
Where that orifice is always their ass. You know, their predilections. It's probably being closeted. That's okay.
Evolution is a fact. There's not flat. I can do it. I don't think any people claim that Bible is a science book, but maybe.
Some people do. Some believers do. They firmly believe that it is. They are dead ass wrong, but that's a conversation that hopefully we can have. I hope we can get a better speaker up than, or better some better interactions beyond Duck, especially after I watched that Myth Vision video, or that Myth Vision clip. God, that was terrible.
It's just basically an aggro version of what we technically went through when you get down to it. The semantic value of it wasn't terribly different.
But when it comes to like people using the Kalam argument for God, back to the whole God thing, science together with that, or Big Bang together with that, it's Kalam is that things are begin to exist. Things that exist have a beginning. Or wait, what's the first part of the Kalam? It's
everything that begins to has a cause.
Oh yeah.
The universe began to exist. Conclusion, therefore, the universe had a cause.
Right. So everything that begins to exist has a cause. Right.
Yeah.
And the universe began to exist. So the universe beginning to exist is not in any way like there's no consensus on this. No scientists or whatever, right? And also, the universe having things that begin to exist have a cause. That is kind of out the window when it comes to things like, I don't know, virtual particles that just come in out of existence out of nothing, right? So you don't necessarily have to have a cause for things to occur, right? And
I'm not so certain on that.
Well, I mean, but you know about like, for example, electrons, okay? Forget about virtual particles for a second, because I think they're kind of a bit of a way for us to visualize what's happening. It's not really what's going on.
But hold on, I hate to cut you off the pass here. This is just to give you the framework, because I'm not as well versed on the fine points, right? There's just the fact that, see, we take our observations and we grant identity to things. Now, I could go very granular with this because this is hitting more of a philosophical level than anything else. But the idea of, like, for instance, the indeterminacy of things, I often count that as quite potentially an us problem, in as much as we're also only granting identity at certain points. See, we're the ones who grant it. So the underlying nature of ontology, I don't lay claim to. So I look at those things, those indeterminacies, as an us problem. Not so much that things are not deterministic or non-causal in a sense, so much as perhaps we may not have access to a conceptualization that will be meaningful for us. I'm not imposing that on actual ontology, though. So when you talk about the nerd things, I understand that this is actually at points where we're capable of modeling, but I'm not imposing anything directly on ontology itself. All of our observations and our ability to do modeling is within the constraints of, well, what we can conceptualize and observe. And I find we've always been the limiting factor in that equation at all points in time. We've been discovering more and more, sure, but to think that we're not going to reach a point where maybe we're just not satisfied, but the world does what the world does, regardless of our ability to contextualize it in a way that we could actually make any meaning or sense of. The happening is happening, is all I'm saying. I just don't like points.
What? No. Sorry, you said the happening, so I had to quote Marky Mark.
Marky Mark?
Yeah,
the happening.
Yeah, it's one called The Happening.
That one has thankfully escaped me. The argument from Wahlberg, okay, is probably not. It's probably not the height of philosophy.
What? No. Sorry.
The argument from Wahlberg. Well, if it's a Wahlberg argument, you can't go against
but Mobius, hopefully you understand my point there, is the idea that just because, I don't view any of those thoughts of what is truly random or appearing from nowhere.
One second, Andrew. Bob Joe, welcome to the Discord. If you're a believer, we'd love to have you up on stage to talk to you about what you believe and why, if you are a believer. So link is in the side chat.
Yep.
Yeah, so, I know what you mean.
Yeah.
When it comes to like the probability of something.
Probabilities indeed, yes.
Yeah, because
I get that.
You could say there's a certain, let's say a particle can go three ways. There's a 33% chance here or here. But the reason why we assign these probabilities is like more so like an epistemic kind of issue with us, where we don't know all the things to know that for sure the particle will go this way. So we assign probabilities. But if we knew everything, then it would be deterministic. It seems like that's what you're saying. Like there's a gap that we have.
Yeah, I don't throw away the idea of determinacy because of an us problem at the level of our capable of contextualizing or perceiving. Indeed, that's exactly where I'm going with that. I'm not making declarations on actual random, actual nowheres, none of those things. All of those absolute kind of claims go out the door with me. I can't make claim to those, and it's like I can put the I don't know factor there and walk away happily with that.
Yeah, that's. I haven't really wrapped my head around when physicists say, okay, it is an absolute randomness with an absolute probability, or we don't know, because how could you? I mean, I found this out after actually. I started kind of looking into quantum physics and stuff like that, and I thought, this is an absolute probability. This probability is built into the universe. There's nothing we could do. Just inherent probability, inherent randomness. Just randomness is built in, and there's nothing you could do. But then I hear, oh yeah, well, maybe it's not. If we knew everything, then it's purely deterministic. We don't know these tiny little things, tiny little factors. And that's kind of relevant in the idea of superdeterminism. Have you heard of it?
No, not way outside of my league.
Well,
Yeah,
I mean,
I'm more philosophy than physics speak.
Well, I mean, superdeterminism is just the idea of like you know what a wave function of a particle is, right?
I can't even really say that. Per se.
Well,
I've heard the generalities. You can talk to me in complete generalities. It'll be perfectly healthy.
Well, I mean, a wave function would be, let's say, a particle can be spin up, spin down, or something. Like
I've heard of the idea of like wave function collapse, and that's when the thing actualizes in some sense.
Right,
I'm
and
familiar with the usage of that terminology. I don't know the fine points, but I think I get the gist of where it's pointing towards.
well, the thing about collapse is that, like, for example, when it comes to a Schrodinger's cat, but I won't go into that in a second. But I'd rather just talk more simply about just a photon.
Yeah,
being
I get the example of you only know when. It's sort of like the observer effect type deal as well.
Let me say this real quick. Clive Wells says, even if you could collect all the fusion energy, the muons decay or attach to the fused nuclei and so need to be created by smashing protons and other stuff that uses too much energy. And then PhD Tony said, all we need is some way to convert stupidity into energy. That would work. That would certainly
work. Could you put up the
work.
first one again?
Do what?
Could you put up the first one again?
Oh, what
Muon.
Clive said? Clive was explaining to Aaron why it's cost prohibitive for the energy. It was muon induced fusion is an interesting way to get cold fusion. However, it takes more energy to create the muons than you get out of the fusion. And then he was explaining why, and that statement is right. I got to scroll to find it. Luckily, he's blue. Even if you could collect all the fusion energy, the muons decay or attach to the fused nuclei, and so need to be created by smashing protons into other stuff that uses too much energy than you would gain in the output. And he was like, and then they were explaining that, and then Tony proposed an even better solution, which was all we need is some way to convert stupidity into energy, and that would work.
Yeah, like for example, Trump's stupidity.
Hold on.
The World Cup.
We have a solution. I believe it was from the Soylent Corporation.
The Soylent Green.
I got your calories right here.
Energy is people.
By the way, PhD Tony, buckle up. It's gonna get rough.
Aaron Reese says that could trigger a destructive chain reaction, the likes of which we've never seen.
Does Tony come in this broadcast a lot?
Yeah, Tony's here pretty often. Tony and I have been working together on streams for years now. I think for close to over half a decade. But we've been back and forth supporting each other's channels. Hopefully we will have somebody want to come, somebody who might be coming up on stage here shortly from the Discord. Fingers crossed we can have that conversation. But I also want to extend an invitation. It may be too late. We've been going less than 4 hours, but it may be too late. But here we go. I wanted to extend an invitation to Leo Phileas if he's able to come up, because I'd love to be able to discuss some stuff. Mobius, I appreciate you coming up, bud. I thank you so much. We've got Bob Joe in the back, so thank you, Mobius. It was good to see you again.
Yeah,
have a good one. Long time.
Yeah.
And remember, we do this twice a week. You're always welcome. Thank you, bud.
Oh, twice a week? Oh, I
Yeah,
thought it was-
Sundays and
Okay.
Wednesdays.
Okay, cool.
All right.
We got 2 Bob Joes in there. We got them in stereo.
Maybe. Bob Joe, let me know in the private chat if you can hear me, if my audio is coming through.
It could be 2 dead. Oh, one.
There we go.
dropped.
He's back down to 1.
Oh, that's just finding out which one crashed first. And I'm guessing that the first one there is probably the one that's lingering as a dead connection.
Let me test this real quick.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, Bob Joe, can you hear us?
I can hear you just fine.
Awesome. Oh,
I think
really?
we know which one we can kick then. Yep. The other one.
Let me see here real quick.
That is not on stage. Hey,
Bob
that was
Joe, Bob Joe, can you still hear us?
Yes, I can.
Awesome, fantastic. And really quick before we dive into anything, what's up, Leo?
How goes it?
Bob Joe, can you hear Leo Phileas?
Tasting it 1 2. Tasting it 1 2.
Bob, are you still able to hear us?
Were you able to hear Leo Phileas a moment ago?
Bob.
Is he able to hear anybody but you, JL, is the question. Uh-oh.
Hang on a sec. Let me see.
Very strange. Oh,
Bob,
oh,
can
I
you
see
hear
what
us?
happened. Uh-oh.
There we go. Maybe that'll work. Bob, you got us?
You'd think one of those instances would actualize.
One of them did there for a second.
Got it, don't got it.
Got it, need it, got it, need it, need it, got it, need it, got it, need it. He's doing the work. He's baby stepping. He's not a slacker. Gimme. I need. Let's see if he pops back in here in just a moment. Leo, your input is very valuable to me. It's very important to me. And your thoughts on the debate, where I screwed the pooch, or where I dropped the ball, or what I could have been better is, I don't know if you were there for the whole thing.
Yeah, I think I was. Yeah.
So, just kind of curious, your thoughts on that, and be as harsh as need be, because I always want to improve. I think performance-wise, I think I did better than I usually do, and kind of took some inspiration from you, and in how we approach these things. And so, I think as far as an interlocutor, I think I did better, but that's what I'm looking for. But collect your thoughts. I'm gonna see if we got Bob here. Bob, can you hear us?
Hi, what's up? I think I might not get kicked out now because I'm using the phone app rather than the web browser thing.
Awesome.
So hopefully I won't get kicked out.
Audio check. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay,
Audio
Leo?
check. Can you hear
Leo?
me? Can you hear the other voice?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, we've got all three then. Okay.
Wonderful.
We're good.
Fast check. We'll take
All
it.
right. So, Bob, welcome to the Stage of Reason. It's your first time here. I appreciate
Yes,
you
it is.
coming up. What brings you up today?
I was just looking on the Discord server and I found this open server, and I think it just seemed interesting. I can only be here for a little bit because I've got to get up in the morning, but sounds like fun. Always love talking about the things that I think about most of all. So
Awesome. So are you a believer? Do you believe in a particular God, or?
yes, I'm a Catholic. I'm a baptized. I'm a convert from agnostic atheism, basically.
Okay, and so my curiosity would be, as an atheist, why is it that you believe that a God exists?
Like, wait, when, or I'm confused. When I was an atheist, why?
No, I'm an atheist. As an atheist, my question would be for you: what is it that convinces you that a God exists?
Oh, well, I mean, I guess I can give you the very specific thing that like originally changed my mind, which is that I came across the Catholic philosopher. I really don't know how I came across him actually, but the Catholic philosopher Edward Feser, wrote this. I don't think he had written it at the time, but he had been sort of in journals and papers, basically reformulating Aquinas's 5 ways in sort of modern analytical philosophy language. And I sort of came across that, and it's a kind of a neo-Aristotelian like approach to arguing for the existence of God. And I sort of carefully was like listening to what he had to say and like him going through his arguments. And by the end of it, I was like, oh yeah, I guess it really does make sense that God exists. And I watched a bunch of debates he had with Dr. Graham Oppy, who's a very prominent sort of analytical philosopher, atheist. And sort of by the end of the disputes he had with him and various other interlocutors, I was convinced that he was correct. So that was the reason that I began to believe that God exists. But my path to becoming specifically Christian, obviously, it's much more than just I think God exists. It's a long story. I mean,
so basing it off of those, if I'm correct on this, we're talking Feser's Aristotelian proof, his Neoplatonic proof, the Augustinian proof, the Thomistic proof, and the rationalist proof, right?
Yeah, so the specifically, I don't know if he had at the time that I was reading. This was back 2020, yeah, 2019, 2020. I don't know if he had fully developed the rest of his proofs, but sort of like the meat and potatoes, like the first one in his book, the 5 proofs, was his Aristotelian proof, and I think
Oh shit.
that was what certainly what I came across first. More philosophy, and I've read a lot more widely, and so I think there's quite a number of different ways philosophically you can justify the existence of God. But that was the first time I had heard anything like that. Yeah, because I had more or less believed in the Christianity that I encountered was a kind of, for lack of a better phrase, kind of fideist kind of Christianity was really just a, I'm preaching from my Bible, and I don't understand any newfangled philosophical ideas, and so it's kind of just anti-intellectual. And so it's very surprising to see a vigorously philosophical and intellectually rich notion of God, and that I found that in the Catholic faith. So
okay. So for the sake of brevity, because you said that you're a bit short on time, I kind of want to drill down to this. What the number one critique regarding what Feser's like work right there was, has been pointed out by other philosophers, is his over-reliance on what is seen to be like outdated Aristotelian and Thomistic metaphysics. But predominantly it's his adherence to the PSR.
Mm-hmm.
And so on those grounds, and I'm someone who rejects the PSR. There's no logical contradiction in the existence of brute facts. It's not problematic. So it's more parsimonious because there's no contradiction there. Not to mention, I'm not begging the question of the existence of anything being defined a certain way to justify any metaphysical assumptions that I'm making. So from a rational perspective, what kind of like is the driving force behind multiplying your entities unnecessarily in that respect?
Well, I mean, I guess there could be 2 things to talk about specifically. Feser really likes the PSR. He talks about it all the time. I mean, I don't know if it's strictly necessary for his argument to work for PSR. I mean, it sort of I think he insists upon it because there's a certain kind of reflexive, like, because the way his arguments work is a kind of infinite regress argument, right? That like infinite regress has to stop at a certain kind of way, and I think there's a kind of reflexive, at least at the time when he was arguing with people like Oppie, there was a sense of like, okay, well, why do I care if there's an infinite regress? Like, why can't we just have you have brute facts? You know, like, what's the problem with that? And I think that's when he was sort of arguing against arguing for PSR. I don't know. I don't think I haven't like really sat down and like banged my head against it whether I think PSR is universally true. I mean, I think it's true for certain things. It's certainly like empirical science. I don't even know how you can like do science without PSR. And questions of metaphysics, I'm a little bit maybe not fully committed to that, but his specific argument, yes, it relies on neo-Aristotelian metaphysics, but I would definitely contest the idea that it's outdated, especially because one, it seems kind of strange to insist upon, like, it's not like metaphysics is not like an empirical science where we just
right,
you know, we have these like theories and we run hypotheses and we test them in a lab, and like that's just not what metaphysics is. So I'm not sure. Yes, it's like Aristotelian metaphysics primarily speaking, but I mean I think it's correct. So I don't know.
Well, I think
can I
predominantly-
say one thing really quickly?
Yeah, go ahead, Leo.
Just
Sure, go ahead.
Just with respect to science and the PSR, I think it's worth pointing out that most philosophers of science, by quite a lot, reject the PSR, as per the 2020 Phil Paper survey. So I would contend that the majority.
Well, I mean, most of those guys
science,
are atheists, right? So I mean, of course,
yeah, most philosophers in general are atheists. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, of course, I'm
I
a
don't think being an
philosopher.
atheist-
I'm a philosopher. I'm not an atheist, so I don't know.
Yeah,
Well,
but I don't think rejection of the PSR has anything to do with them being atheists.
Right. It's so.
There are theists that reject it. Peter Van Inwagen is one of the most prominent ones who rejected the PSR. Richard Swinburne, who's one of the foremost living philosophers of religion and a Christian, also takes God to be something that's brutally contingent. He rejects that God is a necessary being. So, if people want to think God is a necessary being, that's fine. I'm not saying that somebody can't believe that. I mean, I think there are issues with that, but just to show that this idea of brute contingency, this idea of rejecting the PSR, these are not strictly like atheistic concepts.
Sure.
I wanted to address one other part you said there, because you said about the idea of having to have an infinite regress bottom out. But that's actually contrary to the entire concept of infinite regress, is that you don't hit bottom. So you kind of ran into a bit of a contradiction on that particular point.
Well, I mean, yeah, I guess I'm being a little bit.
Yeah,
Sorry,
the predilection I see towards the use of the PSR is that basically Aquinas, it's implicit in all of those things, because see, whenever you're talking about Aquinas makes like the first of those 5 proofs of argument for motion begs the question that things were ever not in motion. He's just assuming the infinite regress is impossible. It's built upon it. So therefore that lends itself towards what PSR wants to put on the table. So you have to hold to it in a way just to try to buttress the fact that you don't have the justification behind it. You're just doing this as like a framework to create a coherency, but without being able to actually show that you don't have just validity. What's the other half of an argument that PMARS failed?
Oh, the argumentum ad motherfuckerum?
Yeah, so validity versus
soundness.
Soundness. It's the soundness part.
Yeah.
See, that's where the infinite regress, if you take a look at, beyond just Graham Oppie, if you take a look at Alex Malpass, who's done a lot of coverage on this stuff, especially.
Something that I'm curious about that pops into is like, it's not only a kind of like the theistic leap that Feser is making, because even if his arguments successfully proved, I think in his words, was a purely actual actualizer, or like
that's
like Aquinas. Aquinas would say an unmoved mover, or I think it's Aristotelian, an unmoved mover. Critics have often pointed out, and I kind of agree with this, that it's a giant logical leap to equate this kind of like abstract metaphysical concept with the Christian notion, or let's say the classical theistic notion of a god, which would be the omniscient, omnipotent, perfectly good entity. We could get to a point where we could say that like we could even say, even if there was a purely actual actualizer, that doesn't necessarily denote agency. It could just simply be a fundamental function that doesn't have any agency or any like intentionality behind it, because all those things are kind of being like tacked onto it once it's being identified through a purely logically valid syllogism, but not one that's been demonstrated to be the case. Not to mention that the ideas like the Aristotelian and the Thomistic proofs rely on extremely outdated physics, like ideas of physics such as like teleology and distinctions between, I think it's like act and potency. And I think you brought up Graham Oppie, because if I remember correctly, Oppie brings those up and he cites like quantum mechanics and evolutionary biology that render the kind of classical medieval ideas of Aquinas and Aristotle, these kind of like ancient concepts, utterly obsolete, because they weren't operating with the same level of access to the universe that we have today.
Can I interrupt you?
Go ahead, go for it. Yeah.
The issue is that like we've splintered into 37 different things to talk about, right? Which is fine. I understand this is how philosophical discussions work. But like we're quickly, extending beyond the scope of what is possible to talk about in any reasonable amount of time. So the PSR, right? I mean, you suggested a couple of things that like PSR is a necessary assumption of what Aquinas is doing, and therefore it's a necessary, I guess, by implication, it's a necessary assumption of what Phaser is doing, and hence it's a necessary assumption of what I'm arguing for. I mean, like, I guess I would dispute with that first. I mean, one, like, I'm sort of
I didn't impose that on you. Sorry, I didn't impose it to you. To them, yes. Now, how you tackle these aspects?
Yeah, I mean, like, so, like,
it looks implicit to the argument because it's
I'm studying like math and physics, right? So it's I used to have a relatively familiar, introductory understanding of quantum mechanics and mathematics and set theory and so forth. Like, it seems to me that like if we're going to if the PSR is going to be held universally, like it seems, maybe intuitively speaking, it seems kind of strange because there are infinite sets, right? And it seems to be like,
I'm not sure that's a valid term. Is an infinite set that appears to assign a quantity to a concept. That phrasing doesn't sound right.
A set is just a collection of elements. You can have a set where the number of elements, where the cardinality is infinite.
Yes, yeah, like the set is not actualized in that sense.
It's a mathematical concept. It's not like there's
a conceptual set as far as
mathematical sets are like objects in the world.
Sorry, your volume's just a little low for me. Let me see if I can bump you up to the channel overall. Try again, Leo.
Mathematical. I don't take mathematical sets to be like things in the world, but there are, like in transfinite arithmetic, there are infinite sets, and you can do some arithmetic with them as well.
Yeah.
Like if I ask, what is the I minus one, the ith minus one element of the set of integers starting with 0. Well, that's going to be -1, -2, -3, -4, -5, -6, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And there is, it's like, it seems PSR to say that there's, I don't know. Anyway, like it's a matter of sort of. There are intuitive reasons why perhaps PSR might not work, like universally speaking, in all things. But like, the question at hand is primarily a metaphysical question, right? And right, like if I'm gonna ask about like causality, or I'm gonna ask about the notion of like efficient causes or explanations for causes, or why the structure of being is the way that it is, etc. I mean, these are questions, metaphysical questions, and I guess, like, so obviously there's going to be a disagreement about the structure of being, because one of you suggested, JL suggested that physics, or that Aristotelian, I guess I was confused, that Aristotelian metaphysics is reliant upon outdated physics, or that it's things that don't happen in physics, like teleology or something.
Yeah, it's just outdated concepts that could be easily understood as strong inferences. Like if you look at what they were operating with and what they had access to, I can completely understand how Aristotle and how Aquinas, how these individuals, how they came to the conclusions they made based upon the observations and what they had access to. So you like what are they operating with?
I mean,
And
part of the issue with this is that, I mean, I was taught this in Philosophy 101 too. It's kind of like a universal propaganda we're all taught, which is that Aristotle's physics is all nonsense. I mean, this isn't true. I mean, Carlo Rovelli, I will, can I link in the side chat? Well, yeah, I don't have to link in the side chat. Just look up Carlo Rovelli's Aristotle's Physics, a physicist's look. That's the name of the paper. He basically just goes through Aristotle's physics, and from the original Greek basically demonstrates that Aristotle's physics is perfectly commensurate with Newtonian mechanics in a fluid. That in fact it is actually real physics, and it's perfectly accurate. So the notion that like Aristotle's physics is a bunch of nonsense and therefore we can dispense with teleology and all the other stuff he talks about in his metaphysics, I don't think follows whatsoever. And the notion that like physics doesn't have notions of teleology, I mean, I think I would dispute that as well. I think the notion of a nature having a directed end, I think is intuitively speaking seems very accurate. I mean, if I'm talking about the structure of a molecule or a crystal or something like this, like it seems perfectly fine to talk about the notion of it having certain causal powers, or it having certain potentialities that can be actualized. I mean, the idea for example, that like, when if I have a hydrogen atom and it's in its ground state, and if I excite it with a laser, right, it's going to be like, potentially speaking, we're using, this is Aristotelian metaphysics, right? Potentially it could be at its first ground state, right? But then when you excite the electron with a very specific wavelength of light, you then, a very specific frequency of light, it will then be that potentiality to be at the first excited state will be actualized, and now it actually is in the first excited state, whereas it only was potentially in the first excited state before, right? But its potentiality to be in that first excited state is determined by the wave function. It's determined by its like nature, right? So I think, and now of course someone who is a non-cognitivist or maybe not non-cognitivist, but like a nominalist, or has other different views about physics, is going to dispute the metaphysical explanation of that. But like the idea that just because Aristotle is old and therefore we can dispense with his physics, like I don't think that's
Aristotle's fallacy is a thing for a reason. Is because there were things that he fundamentally did not know about that would have drastically changed his conclusions about stuff. He made strong inferences based upon what he had access to and what he was able to operate with. But these led to fundamental flaws and in understanding physics, which is like Aristotle's fundamental flaw. The Aristotelian fallacy is what literally stymied advancements in physics until roughly the 17th century. Like, because people were building upon Aristotle's work, but there was like the things that they didn't have the means of measuring and understanding about reality itself. Not to mention like speculation about like what was like what space was like beyond, like outside of the Earth. And so that's why we can say like it's kind of like Darwin and evolution, because Darwin had some fundamentally correct like ideas about it, but there were things that Darwin wasn't aware of, like Mendelian genetics. And so, which is why we now have the theory of modern synthesis, and not like Darwin's ideas. We have neo-Darwinian combined with Mendelian. And so, but if Darwin had known at the time what Mendel knew, then it would have advanced our understanding of evolution way faster than it currently happened. That's all it is that building upon like relying upon Aristotle's understanding is discounting a lot of the stuff that we know today. And so if we accept the things that we can confirm today, then there's no reason to like be like, well, we're going to rely solely on Aristotelian and the stuff that came from there.
I mean, I'm not sure. I guess I'm not sure what to respond to exactly. I mean, so I will reiterate again that paper by Carlo Rovelli where he demonstrates that Aristotle's physics is perfectly accurate Newtonian mechanics in a fluid. Hang on a second. But it actually isn't, because Aristotle incorrectly concluded that heavy objects fall faster than lighter ones in direct proportion to their weight. So he did not have an understanding.
He also said that the natural state of objects is to be at rest, which is not what Newton said.
There was he lacked an understanding of unseen forces like friction and air resistance, and his conclusions.
Yeah, I mean, he's not like Aristotle is not omniscient. Like, he's going to be incorrect about certain kind of things.
Right, but if he had known those things, then it would have led to it would have led to the conclusions we have today much sooner. If Newton
knew about like quantized like energies, we would have had a fundamental shift in like science, like before Einstein and before Niels Bohr.
We recognize them as foundational minds, but we don't like reference them unless they have established something that is persistent until today. We don't really rely on them solely. That'd be like an evolutionary biologist today arguing solely from Darwin's framework. It just wouldn't track whatsoever.
Right, but I guess there's a category error going on here in my view, because like I said, metaphysics is not an empirical science, precisely speaking. Right.
The metaphysical conclusions he came to were flawed because he lacked a full understanding of what he was trying to what he was effectively trying to quantify.
Yeah, this is what I wanted to identify back when we're talking about Aquinas and the 5 ways here. See, when you're talking about category error, that's where argument from efficient cause actually breaks itself, because it actually creates a composition division fallacy here, which is very similar to what we run into with the Coulomb functionally, because as that argument goes, every effect has a cause. Now, we get down to how you attempt to quantify cause, and as mereological nihilist, believe me, I will bust that up fierce. But leaving that alone as is, saying nothing can cause itself. But see, if causality is a function of reality, that's not even a valid sentence. So at that point, the foundation of his argument at all for efficient cause is gone. So to say that there has to be a first cause, no, if causality itself is a function of existence itself, you're right. The function that existence doesn't explain existence, but that's where you get to bottom out into brute fact potentiality, and that's what hasn't been argued against.
I guess I kind of lost the plot of what I mean. First of all, it should be noted that Feser is, when he's writing about, for example, the Aristotelian proof, it is in basically every single way very different from the way that Aquinas is arguing. It is sort of inspired by his 5 ways. It's not identical with his 5 ways. So I don't know if you want me to argue in the context of what Aquinas is arguing for, or the context that Feser is arguing for, because Feser does things relatively.
I think you definitely need to provide, if your version is somehow substantively different, I suppose it'd be best to argue from that, just to make sure in case there's like a notable difference that should be addressed.
Yeah, I guess I get. Maybe I shouldn't be splitting hairs here. I guess I was confused. I wasn't quite following your undermining critique of like causality. I wasn't
basically
that.
If causality itself is basically a description of the inherent action that reality changes due to its own internal function. Change itself doesn't need another cause to be. Change is what existence does in that particular model. So if this is how reality functions, there's nothing to jump back to, and it once again Aquinas' version simply asserts an infinite chain of causality. If causality is once again an infinite thing, which is not actually broken by philosophy, we run into composition division fallacy at that point. Saying that the existence itself has to be caused when causation is a function of existence.
Can I chime in here real quick and
go ahead.
Scold the chat, because I have a bone to pick. There's a lot of people who I guess don't really understand what metaphysics is. At least I have no idea what my camera's doing. In the context of like analytic metaphysics or scientific metaphysics. So hopefully, can we get this cleared up? Can we clear this up? Can we do that? This is a really good book by Stephen Mumford, who's a world-renowned metaphysician. You should buy it and read it, because metaphysics is not like we're just going to make a bunch of stuff up. It's talking about like what it is that helps build concepts, what it is those concepts are rooted in, and how we can use this to understand the structure of the world. I would argue, as would a fast-growing number of metaphysicians, particularly those in the metaphysics of science, would say that metaphysics ought to be primarily led by science, or at least fundamental science, because science can tell us about the ontology of the world, despite what many people might want to claim. And in virtue of that, science is an important part of doing metaphysics. And that is where books like this come in handy, which is also a very, very good book that if you're interested in metaphysics and science, you should definitely read.
One thing, because I know you were short on time, Bob, so I don't want to like hold you.
I could be more. This is interesting. I mean, I could be more generous with my time.
So I went ahead and I threw a link. The one that I was most familiar with was Richard Carrier's responses to what Fezzer was doing.
Oh man!
And so I put the link in the private chat. Just if you hadn't ever seen it before. What's up, Leo?
You really cited Dick Holster here. I mean, look, I really don't have anything against Richard Carrier, but like, I don't think he's stupid. I don't think he's like a bad person or anything like that. He seems like a normal guy, but I think that some of the stuff that he does, I don't know if I want to say it's unserious, because I think he thinks he's being serious, but it's not. Like, it's not super rigorous.
I could have given the Krauss link, dude.
Well, Lawrence,
I opted not to do that. I opted not to do that.
To my understanding, Carrier is the mythicist guy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, and I know that he had disputes with Fezzer in the past, and that like I've read their exchanges at least a couple of years ago. It's been a while since I've read that, but. Yeah.
Okay.
Go
ahead. Sorry, what you were saying.
Well, I guess I sort of want to respond to your undermining critique of the way I was explaining causality. I guess I'm somewhat confused, because you're. It seems to be what you're saying is like. What you're saying, my position is that Aquinas is saying like causality is this feature of being, and that we need some like further explanation for causality in order for PSR to be established or PSR to be fulfilled, and so therefore that's how you get God at the end of that, is because God is the author of causality or whatever. I guess I would be a little bit. This seems a little bit strange to my ears, because when I'm talking about causality, I'm not like talking about like an object or a substance that needs to be explained, right? Like causality is not like a thing. It's not like an object of my experience. I should note that I'm more of a transcendental Thomist than like a rigidly sort of neo-Aristotelian. I take a kind of you might call it a post-Kantian view about like experience. I'm a realist about the external world, but anyway, that like when I'm talking about causation, it's because I'm talking about a specific object of my experience. You know, this apple, you know, this animal, this object, this tree, whatever. And it's when we approach the thisness of the object of my experience, like that's when I begin to ask questions of like, why did it get here? You know, that's when notions of causality come from a reflection of the objects of our experience, right? Causality is a feature we derive from objects. You know, I being is active, in the words of the philosopher Blanchett, right? So it's like, you know, movement, change, these are features of substances that we observe in the world. So I know, I just like, it seems a little bit strange. Like I'm not treating causality as like some object that needs to be explained. You know what I mean? Did I explain myself sufficiently? It seems a little bit weird to my ears.
I understood you.
I got a big level on this one, because when you brought isness into it, when you mentioned about an individual object per se, see this here? Got the video feed up?
Yeah, I can see it.
Yeah. At what atom in its arrangement did it gain the identity mug?
So it's an artifact, right? So, I mean, part of this is going to be subjective to the human person.
Here's a thought for you. See, every piece of identity is granted, and the line is fuzzy, and will be ultimately unjustifiable. The same way where you'll make a justification going, or an assessment, mug, and the next person will go, not quite mug, and you're going to have a hard time arguing.
I mean, like if we want to insist upon, like, you know, if we're going to investigate the nature of some certain kind of thing, like we can get into the, you know, the solid state physics of like the lattice constant of the mug, right? Because the lattice constant of the mug is going to be substantially different than the vacuum of air that's surrounding it, right? So,
I know,
like the crystal structure, the crystal structure of the mug is real, right?
Here's the difference. I'm granting ontology, and I'm attacking identity. See, identity is imposed on an observation.
I mean, that's a nominalist position. That's an assertion.
Well, like I said, see, the moment you're going to say mug and someone else is going to say not mug, my point will have been proven. Now, we can do this across anything, like take a car in an assembly line. Exactly what moment does it gain carness? See, this is sort of the thing when we grant all of these things. So when I take a look at, and I'm bringing this up, of course, to bring it right back to where PSR is, and the idea for, hold on, I just lost my proof here. So efficient cause, you know, it's like also the same way, since you're into physics, you know that according to physics, they'd say that basically every quark making up every atom that eventually grants identity to this mug is spinning, right?
The properties.
They talk about it that way, right?
Sure.
Spin, yeah.
They talk about it like that. So the idea of anything being not in motion, on a smaller level than we're looking at when I talk about this as a contextualization, motion from non-motion, because contextually we don't think of this as maybe necessarily moving. If I put it on a table, we think non-motion, much like Aquinas and those people did, because they looked at it on a simplistic level. When you looked on a finer level, all of a sudden, everything's going wild. Feynman had some really great stuff on this. But looking at efficient cause, because we have to bring this back to the philosophy aspect. That's why I brought this up to begin with. So the idea of effective cause, when you realize that everything is spinning, everything is in motion, everything has an interaction with everything else at its respective distance, cause cannot ultimately be quantified. Anytime we say a cause, that is a lazy extrapolation in order to represent a level of contextualization we desire to have a conversation with, which is why when we're taking a look at this as a way to justify metaphysics, breaks down.
I mean, I get that this is the empiricist position. Like I just don't accept it. Like I think it's wrong.
Oh no, it's just down to the idea that once again, if cause and causality is a function of the system, the idea of can't cause itself. Indeed, see, that's the category error. See, the function of existence doesn't explain existence; it describes existence. So this is where Aquinas goes off the deep end and foobars himself, and that's where the composition division thing comes in. If it's a part of the system, you're right. The function of the system doesn't explain the existence of the system; it merely describes it.
I mean, like, is the suggestion here because, like, I get it that like there's going to be in the notion of artifacts, like there's going to be, you know, a sense of subjectivity about like the purpose of a certain kind of thing. You know, like my chair.
Purpose gets far worse.
Okay, fine. We could dispense with the notion of purpose. I just like there's gonna be disagreement about, you know, what it is to a certain kind of extent, right? But I mean, like, it seems kind of strange to be able to say that therefore, like, there isn't an answer to the question of like, is the suggestion that like there is no real distinction between the mug and say other atoms in the air or other thing? I mean, like is that because if there is no real distinction, then you're basically like a monist, right? That there is no real distinction between anything in the world.
Well, see, distinction comes down to a person, to an entity granting identity. So, what does this mug mean to my bed?
What does it mean to your bed? I mean, like,
Yes.
meaning
No,
doesn't
when
apply
you're
to someone
talking
without a
about
mind.
identity, what is the relationship atom-wise between this mug and my bed? What attitude should be attained between those two things?
The attitude, I'm confused to what you're asking.
Well, when you said about the idea of
Are you suggesting? I mean, are you asking? Is there a metaphysical relationship between the cup and the bed?
Yeah, like when does one thing become one thing and not another thing? So, like, picture you're on a mountain, right? You look at a mountain, and then you
just to clarify. Just to clarify. I'm so sorry to jump in there, but just Bob, just to clarify, you know that Andrew said it before, but you recognize that Andrew is a mereological nihilist, right?
Yeah, I mean, I sort of intuited that by the things that he said.
I did say
Okay,
it.
yeah. Just wanted to make sure that wasn't lost in translation. So just go ahead,
Yeah.
continue. My bad.
I've heard this isn't foreign to me. I mean,
yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's good. No, I saw that you're following along pretty quick with that.
Cool.
So very much like if you're climbing a mountain, you trip, your toe hits something, and then you say rock, right? Like there's a rock that's kind of lodged in the ground, sticking up, right? You tick at that. But see, you're climbing up what you already call a mountain, but then you granted identity to rock because it had a contextual meaning to you. But what really differentiates the rock from the mountain? Isn't the mountain rock? See, it's like where it mattered to you, you granted that identity. So by the same token, that's where I said, like, the idea of efficient cause per se. Every time we say every effect has a cause, see, when you say an effect, you're granting identity to the thing.
well, yeah, of course.
Granting cause, you're granting. Yeah.
Like obviously, if mereological nihilism is true, like the argument doesn't work. But I mean, obviously, I'm not a mereological nihilist, so I'm not sure what.
Yeah, but that's the thing. See, that's why. But this is where we attempt to jump to a conclusion. And I see. I just draw this as an artifact from empirical observation. This is literally what we're doing. When does this become a mug? When I say so, apparently. There may be some level of consensus, but ontology is ontology. What it ultimately is, don't know. But see, all these ideas of first, stop, beginning, cause, all of these things, I have zero justification. And if I look on an inductive basis of causality, inductively, if I look at this on a sense of pure reason, since we wanted to talk about principle of sufficient reason, let's look at actual reason.
I must push back. I've said 2 or 3 times now that I'm sort of neutral on the notion of PSR. I think there's a great insistence on the part of my interlocutors tonight
but all of these,
that I must hold the PSR. Like I don't accept like I don't accept as some kind of dogma PSR universally.
Yeah, no, but it's down to the implicit nature of
hang on a
recursion.
second. The problem was when you brought up phaser.
Yes, he likes that, but I don't
Yeah.
think it's necessary to his argument.
I see.
I think
Four
at
of his-
least one of them.
By my understanding, 4 of them were highly dependent upon the PSR, highly reliant upon that. And but essentially where we were going with this is where I was attempting to go with this. was you predicated the bulk of your understanding or the bulk of your belief upon what Phaser's work, which it was like, okay, I got you. You read what Phaser did. He extrapolated upon what Aristotle and Aquinas were doing, and he just took it in that direction, which is fine. But then
yes, I should complicate what I've said a little bit, right? Because yes, it is true that I mean, because prior to that, I literally was philosophically illiterate. Like I didn't know like anything basically, right? And so Phaser was my first introduction to like serious academic philosophy. But in a certain kind of sense, like I probably would have scandalized myself and, you know, like stop believing a God or something like that, because at some point in the future, if I had not read into more extended scope Thomistic thinkers like Oliver Blanchett, who deals with a lot with like the phenomenologists and like continental philosophy and like Kantianism, like he deals with those philosophers in a broader sense. Phaser is more strictly analytical, but yeah, like I'm not backing away from the validity of Phaser's argument. I think his argument is still valid. I think it's worth pointing out that I'm not like hitching my soul to Phaser.
Right. That's kind of where I like to kind of like drill down to the core issues on these things, instead of like we could dance around the metaphysics in our various positions and you know, and where we disagree on them. We could do that all day long. My primary thing is about the number one drive of the things that I talk about on this channel is that I recognize that irrational beliefs have a tendency to lead to irrational behaviors, especially when in defense of those beliefs, and that doing away or doing our best to divest ourselves from irrational beliefs is a solid mechanism by which we can reduce harm in society by finding common ground between these things. And so addressing these things, I would want to ask first, would you agree that it is logically possible that no gods exist at all?
Very strictly in a logical sense, but that doesn't tell us anything about like actual potentiality.
Right. And would you there's no logical contradiction in no gods existing?
In the sense that the proposition, you know, proposition A, God exists, I can therefore say, you know, proposition 8.1, God does not exist, right? But like that doesn't tell us anything about metaphysical commitments, and doesn't tell us anything about probability. It doesn't nothing. Right, so like I'm not a Bayesian at all. I think Bayesianism is a cancer on analytical philosophy. So any notion of like how can I establish probabilistically whether or not God exists? Like I don't have any truck with any of that. So it
may be the case that we are that the state in which we live, like this, like the state of affairs may be that we can only determine probabilistic as it stands currently. We may be only able to determine things to be probabilistically true to such a degree that it would be irrational to doubt them, but they wouldn't be like secured, like if you were like if a God entity that is defined as you're possibly defining it would ground them to be, which is not problematic because we can still function moving forward as long as we recognize the limitations of the assertions that we're making so that we can be logically consistent. My issue being is that I would say I wouldn't even have an issue. Are you saying, would you grant that while you do believe that you are convinced that a God entity exists, however you happen to be defining, I'm not worried about that yet, but you're convinced one exists, therefore you believe it exists, but it's not a statement that you know to in fact be the case?
What do you mean by knowledge?
Knowledge being that a proposition that is confirmed to, in the simplest terms, a proposition that is confirmed to actually be the case, correspond with reality, is logically coherent, is, you know, it can be determined to actually be the case. That an entity actually exists independent of human mind, that stands in causal relation to everything that is not itself.
It just sounds to me what you're saying is that are you saying it's true that God exists? Yes, I'm saying it's true that God exists, but knowledge is like a sticky thing in epistemology. I have sort of non-standard views about epistemology and knowledge. So
I'm saying is like, would you tell someone I know for a fact that God exists, or would you say that I believe a God exists? Because I'm a doxastic and voluntarist. The beliefs are not propositions that that you willfully choose to accept. It's a process that occurs that you are convinced of their truth by argumentation and evidence and the combination that's presented to you, and that these things can change depending upon what information you have. But knowledge itself obviously is a much higher hurdle to overcome. And
yeah,
so,
like I think knowledge is really actually like leads to the notion that we have to have knowledge. I think actually leads to skeptical conclusions. So I'm a little bit especially in epistemology. I'm really suspicious of this notion of knowledge, at least to a certain extent. But I mean, if someone asks me like, do you know that God exists? I'll say, of course I would say yes, because we're relying on a little bit of intuition here. I mean, like when Paul says that I wish that all come to the knowledge of the truth, like he means something very different than what epistemologists are meaning, right?
well, okay, but I want to make sure that when we're arriving like that we're not, ultimately from my perspective, I'm interested in what is true, what can be confirmed to be the case per my philosophy of truth. And so not in just what people feel to be the case or are intuiting to be the case, but they cannot show to be the case. So, because I want to know more true things than false things. And if a thing is indeterminate, that neither position can be determined, then a position is not warranted. It's not warranted to take a position either way on an unfalsifiable concept. So that's what I'm trying to drive at, is the intellectual honesty of the position. Is like, can we acknowledge our limitation in how far we can go in describing this thing to be an actual feature of reality, or merely an abstract concept that we impose upon things to make them align in a certain way that provides us some level of personal fulfillment?
Yeah, I mean, it's the idea being a kind of a Feuerbachian, that like my theism is a projection of my own inner wants and desires. Like that's sort of what you're driving in.
In sense, yeah. Just try to put it as simply as possible, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, obviously, I don't think that's true. I mean,
so that's where I'm coming from, is because if you believe a God, if you claim that you know a God exists, and I'm assuming an extension of that claim would be that I should know it as well, right?
I mean, the Christian belief is that you should come to the knowledge of the truth.
Right. Then how would I come to that knowledge? And how would I come to that knowledge as opposed to simply being convinced by the possibility as warranted by a logically valid syllogism? Because logically valid doesn't entail that it's sound. It's two completely different things. So I could propose you a logically valid syllogism for anything. We mentioned the argumentum ad motherfuckerum earlier, which is my tongue-in-cheek way of describing this one guy that I was arguing with, who made that same mistake. So I'm kind of like, sure, you can come up with a logically valid syllogism, I'll grant you that, but it doesn't tell us anything about external reality or what we have access to. It's simply saying that if these affairs are the case, then therefore the conclusion follows from it. But the if does the heavy lifting there, right?
Well, I mean, yeah, I guess, but I mean, that's sort of the entire meat of the argument is the metaphysics, which is the claims about reality specifically. So, like, I mean, if you accept like the argument being is that if these are true features of reality, like, then you should accept the logically valid syllogism. I mean,
right?
Yeah.
But why would I accept the metaphysical? Why would I accept the assumptions being made about ontology there? Because the assumptions being made about ontology require the existence of the God being defined a certain way in order to undergird them. Why would I accept those ontological assumptions without first knowing that the God exists to undergird them?
I'm a little bit lost here. I don't think that the argument assumes that God exists. That would be like a snuck premise, right?
Well, no, it's like you're making a metaphysical, like holding a particular metaphysical position. Like if you're asking what's undergirding that, in your worldview, I'm going to, by my understanding, the God is what undergirds these things, correct?
I mean, God is the like source of like our reality. I mean, sure.
Right. So for the metaphysical positions regarding the first principles or natures of certain particular things that you're pointing at, like for example, the tag. So for those metaphysical positions to in fact be the case, the God must necessarily exist to ground them in that fashion, for them to be true. But they don't have to be. It would just mean that the nature of these things is not like elevated to some point beyond what is necessary. We can simply refer to them as abstracts that we invent and then we impose upon reality. They're humans. They're anthropocentric. There's nothing beyond that. So my question is, what justification do I have to step outside of the paradigm of what I have access to and what I can confirm in order to justify metaphysical positions that I can't show in fact to be the case, but require me to assume the existence of a God in order for them to actually be the case? Why would I go that far? Is my curiosity.
I mean, because they're true. I'm not sure. I'm having a little bit difficulty following what you're saying.
But I can't show them to be true, right?
I mean, well, I mean, I'm confused. I mean, so like I think they can be shown to be true. Like I believe that's the case. Now, like the internal subjective experience of somebody, like obviously I don't have access to your internal like forum, so I can't know what will ultimately be able to change your mind in a certain aspect and a certain, like belief that you have. I mean, like, why does anybody change their mind on anything? I mean, I know that's kind of difficult, right? Like human beings are pretty fallible.
No, I follow you on that. But so that actually leads to a different question. I grant that I may have a more what's a good word for a more stringent epistemic framework than you do. Mine is actually pretty rigorous. And I grant that mine is more rigorous than most people. That there's a lot of checks that have to be crossed in order to get to a point where I am convinced of a thing, that convinced a proposition is actually the case. So my bar is pretty high. Now, but the thing is, my bar is not too high for a God entity. And so there's nothing stopping. So I could kind of go argument from divine hiddenness on this, is because if the God exists and it's all benevolent or all loving, and it wants to have a relationship with me, there's nothing stopping the entity from providing the information that is necessary to clear my epistemic hurdle, which would be nothing for it because it already knows it by definition. That way I can make an informed decision to move forward because it wouldn't violate my free will. But then I would have the information I need. I would know what was true to make a decision moving forward from that, which the next obvious decision would be whether or not to follow the thing or even respect it or whatever. But I need to know that it exists. I can't just say, well, it's possible that it could, and it makes me feel good that it does. The idea makes me feel good. That's sufficient for me. That's not. But this wouldn't be hard for the God to overcome, right?
I mean, I suppose it's not hard for the God to overcome a specific belief. But I mean, the question, so like we're stepping into, like, we've moved beyond. I think it's important to track like where this conversation has gone. It started with me talking about Phaser's Aristotelian proof. Then we talked about PSR a little bit, and there was some dispute about like my commitments to PSR. And then it became about like notions of epistemic justification. And now we've shifted far enough to where now we're talking about like theodicy, right? That like, how does God?
What I'm predominantly drilling towards is the logical entailments, the things that are logically entailed by the God itself, by the existence of the God itself.
I mean, like, so if the question is your question, why isn't God convincing you that he exists right now? Is that basically what you're asking?
In a sense, yes. Like if the Bible were true and Saul can have a Damascus Road experience that does not violate his free will, then obviously I think we can grant that humans do not all possess the same epistemic standard. Now, obviously the Damascus Road experience was sufficient enough for Saul's standard, for his epistemic standard. Why can't that be for everybody always?
I mean, so that would have to get into notions of like how people are convinced of certain kinds of things, and
yeah, I mean,
someone would be convinced
require less. Yeah, it may require less for Leo, or even more for Leo, but that shouldn't be a hurdle for the God. It knows by definition what would
right. But Like, I mean, I think our intellects and our wills are not so neatly like separated. I mean, maybe I'd have to. Aquinas thinks that the intellect is prior to the will and is more, in a sense, superior to the will. But I think most of the time, since we're not perfect, like we have not fully mastered our wills, and so I think it's perfectly possible that the reason why, like the reason why we're not convinced of something has a lot to do with our active like will in a certain kind of sense. So it's like the reason why I don't believe could be many other different types of things is because I'm, for example, like willing it to be the case in a certain kind of way. So I mean, like, if the question is why don't I believe right now? Because in a sense, I think God is always right. God is, God wills that every man be saved, right? And God is omnipresent, and so God is always calling us forth to Him. So in a sense, God is always convincing us, trying to convince us, right? That the theophany of God, like His grace, is like transforming us unto Him, right? So, in a sense, God is always doing that. So, I think the question is, why right now am I not convinced of certain thing about God, or I'm not convinced that I should be in communion with God? Like you can see, like it's a little bit of a different question, and I don't think it has necessarily bearing on whether or not it's true that He exists. You see what I mean? Like this is a little bit of a splintering, hairy discussion.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious about it. It's just like me having knowledge that the God exists as an entity independent of human minds, that from which everything that is not itself is actualized, is literally the metaphysical source of all things that are not itself, yada yada yada, however we want to do it. We don't even have to give it like omniscience or any of the, we don't have to give it omnibenevolence like this, but just knowing that such an entity exists would not be problematic for me. It is logically possible that I can be convinced that such an entity exists. The logical possibility is denoted by all it has to do is meet that epistemic burden, which would technically be nothing for the entity itself, because my epistemic burden is as a result of ensuring that I'm not being deceived by anything as best as I can be. It's not perfect. Obviously, I'm just a person, and there's no like current solution to the problem of hard solipsism. So I can only go so far, but I can be extraordinarily rigid to protect myself from charlatans, conmen, and grifters. So, but the God can easily overcome that. It knows exactly what would convince me. It wants me to be convinced. It wants to have a relationship with me. And it wants that relationship it wants me to understand that relationship is justified. So, but if literally if all I have access to is the natural world, and I'm not willing to break my epistemology in order to accept a proposition that cannot be shown to be the case, but only validates my feelings in the holding of it, that's not sufficient enough, because there are many things I could believe in based upon like what we would call faith alone. There's no proposition I can't hold on faith alone. So that's not knowledge. And the God knows I need the knowledge before I can make an informed decision or a rational decision as to whether or not to follow it or to worship it or even give it basic respect in order to even begin to address the theology, because the theology is predicated upon its existence. If it doesn't exist, then the theology is irrelevant. So I need to know, does it exist at all? And by every argumentation, it doesn't. So that's where I'm going with. That's where I'm trying to drill down to, is like, what is stopping it? Because it's certainly not me.
I mean, like, I'm not sure how to respond to. I'm not sure exactly what you were asking, because, like, if it's true, like, then God exists, and that, if I'm wrong about God, existing, there could be all sorts of reasons why I believe that He doesn't exist. And you're sort of asking a theodicy question of like, why isn't God convincing me that He exists right now? I mean, I don't know. I mean, like that. What if? I mean, it seems to be like logically possible that like I'm in a situation where currently nothing would convince me that God exists. right?
Well, I can
Or
hypothesize. I can hypothesize, by the way, by your own lights as an internal critique. You define the God as being ultimate, that it has various attributes. There's nothing to stop it from doing anything that it wants to do. As there's nothing to dictate what God must or must not do, or the manner in which it can or cannot do anything. So anything that God does, God obviously does because God wants to do it. If it doesn't want to do it, then God doesn't do it. But God doesn't need to do anything by definition. So if there's nothing stopping it, then the only thing I can conclude logically, it's entailed that God doesn't do it because God doesn't want to do it. But that would contradict the notion that God wants to have a relationship with me. But in order to have that be justified, I need to first know that it exists. And the system that I live in order to be epistemically consistent and logically consistent, I can't conclude that it does. As a matter of being rational. So,
I mean, like, so we don't have epistemic access to the future, right? So, like, God's like plan of salvation like includes our free choices, right? At least that's that's what I believe. We can talk about what the magisterium teaches, the Catholic magisterium teaches. But like God's plan of like drawing people to Himself includes our free choices and includes the things that we do. So in a sense that like why doesn't God convince me? I mean, this very well what's happening right now. What was happening last week could in fact be included in the plan of God convincing you that He exists because He is drawing all people to Himself. So
not unless I have a mechanism by which I could eliminate confirmation bias, of which there seemingly is none.
I mean, so a mechanism of eliminating confirmation bias.
Right. I need a methodology is what it is. I can't just say that because even then, talking about how all things are leading towards, people are leading people towards God, but that assumes it exists to have a plan of salvation that leads people towards it.
Well, yeah. I mean, obviously, in the course of this hypothetical, I'm assuming that God exists.
Right.
Well, but like, I mean, I've spent the last hour like arguing about like
I can't rest my laurels on eventually being convinced of it. Like as well,
sure,
one day I'll be convinced because that doesn't do that. So that would be kind of silly, and I definitely don't want to fall into Pascal's wager, which does not follow at all. So that's where I'm kind of curious on this. So can it be rational to hold a position that the God exists when at best it's unfalsifiable and at worst it's logically contradictory?
I mean, obviously I don't think it's like unfalsifiable or logically contradictory. I mean, sort of the entire like philosophical system that I've been talking about for the last 45 minutes or so. Like
it
I
best
don't
gets you
think
to a valid conclusion, but doesn't get you to a sound one.
I mean, I do think it reaches a sound conclusion.
Not unless you can demonstrate it.
I mean,
I guess this is the argumentum motherfuckerum that Andrew brought up earlier. I know it's tongue in cheek. It sounds silly. I know it's tongue in cheek. The title is tongue in cheek, but essentially, I was arguing with a young Earth creationist and a presuppositional apologist.
Sure.
And my argument was this: premise one. The guy goes by P. Mars. Premise one: P. Mars is a young Earth creationist and presuppositional apologist. Premise two: all young Earth creationists and presuppositional apologists have sex with their mothers. Conclusion: P. Mars has had sex with his mother. Now that's deductively valid.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I understand. I've taken. I mean, I don't want to be glib here, but like I understand. I understand I don't want to be glib, but like I understand the philosophy of 101 notion distinction between like soundness and validity.
Right. So you've definitely provided a framework by which you could derive a logically valid syllogism. I have no problem with that. I have no qualms with that. The tag does that all day long. If God,
the tag. I'm sorry. You've said that a couple. I don't know what the tag is.
The transcendental argument for God.
I'm not making the transcendental argument.
No. I'm saying the tag. I'm using it as an example. The tag produces a logically valid argument, but but it's not sound in any way. So getting to that soundness is what's important.
Well, I mean, yeah, because if it's sound, then it's true. So
it can be shown to be the case. Yes.
yeah, I mean, so we're just arguing about whether or not it's true that God exists. So I mean,
we're
obviously,
arguing about whether or not the metaphysical, the ontological assumptions you're making about things within the system are in fact the case. So,
I mean, sure.
Right. So, but the problem is we can't show them to be the case, and there are alternatives that are as equally possible, and the equally possible ones are more parsimonious.
So like we're gonna have a disagreement of course. Like I don't think that like nominalism is true and various other mereological nihilism is true, or various other alternatives to Neo-Aristotelian metaphysics. But also I don't think that Neo-Aristotelian metaphysics always necessarily excludes different metaphysical schools, especially like the phenomenologists. I don't think it necessarily discounts a lot of the things they're talking about, and certainly that Blanchett doesn't think that Aristotelianism is like completely incompatible with, say, like Hegelian phenomenology or Kantianism. Various other things. I mean, certain aspects of it are going to be in dispute, but it's not this Aristotelian metaphysics isn't this kind of like hyper exclusionary like line of thinking. Like it encompasses quite a lot of different disciplines. There are a lot of neo-Aristotelians.
Yeah, I think we can agree though that we are not able to, that no one thus far has been able to demonstrate that a God actually exists as a concrete thing.
Well, I mean, I don't think God is a concrete thing. I mean, that's.
Well, I mean, standing in causal relation to other things.
Sure.
Right. That's what I mean by concrete. That it exists independent of human minds. It's not an abstract. It's a concrete thing standing in causal relation to other stuff.
Sure.
That no one's been able to demonstrate that. Right.
Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, like, if you want, it's going to be difficult because we're having a dispute about like foundational like metaphysical disagreements, right? So I mean, if you're asking me like, oh, you didn't demonstrate that God exists, well, it's like, yeah, like you're denying that like Aristotelian potentiality is like a real thing. Well, it's like,
there's
of
no
course.
Justification. Yeah, but the problem is there's no justification for me to accept that.
Well,
I'd have to deny everything we know today.
I mean, I would dispute that that's the case. I mean, like I mean, part of the issue is that like I can't do this in 45 minutes, right? I mean, it's just really hard.
Okay, I got you.
I want to address.
But before we jump onto something, he came into the chat. I know he's pressed for time, and I don't know how pressed for time you are, Bob. But I have PhD Tony in the back. PhD Tony is a former Catholic, and I think he has something. I think he has something to say here, real quick. So I'm going to bring him up. I myself have to run to. I have to run to the little atheist room. So I'm going to pass the reins to Andrew.
Okay.
I'll just sit here with Tony wants to get a point across. I'll give him an immediate floor.
Well, so. Bob Joe, do you accept that some people make false claims about God's existence?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so how do you suggest that somebody like me who is no longer convinced that there is a God should distinguish between false claims about God's existence and true or accurate claims about God's existence?
I have no idea. I don't have access to your internal forum.
But, okay. So you're suggesting that your internal conviction that God exists is not. You don't have access to any information that would persuade me that God exists.
Oh, I mean, I very well might. I just like I literally met you 5 seconds ago. I mean, I don't know what those would be. We'd have to talk about it.
Okay, so what persuades you that a God exists?
I mentioned sort of at the beginning of this conversation, I think Phaser's Aristotelian proof was pretty convincing for me. I think Aristotelian metaphysics not only is very intuitive, I think it also is very commensurate with like modern physics, especially quantum physics. I think quantum physics is one of the greatest demonstrations of Aristotelian metaphysics that we have.
It's weird. It's weird to me that you would say one of the benefits of Aristotelian physics is that it's intuitive, and then immediately go to quantum physics, which is not intuitive, right?
I mean, it depends what we mean exactly. I think like Newtonian mechanics isn't really all that intuitive necessarily either. I mean, but like most people accept a Newtonian framework, a kind of 16th century clockwork universe framework, and then when they go read about like the double slit experiment, they get confused because the wave function isn't like localized in space necessarily. So I mean, but like I think once we dispense with the notion that like we have these infinitesimally small particles and that everything is neatly like located in Cartesian space, then I think quantum physics is really relatively intuitive. I think the Hilbert space is actually it's a pretty cool concept.
I don't see how you can say that a Hilbert space is intuitive. Nobody comes to a Hilbert space description of quantum mechanics by intuition.
Well, I mean, sure, I guess, but I mean, nobody. I mean, well, I mean, yeah, kind of. I mean, no one is like going to, stare at the world and like derive, the Hilbert space, yeah, or derive like a Hilbert space view of reality. Probably not, right? But I mean, a lot of it did rely upon. I mean, we're talking about like linear algebra, right? So I mean, a lot of it was derived from intuitions that people like Planck and Niels Bohr had about the world, and then got that to agree with the experimental data. I mean, I think intuition had.
I think you're misusing the word intuitive, right? So to say that it's some extremely well-informed people with extremely sound grounding in very abstract mathematics had intuitions about stuff is very different from saying that the field is intuitive, right? To say, I mean,
I think intuition is a little bit, it's a little bit subjective.
Well, when I use the term intuitive, I mean that somebody without any specific training in the discipline should be able to navigate on essentially a gut feel towards the finding. But so you guys have been throwing around the name phaser. I'm not a philosopher.
Okay.
Please lay out the phaser's argument for why you think a God exists.
I mean, it's like 15 points, right? I mean, at some point I have to go to bed. Like it's relatively long. He wrote it in his book, 5 Proofs for the Existence of God. You might be more interested in his book Aristotle's Revenge, which is a sort of a defense of Aristotelian metaphysics in the light of like modern science. And he's given some debates at like at Fermi Lab in front of a bunch of physicists about this particular thing.
Okay. So allow me to ask a question then.
Sure.
Is everybody he delivers this lecture to, did they become Christians?
I'm sorry?
Does everybody he delivered this lecture to become a Christian?
Probably not.
Would that be because they don't accept the axioms that he adopts in constructing his position?
I mean, maybe it might be just because they weren't paying attention, or they're like there on coffee break. Like, I mean, there could be 150 different reasons why they don't accept his position.
So you're arguing that you're arguing that it. Are you arguing that it is inattention and incompetence that prevents them from coming to the same conclusion?
No, what I'm saying is that I have no idea why a certain person doesn't accept it, because I don't have access to their mind.
I was asking about a reasonably general group that you characterized, that you chose, and rather than suggesting that they don't accept some of his axioms, you suggested that it was actually inattention and incompetence.
Let me be clear. Let me be clear. I said there might be a multitude of different reasons. One of them could be they literally weren't paying attention, or another one is they don't accept the premises because they don't find it convincing.
Okay.
The specific lecture that I'm thinking of, there was a questionnaire at the end, and there was a guy who was a gauge theorist. No, not a gauge theorist. It's a philosophy concept. I can't remember. But what am I thinking of? Anyway, basically he had a philosophical view that was different than phaser, and they had a sort of discussion about it. So like, yes, there are people in the audience who presumably, especially that guy, don't accept his metaphysics. Like, yeah.
Yeah. So, okay. So, but so you accept his metaphysics and you arrive at the same conclusion, but you've no way of guaranteeing whether or not anybody else can look at the same argument and arrive at the same conclusion, because they may just not. I just looked up a summary of Phaser's argument, that there must be a purely actualizer.
Sure.
And I can foresee that I'm not going to agree with the axioms that he used to that he used to get there. You said you studied physics and mathematics. Do you understand?
I'm sorry.
Well, are you familiar, for instance, with Hartle-Hawking's boundaryless universe hypothesis?
Maybe I've heard of it before. I'm not. I can't think of it off the top of my head.
Okay. So it's about a boundaryless universe. So there was no initial point to the universe. Time.
Oh yeah, sure. Yeah. This isn't a Kalam argument. We're not arguing for the beginning of the universe. In fact, actually, Aquinas actually accepts the possibility that the universe is eternal and that creation is an eternal act.
Yeah, but those aren't the only two. Those aren't the only two options, right?
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that I'm not committed to the notion that the universe had a finite beginning. I do think it actually did have a finite beginning, but I mean those are relatively diverse reasons why I think that's the case. But Phaser is specifically. Because he's distinguishing himself from the Kalam, and he's distinguishing himself from other philosophers. He's not committing himself to the notion that the universe had a beginning.
Okay, all right. So you believe, because of this argument, and it accords, and you accept each of the component axioms, right? But you can't explain to me why I should accept the axioms.
I mean, I know nothing about you, so I can't explain why to you, because you might, for example, hold lots of different like metaphysical commitments that I don't know about, right? You might be, you might, whether you realize it, be a mereological nihilist, you might be a nominalist, right? You might hold various non-cognitive theories about all sorts of different things. So I mean, like I don't know what would convince you. I'm just saying that this is what convinced me. I think it is true. I think I could demonstrate that it's true. Now, whether or not you're convinced of that, I mean, like I don't know. I mean, I'd have to talk with you for a very long time to get a good, decent intuition about what you find convincing.
Well, let me go in a slightly different direction. Do you believe that God reveals his intentions through prayer, that people who pray to him receive any form of revelation?
In prayer, yeah, I mean that would be what Catholic theology would call a private revelation. I mean, I do think that happens. Okay. Yeah.
All right. Do you concede that perhaps God might have at some point revealed to somebody in the hierarchy of the Catholic Church that perhaps concealing pedophiles and facilitating their careers of predating on children might not be a good thing to do? Do you think that God could have made that clear to the members of the senior Catholic clergy?
Yes.
Do you think God should have made that clear to the senior Catholic clergy?
Yes, but I think he did. So I'm
not sure. Did the Catholic clergy act in accord with the premise they were receiving revelation from God suggesting that this was not a good thing to do?
No.
Okay. So is it then your position that they received this revelation but decided to ignore it?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And on what do you base that position?
Because the entire like moral theology of the church like condemns it. It's a crime crying out to heaven.
Yeah, but can't you see the counter argument, right? That yes, this is a bad thing, but the good that the church does is such that any damage to the church has to be prevented, right? the welfare of the church therefore becomes a factor that you must consider when you're choosing which course of action to embark upon. Yes, you can prevent a small evil, but you may damage the church so fundamentally that you are condemning, thousands, millions of souls to perdition by the damage you do to the church. So it's not as clean-cut an argument as that if you take the welfare of the church to be a serious factor, right?
I mean, I'm having a little bit of trouble following what you're saying, but like strictly speaking, like Christ promised that the church would not, the gates of hell would not prevail against the church, right? So I mean, whether or not like the bishops like fall away and lots of people apostatize and horrible things happen, like I don't need to do this kind of like mafiosi thing where we need to protect the curia. Like I don't think that's not always necessarily the case. Now, I mean, I do think that
you don't need to do that, but do you think other people felt the need to do that?
Yeah, sometimes. I mean, I think largely it was like just kind of corruption.
Okay, so so I would argue that's an even more cynical point than the viewpoint than the one that I raised. But do you concede that the reorganization of the church's finances so that they couldn't be sued by the victims of their negligence was an immoral choice?
I'm not familiar with. I mean, if that happened, my guess is that that's. I would say that's probably wrong.
Do you know who Cardinal George Pell was?
I think he was an Australian cardinal. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
I only know some very vague things that I think he was released from prison. Was that the case? I'm not sure.
He was convicted. He was convicted on charges of sexual abuse, which were overturned by the High Court, who decided, bizarrely, in my opinion, that the jury's findings of fact were actually not factual, which is not supposed to be how jury systems work. The juries are the triers of fact, but the High Court overturned them. But he instituted what was called the is it the Melbourne or the Sydney solution, which was a reorganization of church finances so that they couldn't be accessed by lawsuits.
I mean, that's strange. I mean, because like in America, for example, like we have dioceses going bankrupt from lawsuits, right? So I mean, I'm not sure what I can't speak to Australia. As a matter of rhetoric, Tony, I should point out here that like I should just as a matter of rhetoric, I should just like, are we just going to litigate all of the crimes of like curial like bishops and stuff? Like
aren't you obligated, as if you believe that there is divine revelation, if you believe that people are receiving divine revelation from God, then but are nonetheless going out and performing acts that are evil. What's the purpose of this organization again? What is its value to society? Shouldn't you, if you believe in a non-corrupt worship of God, what benefit does the organization bring to you? I'm not trying to attack Christianity here, but I am, frankly, Cardinal George Pell's reorganization of finances, like, it was the last straw for me, right? It was the last thing. At which point, here we've got people who tell us every Sunday to get on our knees and beg for forgiveness for the sins that we've transgressed. But the church, who for decades systematically constructed and concealed a system of abuse for children, immures itself behind a legal fiction so that those victims whose lives have been destroyed cannot retrieve financial recompense for what's happened to them. So we have to beg forgiveness. We have to make good for the sins that we forgive. But the church itself continues regardless, and all we get is some mealy-mouthed apology. Cardinal George Pell, after doing this, I will remind you, ended up in charge of the global finances of the Catholic Church, being the third highest ranked cleric in the Catholic Church. So he was rewarded for this policy, and he was a convicted, even though the conviction was overturned, he was a convicted sexual abuser. Does that not indicate to you that perhaps the institution itself is corrupt to a level that it has ceased to fulfill its intended function?
I mean, we're going to have we would have to litigate like many different aspects what we're talking about, because there's like the curia, right? There's like bishops, and there's like the things that bishops do, and then there's the notion of the church as the body of Christ. Like the church as the notion as the body of Christ is indefectible, right? But like individual bishops do bad things, like the Borgia popes in the Renaissance era were doing all sorts of depraved things. Lots of other popes are doing bad things, but of course there are.
But wouldn't that? Well, I mean, so wouldn't that suggest that perhaps there is some merit to the idea that perhaps the organization as a whole needs? Anyway, this is perhaps too widespread and heavy. I would argue that the events as they fell out actually contraindicate one of your axioms. I would argue that there is no evidence for divine revelation that that these things were wrong. I argue that God didn't make it known to the members of the church, which is why they felt like they were able to do it. And I'm wondering why you believe the opposite. I believe it did make it known.
I mean, I believe in the opposite because, like, the lex orandi, lex credendi of the church preaches against this kind of depravity every single day. That in the theology of the church, in its saints, in the writings and the proclamations of the magisterium, I mean, all this stuff is condemned. It's just like depravity. I mean, it's mortal sin, right? It's the sin against murder. That's what these crimes are. It's a violation of one of the 10 commandments against murder.
But if we accept the Catholic Church's word for it, the Catholic churches, you believe this, whereas I would, and you believe something else, that they were told this, but they decided not to obey God's word. They knowingly, believing in God, received a revelation from God, and then decided to ignore that revelation.
Oh, yeah.
And your argument is that they did it because of simple venal corruption.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, like any kind of mortal sin. I mean, that is what happens, right? That because God always gives us the grace to be able to cooperate with His will. And so, if we're committing a mortal sin, it is because we have deliberately rejected that cooperation with His grace. And so, when a bishop, I mean, like there's a famous saying that like the road to hell is paved with the skulls of bishops, right? Like when a bishop does horrible things and commits mortal sins, it's because he is, in fact, like contradicting the grace that was given to him in baptism and the unique graces that were given to him as a matter of his ordination. So he is profaning his office by committing these crimes. Because and we see how these offices can be rightly run because we do have saintly bishops. We just canonized well, he wasn't he declared a blessed. Cardinal Fulton Sheen was just declared a blessed recently.
Beatification, not a sanctification.
Beatification, yeah. Sorry, I didn't want to say canonization.
Yeah.
Right. So that and in the writings of all the saints, there's all sorts of Augustine writes about the depravities of sexual sin. Saint Bernard of Clairvaux writes about the depravities of sexual sin. Like these things are horrible, right? And they scandalize everybody, and they cause people to apostatize. It's really sad and horrible.
But so you're holding up St. Bernard of Clairvaux as somebody with moral authority.
I mean, in the matter, I gave him as an example of someone. I haven't read very much of Bernard of Clairvaux. I gave him as an example of someone who raved against sexual immorality.
Yeah, he raised against sexual immorality, but he is, and I would argue that this is one of the other systematic evils of the Catholic Church, is that it weaponizes sexual guilt, right? And that it creates neuroses. Everybody feels a sex drive, and it's a perfectly natural thing for them to feel. The sexual church turns that into a stick that they can beat everybody with. Everybody feels
Forgive me, Tony. Where are we going? I don't.
But you just quoted St. Bernard of Clairvaux as somebody who has moral clarity.
I just gave him as just an example of that. There is a long history of people within the church who have raved against the problem of sexual sin. And I use that as an example to demonstrate the fact that these bishops know that this stuff is evil and they're doing it anyway.
Well, okay. So is homosexuality evil?
Sodomy is disordered. It's an evil, yeah. Homosexuality is very vague. Like being homosexual, like having sexual inclinations towards the same sex, that's not a sin. The inclination is not a sin.
I don't know what you mean by sodomy. Sodomy can mean a lot of things. What do you mean by sodomy?
I mean, we could just be simple, like anal sex.
Anal sex. Okay, so even a consenting married couple, anal sex is a sin, in your opinion?
Yes, yeah. Even male and female, like anal sex would be wrong, yeah.
Okay, you understand that not all homosexual sex involves anal sex.
Yeah, I mean the other types of sex would be bad too.
Okay, so all homosexual sex acts are bad. Okay.
Yeah, and most of what people consider to be.
Why does God make people homosexual then?
I don't think. I mean, there could be lots of different reasons why someone is homosexual. I'm not going to litigate like why homosexuality occurs like biologically. I don't know. I don't have access to God's total access to God's will.
You understand that it is biological and it's not a choice.
So
as a member of the LGBTQ community myself, it's not a choice. And I was not abused. It's not a result of trauma. It's who I am. It's who I've always been. My mother knew that I was bi before I ever did. So it's not a choice. We've transformed this conversation about 6 or 7 different times. I think it's important to point that out here. Now I'm getting into a sort of rhetorically dangerous position because I'm the Catholic on the panel, and the Catholic Church says that like sodomy is a sin, and so like this is going to be rhetorically dangerous for me to talk about like the moral theology of sex in the context of the church. But it's important for me to point out that like what the church says is that sex outside the confines of sacramental marriage is wrong. That's what the church teaches.
Okay, that's fine. Why should I care what the church says?
It's true.
And why, given that we have during this discussion, we have discussed the level of corruption, the level of fallibility of various senior clerics within the church and the organization as a whole. Why do we have faith that the church's pronouncements and that its teachings, where is the boundary? At what point in the church's teachings does it stop being fallible? Does it stop being subject to any moral corruption? And when does it start becoming infallible and we have to listen to everything it says? Where is the boundary, and how do we know that that's the boundary?
So I mean, the question of like where the church is specifically infallible in matters of doctrine is a question about fundamental dogmatic theology. That's a very deep topic. Requires a lot of conversation about history and ecumenical councils and the notion of ex cathedra and like apostolic succession and indefectibility of the church and various other things. So I mean that in and of itself is an entire other topic.
Okay.
The notion that for example, because of all this moral corruption, that gives us sufficient reason to doubt the indefectibility of the church. I mean, I would say as a matter of intuition, I mean, I don't reject the apostles because Judas betrayed our Lord. Judas was a very high-ranking member, right? We consider the apostles to be the first clerics, right? So, like Judas betraying the apostles and betraying God, right, is not sufficient reason for me to reject the gift that God has given us in the church, right?
And well, now you've raised another question. Why should I accept any? So I study paleo sea level change. Past sea level change. In fact, now I've moved on to sort of to gravitational analysis analysis of satellite gravimetry data. But my primary focus was paleo sea level data. So I can guarantee you that the Earth is not 6,000 years old, that there was no global flood, and that the flood narrative of Genesis is physically impossible and simply inaccurate. So my question then becomes, as is the claimed age of the Earth, my question then becomes, what in the Bible can I accept as true, and what in the Bible isn't true, because there's stuff in there that I can tell you for a fact is absolutely untrue. So where is the boundary between what is true and what is not true in the Bible? Which bits of the Bible can we know are true, and why can we know that?
I mean, this is a very, very wide-ranging and like deep topic, right? I mean, we're talking about that the church preaches that the Bible is infallible, right? That it's without error, right? And it's without error on the things that it actually teaches. Well, it's like it can be a little bit difficult to know exactly what the intended author is talking about. I mean, if I'm looking at, for example, Revelation, the book of Revelation, I mean, we're talking about like swords coming out of people's mouths and like candles and like flames and all sorts of like visually intense things, right? I mean, are we suggesting that like Revelation is like we're talking about like quantum physics or something? I mean, probably not, right?
Well,
so like I don't.
Do you agree that Noah's flood is an event that is reported in the Bible?
It is written. The narrative of Noah's flood is written in the Bible. Yes.
It teaches that the Bible is without error. So there are no errors in the narrative of Noah's flood.
Correct.
Okay. So does that mean that Noah's flood occurred?
So yes. But that doesn't necessarily mean that it's recording like the physical event of like trillions of gallons of water like covering the whole Earth. Like that's not necessarily the case. I think that could have happened, right? But it would have had to been. We both of us know that's physically impossible, right? So it'd have to be like a specific kind of miracle that God would have had to enact. But like intuitive.
Another hypothesis to you. 20,000 years ago, global sea levels were about 135, maybe more, meters lower than they are now. Mm-hmm. Between 20,000 and 8,000 years ago, sea level rose by approximately 135,000 millimeters, or 135 millimeters. 135 meters, sorry. So everybody who was living on the coast would have had a cultural record of sea levels rising everywhere and just being forced to move inland. And in particular, in the Persian Gulf, which would have been dry 20,000 years ago, sea level rose to the point outside the Gulf and then it got over the lip of the Gulf, and all of a sudden the Persian Gulf was inundated in a very short period of time. Could this not have introduced a cultural memory that is preserved, somewhat distorted, in Genesis?
I mean, in a certain extent, yeah. I mean, that could be, in a certain extent, a natural. The notion of distortion, I would disagree with, but like in a sense, they could be a certain explanation as to why flood narratives like occurred.
Okay,
but like I also
if you're okay, this is a very difficult conversation, because it seems to me you seem a very intelligent person, and so I'm wondering, I'm a little bit frustrated why your thoughts go so far and then they stop. So, are you saying that it was morally defensible and justifiable for God to drown every infant on earth, as the story of Noah suggests? Has something happened? Yeah. Sorry, I asked a question. Did allow me to repeat it. Has he gone?
Oh, he may have disconnected.
He may. It felt a little like his connection.
Like, here it comes.
Okay.
I'm sorry about that. I think it my connection timed out.
That's okay. Yeah, it looked like it was just a DC. It happens sometimes, but you're good. So.
And I do want to thank you. You're sort of sticking with me, and I'm being quite difficult. I hope I'm not being rude, but I am being quite difficult in this conversation.
No, you're not being rude.
Do you think that it was moral for God to drown infants?
So it's obviously very rhetorically dangerous for me to start talking about the specific things, like the people drowning in the Old Testament, or God commanding the slaughter of the Amalekites, or the various other things that we would certainly, that if we did these things, it would be considered very morally evil for us to commit. But I mean, from a fundamental perspective, like God, like human life is not confined to this world, right? It extends into eternity, right? And so, in a sense, that God, like, I don't think it's wrong for God in that specific instance, because he's the author of life and death, to kill someone.
Are you familiar with the phrase "kill them all, God will know his own"?
Yes, that's actually given by I believe it was a Catholic cardinal when the Albigensian Crusade was occurring.
Yeah,
yes,
during the Albigensian Crusade, right? What is wrong? So logically, and morally, what is wrong with that position?
It's murder.
And what? You just said that human existence doesn't end when a person dies. So
yes.
So killing someone isn't the end of their existence. So killing somebody is not that big a deal. You just said so when God does it.
Right, because God has a specific. I'm sorry.
No, carry on.
I mean, like, so God, being the author of life and death, has infinite access to all truth and all of history, which we do not, right? And so, if we're murdering someone, like, this is evil. One, because it's explicitly God has given us command, "Thou shalt not murder," right? And also, it's where we are in an attempt out of pride, trying to basically to resist God's will, and we're almost always, murder is almost always bound up with 1,000 other vices like jealousy and fear and pride and anger and various other things.
Well, so I feel obligated to point out that the historiography of that quote, "Kill them all and God will know his own," it's not well attested. The quote first appears some decades after the event, so it has every sign of being a later interpolation. But if you believe in a life after death, and if here's the guy, John. There was a family annihilator who killed his family and was convinced that he'd meet them when he went to heaven.
You're not talking about Jonestown, are you?
No, I'm not talking about Jonestown.
No, he's talking about John List.
Yeah, John List. That's the one.
It is an event that took place back in 1971. He killed his wife, his mother, and 3 children in New Jersey, and then vanished. Yeah.
And he was a very staunch Catholic, and when they eventually caught him, he had set up another family, and lived with it for decades. But he was firmly convinced he killed his children because they were starting to disobey him. They were starting to argue with him, and he thought that it was better for them to die without being allowed to succumb to sin. And thus be guaranteed entry to heaven. And one can argue that even if he condemns himself to hell through doing this, that it is an act of charity for him to do so. As you say, it's a morally fraught a question. But we actually skipped past something. I said, why should we accept what the church says? And you said, well, apostolic succession, etc., etc. And I said, well, why should we believe the Bible is true? Well, the church says so. That's a circular argument. You can't tell me that I should believe the church because it is succeeded from the Bible, and then turn around and say, well, I should believe the Bible because the church says so, and I should believe the church because the Bible says so. That's a circular argument.
Yeah, it would be, but I don't think I'm making that argument.
Okay, well then how do I what? And we sort of skip past a bit how does Noah's flood not contain an error? We know as a fact that there was no global flood. So as described, Noah's flood didn't occur. We know for a fact that the implied genetic bottleneck for animals and humans, well, humans are animals, but globally, and the global distribution of animals is inconsistent with what was claimed in Noah's flood. So in what sense is the narrative of Noah's flood without error?
So first of all, I have to wake up pretty early in the morning, so I should be leading here in a little bit here. I'll for the sake of my interlocutors here, I'll give another probably 15 minutes, and then I should go. First of all, there could be two things. One, you could ascribe. I'm not a super fan of Dr. William Lane Craig, but he did say something that I think might be correct in a certain sense, which is that he gave one interpretation. I'm giving us one alternative. I'll give two alternative answers to what you're saying. The one is that Genesis and the Bible stories are what he calls mythic history. That what the primary import and truth of those things is in its theology, basically, in its Christology and the prefiguring of Christ, etc. That those are the primary value of the texts, and that's really what the church fathers believed, that these things, the Old Testament readings, these are prefigurements of the New Testament and the revelation in Christ Jesus. So there would be that angle, and the other one is simply that these things aren't physically possible. Of course they aren't. That they're miraculous, right? That the only way it could have happened is if God literally created trillions of gallons of water and then literally annihilated trillions of gallons of water. I mean, but he's God. Like, I don't think that's so much of a big deal. Same with the Reds parting of the Red Sea, right?
We can tell that it didn't happen, right? The miraculous exploration would still have left evidence, even if we account that happened. There would still be genetic indicators in modern populations that would show a bottleneck at the time that it happened. There would still be paleo sea level indicators of what occurred, and there are none. you seem to think that it would not just be creating the water and then disappearing the water. He would have to destroy all of the evidence that we would expect to follow from this event. When
I
we
mean,
go out,
the evidence. First of all, I guess it would have to be. I mean, I'm not familiar with your work whatsoever, so I'd have to like go dig through the specific scientific like structure of like what's going on to be able to be like, how could this happen in this specific way? I mean, I would have to look at that because I'm just offering a hypothetical here. But like,
I can tell you this based upon the work of other individuals as well that are on YouTube, stuff like that. Just like people who have examined this via the problems like the heat problem and the artifacts that are left behind through the geological column, is that the amount of evidence, if such an event took place, even if it was like God magicked the water in and then magicked the water out, and that was all that God did, the amount of physical evidence that would be left behind by such a cataclysmically devastating event that didn't literally result in the destruction of the Earth's crust and the plasmification of the entire planet just by the heat output. All of that would have to be erased. Like every single scrap of it would have to be erased. Like everything from genetics to the fossil records to the geological columns to the way the evidence that's left behind. Essentially, every aspect of it having happened, or every bit of evidence of it having happened, would have been erased, in the sense that we'd never be able to match the claim event in the book to the physical reality that we experience. Thus removing any kind of justification we would ever have to say that the event actually took place.
well, I mean, I think that's we're talking about like possibilities here, right? So I mean, primarily speaking, the main import of those texts, and this is how the fathers read it, is how the church reads it, is to not be like what actually happened at this location 6,000 years ago. Like
Why
that's not the
not?
main import of the text. It's just
But
not,
why not?
because we're talking about the theology of the text. That's what the primary value of this text
But
are.
we don't need
do you
to.
mind
But
if I ask
actually,
you? I just want to ask Bob Joe
Yeah.
a brief question. Do you believe
Yeah.
that the Earth is 6,000 years old?
Probably not. No.
Okay, probably not. Do you
Yeah.
do you understand what geochronology is used for?
I mean, I can intuit what that means for, but like, I mean,
So
you're relying on things.
geochronology, determining the age of formations on and within the Earth,
Okay.
plays a vital role in mineral exploration.
Sure.
Not just petrochemicals, but all minerals. So metal formations, the minerals that go into your car, the minerals, the petrol that goes into your car, the oil that goes into your car, the wires that the electricity runs around. All of this stuff is found through mineral exploration, and a significant component of that is down to geochemistry and geochronology, the reconstructing the mineral formation processes where mineral-bearing deposits formed. If geochronology were inaccurate, we wouldn't be able to do that. So my argument, my question to you then becomes, why do you think geochronology might be out by approximately 3 orders of magnitude?
I don't think it's out by approximately 3 orders of magnitude.
Okay, so when you say probably not, you said you meant to say definitely not?
I mean, meaning that, like, I still, because God exists and he's omnipotent, right? That things can happen without necessarily affecting the way normal physics works. I mean, God is not bound by the laws of physics. I mean,
that's fine. Okay, so God is not. And this is where you run into the heat problem, is precisely because there seems to have been 4.5 billion years of radioactive decay. You're now arguing that must have occurred almost instantaneously. We have samples from interstellar dust that are 7 billion years old that have accumulated, and that's not based on radioactive decay. That's based on accumulations of cosmogenic isotopes within the samples. So God has gone to a lot of trouble to create evidence that convinces people like me that the Earth is much older than the Bible suggests. And indeed, 400 years ago, every single reputable scientist on the face of the planet, certainly the ones in Europe, they all accepted that the Earth was about 6,000 years old and that Noah's flood was a reality. And the reason we no longer hold to that position is because it's unsustainable due to the evidence that we have accumulated since. And can you point me to an example of God did it with magic that has been verified?
You want like evidence of miracles, for example?
I want evidence of a natural process that God accelerated or did. A miracle would be good. Yeah.
Sure. I should say I enjoyed talking with you all. I do have to leave here in about like 5 minutes. I would leave you all with the Lourdes shrine in Lourdes, France. There's a in Lourdes. There's an office. I forgot what the name of the office is. Basically, their entire job is to investigate claimed miracles at Lourdes. Your
impression that I haven't heard of Lourdes?
I've also read Emile Zola's work. So
no, I'm not talking. I don't know who Emile Zola is. I just mean
that's a weird thing to say because Emile Zola is a very famous French.
Emile Zola wrote a trilogy of books that were Lourdes, Paris, and Rome that he wrote around the turn of the century. And he was a journalist. He was a French journalist. He was behind. He's the guy who wrote J'accuse, which exposed the Dreyfus affair. And Emile Zola wrote a trilogy. He was a prolific writer, like just nonstop. And he wrote a trilogy called the Three Cities Trilogy, in which he takes the fictional story of a priest who travels from Lourdes to Rome, Lourdes to Paris to Rome, across the turn of the century, and loses his faith along the journey. The first stop is in Lourdes. Now,
I'm sorry.
I'm wrapping it up.
Okay.
Zola was a journalist, and so he himself went to Lourdes and discredited everything they were saying. The Catholic backlash to shut him down was beyond the pale to try and discredit him, which they never did. So I'm saying there's nothing to Lourdes.
I've never heard of this. This is new information for me. So when I'm referring to Lourdes, I'm referring to there's about 70 in Lourdes. There's a public office. You can go access all the records. It's all open to the public. There's an office that investigates specific miracles associated with Lourdes.
Independent,
and there's about
right.
Yes, there's about 70 different. The number now is 70. For example, the last confirmed miracle at Lourdes was she was a Catholic religious sister. I think she had some kind of nerve disorder, nerve damage, who was miraculously healed by prayer. And that specific case had about 300 different independent physicians look at the specific documents, which they're all open to the public. You can go to that office in Lourdes and access all the medical data for yourself. I appreciate you all. This was very fun. I had a good time. So thank you all for having me, but I must be going here in a little bit.
Absolutely.
So.
And I thank you, Bob, for coming up, and you're more than welcome to come back again. I do want to leave you before you go with one question, and
sure.
you can pause at this. You don't have to answer it now. I would hope later, like on the next, I do this again on Wednesday, if you happen to be around. The question that I have really quick for you is that why you think I ought to accept the axioms of AT metaphysics as opposed to the more epistemically and logically consistent rebuttals of like Kant, Hume, Locke, Hobbes, all the way up to Wittgenstein. Why ought I accept those AT metaphysics as opposed to these? To just take that, sit with it, and hopefully we'll have you back and we can address that.
Yeah, sure. I'd be happy to. I can get some resources and think about that for next time if I do come back here. You said Wednesday evenings you usually do this.
Yeah. It's always at 6 p.m. Central Time. So I do this every Sunday, every Wednesday. You're more than welcome to come back and we can continue.
Sure, great. Yeah. I very well might do that. It's interesting talking to you all.
Fantastic.
Yeah, thank you, Tony, Andrew, and JL. Great time.
Our pleasure. Thank you. All right. Yeah, I'm hoping the ought there we'll get some thinking done, because I mean I want that ought. Like, how are we getting from the how are we bridging that gap? What's the valuation there? And then we can obviously get into conversation of like why I should value these specific things. And I'm hoping I'm predicting, well, I'm kind of hoping that it doesn't devolve into like Pascal's wager or anything of that notion, because if we end up going to Blaise Pascal, I'm kind of surprised he didn't know who Emile Zola was. That's kind of big, especially when it comes to Lords in the history of the Catholic Church with that journalist. That's interesting.
Well, I'm still a little more concerned with the idea of the epistemic baggage attached to those metaphysical claims, because it's an entire house of cards to suddenly go from, for instance, an idea of a necessary being in that sense, and then explode that outwards with the massive epistemic burden of the increasingly complex description that he's willing to ascribe as a solution for all of this.
Right.
Now we're adding intentionality. Now we're adding this, that. Now
that goes back to that AT stuff, the AT metaphysics, like teleology and shit like that, right?
Yeah, well, that's also already part of what he counted as foundational, as the part that he was taking from the other metaphysic, right? So based off of Aquinas, it just leapfrogs, and at the same time, this reeks of that desperate drive for the answer for everything. Like the idea that the answer that I come up with has to address all of these things, as if a single thing has to account for all of them. So the baggage level is phenomenal.
What struck me was the circularity of it all. We have to believe the Bible because the church says that it's inerrant. Why should we believe the church? Well, because of apostolic succession, and because experts in theology tell us that the church is inerrant. Okay, well, it seems to me like, but we can tell that the Bible isn't accurate. Well, maybe it is. Just whatever.
So I do want to address these because these came in during the we had such a great flow in that conversation. I didn't want to interrupt it, but thank you so much to Point Relative for $10. This goes back to the conversation we were having with Leo Filius. A great conversation. I am taking notes and buying a book on tape/s. Thank you so much, Point Relative. I do appreciate that. And Nobody on Fire for $2 says it's trivially true. P. Mars is a motherfucker. This is also the case. Thank you so much, Nobody on Fire. I think we're at a good spot. I do want to ask you, Tony, in the private chat, I shared a link. Actually, I shared it to you on Discord as well. I'm assuming you just got it.
Yep.
I shared that to you. That I recently did that on Friday. Your thought, if you want to check that out, and your thoughts would be interesting to hear what you think about that. I still want to get Leo's kind of like take, because he was there present for the whole thing, but nonetheless. That was good. I think that was a solid conversation, and I hope that continues on Wednesday. And I pulled back out of there once we got to a corner. I wanted to pull back and let other people take it because I afraid if I kept driving him, I might accidentally piss him off. So I wanted to let you guys take the reins so I wouldn't aggravate him.
I'm sorry, Andrew. You had a question for him, but
when was that? I've lost track.
That was ages ago.
I then watched the little rabbit hole turn into an entire ant colony kind of structure. As we went from topic to topic, and I got to watch you take a journey I'm so used to watching JL take.
That's why I was happy to sit back.
Let that be a lesson to both of you.
I'm going
to sit back. It's like, I can only warn you so much.
I jumped in the back seat and was like, I'm just going to enjoy the breeze. We'll put the top down and we'll just
I
let it go,
mention
man.
I did mention earlier today what I admire about Andrew. He's laser focused, and I'm fairly easy to distract. But yeah,
I almost brought up the one thing I think I'm pretty familiar with is within the catechism, the doctrine of what is it referred to? Damn it, it's restitutio. the Doctrine of Restitutio and the Catechism, that it would have been consistent, it would have been morally consistent with the tenets of the Catechism for the Catholic Church to allow itself to go completely bankrupt and fail from the top down as a result to pay restitution to ensure that restitution was made to all the victims of the crimes that they attempted to cover up. So as a foundation, the entire system from the top down is completely hypocritical. That they will demand, or they will push the Catechism upon its followers, upon its adherents, but the administration does not have to live up to it, because for whatever justification they think it might be, that, you know, I'm protected or whatever, that the church must continue to stand, we have to lie to protect the institution, is like, no, by the very tenets of the institution, by what you say God commands, you should have let the whole thing fail. It should have been a failed business to actually be morally consistent. And I was sitting there thinking that myself, was like, they should have just done it, like a person who overextended themselves and their business went bankrupt. Done. So
it was the point. Like, I was never, to be honest, I've never been convinced that any one religion has any more insight into God than any other religion. Even as a practicing Catholic, I didn't think that there was only one way to worship, or indeed, you know, I didn't think that atheists. I thought that it was more important how you behaved than what religion you were.
Very Aurelian of you.
Very Aurelian. And I wasn't sort of, you know, but my family were Catholic and I stuck with it. But it got to a point where, like, what good are you at this point? Like, you know, what are you for if this is, you know, the depths to which you can sink? Is there nothing you will not do to protect your fucking sinecures? And I am done with this bullshit. So, and I've been much happier and calmer ever since, which gives you some idea of what I used to be like. Anyway.
You just reminded me of something.
All I can say is I would do some pretty sketchy stuff for a Klondike bar. You know, start a whole religion.
Are you familiar with Jack Parsons?
That name's familiar.
One of the founders of JPL.
Oh yes. The hoodoo. The guy who got involved with LaVey, right?
Well, with Crowley.
Crowley. That was it. Sorry,
yeah.
The esoteric, you know, shit.
The tech magic, Thera, whatever it was. But he got, his wife was stolen off him, and his fortune, and a large portion of his fortune was stolen off him by somebody by the name of L. Ron Hubbard.
Yeah. You reminded me of this, Tony, when you said that about the Catholic Church. Your thinkings on that.
Yes.
What would you say you do here?
That's the Catholic Church sitting across like that, just completely. It's like. So, what good are you?
What would you say you do?
You do here.
I was thinking, have you seen the debate between Christopher Hitchens and Stephen Fry and
yes,
and Ad Whitcomb?
Is the Catholic Church a force for good in the world? A force for good in the world, and
Ad Whitcomb, who was tragically murdered last week.
A bit of Fry and Hitch is what I like to call that.
A bit of Fry and Hitch. But she was complaining, I don't think it's reasonable when people complain, you know, the Catholic Church, the church used to support slavery. It was the standard back at the time, and Stephen Fry says, what are you for? If you're just as bad as everybody else, then what are you for?
What is it you'd say you do here?
You do here.
And then just sitting there thinking about All right, and thank you so much, Aaron Reese, for $5. Says, Jesus, for where 2 or 3 gather in my name, the Catholic Church. Oh, Jesus, for where 2 or 3 gather in my name, the Catholic Church. And we're going to need a giant fucking city.
To be fair, it's not that giant. Well, it's Vatican City is not that big, all things considered.
It's state-sized, apparently.
All right.
So this was this fascinating conversation. I can't wait to continue. I hope we get to continue it. I hope he does come back. And obviously, Andrew will get his stuff in, and I hope he has an answer to the question that I left him with. I also want to ask him if he thinks that faith is a tool for epistemology. I really want to go down that route and see, to explore that kind of thing, because we danced around the faith concept, which I think is paramount to his worldview, and I want to break that apart. But nonetheless, I think this was good. So, but I think we're good. We're 9 minutes out from the 6-hour mark. We've been doing fantastic. This was a lot of fun. So a huge thank you. I want to do a huge thank you to Andrew, to Tony, to Leo, who was here earlier, Austin Sims, who hung out with us a bit, and all of the callers. Thank you guys for being here. This was fantastic.
Glad to be here.
And a giant thank you to all of you in the live chat. The friggin' audience retention has been amazing for this entire stream. I think we've got one of the highest points we've been doing Stage of Reason as of recent, which makes me really happy. It seems that having the experiment of having the static background that people can read really, really helped. And the analytics seem to be showing that. They're showing that audience retention and the people staying in the chat longer is really helpful by having this and by comparing the two. I need more samples, but it appears to be that way. So we may change this up a little bit so it's a little bit more dynamic. But I definitely want to keep those static on the screen so that people can read them. And hopefully very soon we're going to open the door to TikTok and we're going to bring in some real intellectual fun. So a giant thank you to the live chat, to all of you hanging out, and thank you for all your super chats and your milestone chats, all those things, and new members. Welcome. All of that really supports the channel and helps us to, helps me to keep chugging along. If you haven't yet, hit the like button or hit the dislike button if you didn't like it. Leave a comment because that helps to drive us in the algorithm, whether a critique you have or whatever you have to say. And hit the subscribe button. I'm hovering around 15K. I'd like to blow past it this time and actually stay past it. So I'd appreciate that. That would really, really help out. And of course, check out these guys. Tony's got his own channel. Check that shit out. Does amazing stuff. He does debates and he does critiques and breaks all this shit down. His stuff about breaking down why the flood didn't happen is a thing of myth. It's brilliant. Attacking flat earth, all that kind of nonsense. All great stuff. If you want to see me debate some, go check out Skeptic Haven. They got great stuff over there. You can see the debate that we were kind of briefly talking about where I debated this Robert guy about morality. It was hilarious. And of course, be sure to check out the GoFundMe for I Killed Earl. And I'm going to link that again one more time to make sure that we maximize the opportunity to get her to that goal. Because we live in an end-stage capitalist society, and we have to go to GoFundMe sometimes in order to help people, because our government sucks. So let's give her a hand on that. So thank you all so much for all of that support. You guys rock. New content coming up on Tuesday, part 3 of the Lionel Luckhoo look, where I'm breaking down Lionel Luckhoo's legal diatribe about God and all that other stuff. So part 3 is coming up. You got part 4 after that to close it all out. All kinds of fun stuff. And I hope you all enjoy it. So hit that bell for notifications to make sure you don't miss anything. I think that's pretty much it. So you guys rock. Thank you all so much for hanging out with me this entire time. This was a blast. You guys got anything coming up? Tony, anything?
No, nothing.
No debates? Not going to be over at the tomato again? Or?
Nobody's interested in talking to me.
We are. And obviously, we can find the Catholics. You can definitely take on here. This has been a blast. So a lot of fun. If you are a believer and you were hanging out in the chat, remember, you can always come up. The link was pinned in the chat, pinned down there at the bottom. You can always come up on stage. The stage is not about trying to embarrass people or trying to farm clips off people or trying to trap people and stuff like this. We want to have these conversations. I think this conversation that Andrew, Tony, and I had with Bob is an excellent example of what we try to do here, to have reasoned discourse, to try and understand where we're coming from. Because if anything, even at the end we disagree, I think Bob comes away with a better understanding of our position. We come away with an understanding of his, and we can coexist without having to rip each other's throats out in primal tribalism to make this world better, to work towards goals that we agree upon, even though fundamentally why we do it may be different. So I think we can get there. This is a good example of it. So if you want to see more of that, be sure to hit the subscribe button. As always, I am JL. This has been Bridge the Divide. It has been Stage of Reason here on Bridge the Divide. And be safe, be excellent to each other. And together, we can bridge the divide. We'll see y'all Wednesday. Say bye, everybody.
Bye, everybody.
Tony waves the other way because he's in Australia.
It's the Coriolis effect.
Well known. Well known.
Yeah, DeFreak. Trump sucks.
Had to sneak that in there.